cold air drifted through the cracked windows of the bus as it rolled north out of Sacramento, carrying me toward the small mountain town where my cousin lived. I hadn't planned on staying more than a week. My cousin Ryan had been struggling after a rough divorce, and I figured a change of scenery might help him. What I didn't expect was that the town, quiet, remote, perched along the Sierra Nevada foothills, held something far darker than heartbreak. The town's name was Alder Creek. It was the kind of place where every house had a porch light that flickered with the same dim orange glow, where the street signs looked 20 years old, and where people stared a few seconds too long at newcomers. When Ryan picked me up from the bus stop, he seemed thinner than I remembered. His eyes had dark circles beneath them. "You look like you haven't slept in a month," I said as I tossed my bag into the back seat of his truck. He forced a laugh. "Haven't really. It's complicated." I didn't push, not then. Ryan lived in a small cabin at the edge of town, close enough to neighbors that you could see their lights, but far enough that the woods seemed to swallow everything after sundown. Tall pines surrounded the property, their branches clawing at the sky like a warning. The first night, I noticed how quiet the place was. Not normal quiet. Unnatural, suffocating quiet. No crickets, no wind rustling leaves, nothing. Even inside the cabin, the silence pressed against the walls. Around midnight, Ryan knocked softly on my bedroom door. "You awake?" he whispered. "Yeah." "Did you hear anything?" I listened. There was nothing. "No. Why?" He hesitated. Sometimes it walks through the yard." I frowned. "What walks through the yard?" He shook his head. "I don't know. Just, if you hear something, don't look out the windows." He went back to bed before I could ask more. The next morning, he acted as if nothing had happened. We ate breakfast, talked about old times, and took a drive around the lake. But even in daylight, I sensed tension in him, like he was trying to pretend things were normal. That night, the sound woke me. Crunch, crunch, footsteps, slow, heavy, deliberate. They circled the cabin, scraping across gravel. I sat up in bed, breath held. The footsteps paused outside my window. I couldn't see anything through the curtains, but I felt it, something standing there, listening, waiting. The footsteps continued around the house, then faded into the woods. The next morning, I asked Ryan what exactly was going on. He rubbed the back of his neck. "People in town call it the Visitor." "That's a terrible name," I muttered. He gave a humorless chuckle. "Yeah, they say it's been around for generations. My ex-wife heard it first. She left before it ever got too close. I thought she was imagining things until, well, until what? Until I saw it," he whispered. I tried to get him to describe it, but he shook his head each time. "You don't want to know," he said. "Knowing makes it worse." For 3 nights, the footsteps came back. Always around 2 in the morning. Always slow, heavy, heavy, sometimes pausing like it was trying to find an opening, searching for something. I tried recording the sound, but every time I played the recording back, all I heard was static. On the 4th night, something changed. It knocked, just 2 soft knocks on the back door. I nearly jumped out of bed. Ryan burst from his room, pale as a sheet, mouthing the words, "Don't move." The knocking came again, this time louder. Then from the other side of the door, a voice, calm, deep, familiar. "Ryan, open up." My blood ran cold. It sounded like Ryan, exactly like him. He clamped a hand over his mouth and backed away. The voice outside spoke again, perfectly matching his tone. "I know you're awake. I saw the lights." I whispered, "What the hell is that thing?" He shook his head frantically. "It mimics. It learns. Don't answer it." We stood frozen until sunrise. The knock stopped eventually, but the presence lingered, as if something leaned against the outside wall, listening. The 5th night was worse. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard whispering. Not from outside, from inside the house. Faint, slithering whispers moving from room to room. I grabbed a flashlight and opened my door. The whisper stopped. Ryan's bedroom door was wide open. "Ryan?" I whispered. No response. I walked slowly into his room. The blankets were tossed aside, his window was open, curtain fluttering in the cold wind, and on the floor were footprints, bare footprints, leading from the window to the hallway. But they weren't Ryan's. They were too long, too narrow, and they left streaks of dark, wet dirt on the wood floor. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst. I followed the prints to the hallway, where they simply stopped, as if the thing vanished mid-step. At dawn, Ryan finally came stumbling out of the woods, shirt torn, feet bleeding. "I didn't open the window," he gasped. It talked like you. It said you needed help. He collapsed in my arms, shaking uncontrollably. For the rest of the day, he refused to come inside. He sat on the porch with a shotgun, staring at the woods. I tried calling the sheriff, but the call wouldn't go through, only static and a strange low hum. By sunset, the hum grew louder. It vibrated through the floorboards, rattling glasses, shaking the walls. The lights flickered violently. Ryan grabbed my arm. "It knows you're here now," he whispered. "It picks someone new each time. It doesn't stop until one of us goes with it." Goes with it? What does that mean? He stared into the darkening tree line. Taken. People vanish around here. Hiking accidents, lost hunters. That's just what they tell outsiders. The hum stopped abruptly at exactly 8 p.m. Then came the footsteps. This time there were two sets. One heavy, one lighter, familiar. We heard my voice call out from the front yard. "Ryan, come outside. It's me." I backed away in terror. The voice outside matched mine perfectly. Tone, cadence, everything. The second set of steps came right to the door. A soft knock, exactly how I would knock. "Open up," my voice whispered. Ryan racked the shotgun. "Don't go near it." The doorknob twitched, turned, shook violently. Then the boards on the walls began to creak, as if pressure pushed from the outside every direction at once. Something circled the cabin, scraping its fingers, if they were fingers, along the wood. I felt a pressure behind my ears like someone whispering directly into my skull. "Come outside. Come outside. Come outside." I clamped my hands over my ears, but the whisper grew louder. The windows shook, the roof groaned, the lights blew out completely, plunging the cabin into darkness. Then complete silence. I don't know how long we stood there, frozen. Minutes, hours. Time twisted into something meaningless. At dawn, everything stopped. The woods looked normal again. Birds returned. The footsteps were gone. But Ryan wasn't. His shotgun lay on the porch. His footprints led into the woods, then stopped abruptly as if he'd been lifted into the air. No drag marks. No signs of struggle, just vanished. The sheriff's department searched for 3 days and found nothing. They asked questions, took statements, but none of them seemed surprised. Not really. One deputy pulled me aside. "You can leave now," he said quietly, "and you should. Everyone who stays too long hears it eventually." I packed my bags that afternoon. Before leaving, I walked to the edge of the woods where Ryan's footprints disappeared. The air felt wrong. Thick, metallic, humming faintly like something alive. I whispered goodbye and turned to leave. That's when I heard it. Footsteps behind me, slow, heavy, deliberate. I didn't turn around. I ran. I got in my car and drove until the sun fell behind me, until Alder Creek was miles away, until the woods became nothing but a memory. But the footsteps didn't stay behind. 2 nights after returning home to San Diego, I woke at 2-3 a.m. Footsteps outside my apartment window. Slow, heavy, deliberate. Then a knock at the door. "Hey," my own voice whispered. "It's me. Open up." Story the end. The Johnsons moved to a small town in northern Wisconsin in late October, chasing the promise of peace and wide open land. They purchased a modest cabin on the edge of a dense forest near Lake Maplewood, thinking it would be the perfect place to escape city life. The cabin was old, but sturdy, and the price was right. Locals warned them the forest could be deceptive, especially in the evenings, but they laughed it off. The first few days were quiet, too quiet, but that only added to the charm. It started with the basement. On the first night, Mr. Johnson and David went to check the old furnace. The basement smelled musty, damp like a tomb. The single bare bulb flickered as he descended the stairs. He swore he felt a cold breath brush his neck, but the air was still. At the bottom, he glanced around. Nothing unusual, but the hair on his arms stood on end. He chalked it up to the chill. When he returned upstairs, the smell lingered faintly, almost sweet, like decaying flowers. A week later, Emily, his wife, discovered scratches along the walls of the hallway. They were shallow, jagged, and looked freshly made. The marks formed a crude looping pattern, almost like writing, but she couldn't decipher it. She asked David if the kids had been playing with toys near the wall, but their 2 children, Lily and Max, were asleep. David inspected the wall, tapping it lightly. Hollow. No nails, no furniture behind it. He tried to ignore it. Then the whispers started. Not words, just soft, breathy murmurs that seemed to come from the walls. David heard them late at night after the family had gone to bed. Emily insisted it was the wind or an old house settling, but the whispers didn't follow the wind. They moved with them, sometimes vanishing when they tried to pinpoint the source. One evening, David was in the living room when the fireplace, which had been unused for decades, suddenly sparked to life. No logs had been placed. The fire burned bright for a few seconds, illuminating the room in a warm orange glow, then extinguished itself. He ran to tell Emily, but she found nothing. No soot, no heat, just the faint smell of smoke. That night, Lily complained of someone sitting on the edge of her bed. When they checked, the room was empty. The next morning, she drew a picture of a dark figure with long arms and hollow eyes hovering above her. Over the following weeks, the family began noticing small changes. Items would vanish and return in odd places. David's toolbox appeared on the roof. Emily's glasses ended up inside the freezer. Doors that had been locked were found wide open. Lily swore she saw a little girl peeking from behind the trees in the yard, though when David looked, there was no one there. Max, who rarely spoke of anything frightening, whispered about the man in the shadows, watching them from the woods. Emily decided to investigate the cabin's history. She discovered that in the 1920s, the property had belonged to a family named the Corvins. According to old newspaper articles, a fire had destroyed part of the cabin and killed a young girl named Annabelle Corvin. Her parents never rebuilt the home entirely, abandoning it for years. Locals spoke of strange occurrences at the site, the occasional flicker of candlelight, ghostly whispers, children playing when no children were present. As Halloween approached, the disturbances intensified. One night, David awoke to the sound of footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate. He grabbed a flashlight, but the light revealed nothing. Emily heard the same, and when she turned on the hall light, the room had frost forming along the baseboards, though the heat had been running. The children began waking in terror, screaming about shadows creeping along the walls. One night, David heard Emily calling from the living room. He rushed downstairs to find her pointing at the fireplace. From the dark mouth of the hearth, a small, pale hand reached up. A muffled sob followed. He lunged forward, yanking Emily back. The hand retracted. Nothing remained but the flicker of soot and the faint smell of smoke. Emily insisted they leave immediately, but David wanted to understand what was happening. They called in a local medium, an elderly woman named Mrs. Whitmore, who had lived in Maplewood for decades. She arrived with her bag of tools, candles, sage, and a notebook filled with cryptic symbols. She asked them to recount every strange incident, and as they spoke, her expression grew darker. "That child," she whispered. "Annabelle is here, but she isn't alone. Something else came with her, something angry, something that never left." Mrs. Whitmore guided them through a series of cleansing rituals. Candles were lit, salt sprinkled across thresholds, prayers muttered. The children sat quietly, eyes wide, clutching each other. But as the night deepened, the temperature in the cabin dropped drastically. Frost crept across the windows, and the whispers returned, louder this time. "Bring me back." Whitmore's hands shook as she wrote in her notebook. "It's demanding something. Someone," she said. "Annabelle, she's trapped. But there's a presence holding her, twisting her fear into this." Suddenly, a loud crash came from the basement. Mrs. Whitmore ran down first, David and Emily behind her. The furnace was on fire, but no flames licked the walls. Smoke poured out, yet the fire didn't consume anything. And in the corner, a figure crouched, small, pale, its eyes black pits. It hissed at them. The children screamed, and the figure vanished before their eyes, leaving scorched marks on the concrete floor. The next day, the Johnsons contacted a historian who confirmed that Annabelle's body had never been recovered after the fire. The ground had been disturbed by construction crews decades later, but no remains were ever found. That night, David dug in the yard near the old well. His shovel hit something solid, an old charred box. Inside was a tiny skeleton clutching a porcelain doll. Emily screamed, throwing the doll away. The moment it hit the ground, the air grew still, the frost disappeared, and the whispers ceased. For weeks afterward, the cabin felt empty, normal, peaceful even. But the Johnsons knew better. Sometimes at dusk, they would see a small figure standing at the tree line, watching. And sometimes, at night, they could swear the floorboards creaked softly, just as they had before. They moved eventually, unable to shake the memory. Yet even miles away, Lily would wake at night, staring into the dark corners of her bedroom, whispering, "The little girl is lonely. She wants to play." The Johnsons never returned to the cabin, and the locals reported that it remained abandoned, though some lights flickered in the windows at night, and some swore they could hear a child laughing softly from the forest. The forest reclaimed the yard gradually, vines crawling up the porch, leaves piling against the doors. But those who passed by Hollow Creek Road sometimes saw the faint silhouette of a small girl, pale and still, looking out through the window, her hollow eyes searching for someone to answer the whispers that still lingered in the wind. Story: the end. The town of Ashwood, Vermont was small, almost painfully quiet. Its streets were narrow, lined with aging clapboard houses and towering pines that seemed to crowd the roads. I had moved there in late September, hoping to escape the chaos of my life in New York City. I rented an old farmhouse on the edge of town, a place my landlord insisted was perfectly normal, though its history was sparse and shadowed by rumors. The previous tenants had left abruptly, refusing to say why. I didn't think much of it at first. Everyone in a small town likes a little mystery, right? The house was old but charming, with creaking floors, drafty windows, and a fireplace that hadn't seen a fire in years. The first few nights were peaceful, almost soothing. The kind of silence that feels like it could stretch forever. But on the fourth night, I woke to the sound of footsteps in the attic. My heart leapt into my throat. I live alone, no pets, no family. The sound was deliberate, heavy, dragging across the old wooden floorboards above me. I convinced myself it was the house settling, old wood expanding in the cold. But then it happened again and again, every night at exactly 3:17 a.m. The steps were slow, purposeful, sometimes stopping above my bedroom. I began leaving the light on and checking the attic, but it was always empty. The air there had a strange metallic scent, and the floorboards were always dusty, untouched. A week later, I started noticing things moving in the corners of my vision. Shadows, shapes that didn't match anything in the room. One evening, I swore I saw a woman in a long, tattered dress standing in the hallway, staring at me, pale as moonlight. I blinked. She was gone. I checked the security cameras I had installed around the house for peace of mind. There was nothing on any of the footage. One cold night, I decided to record the sounds in the attic. I set up a digital recorder and left it running while I stayed in the living room, notebook in hand, ready to jot down anything unusual. Hours passed. The house was quiet, too quiet, until around 3:17 a.m., the recorder caught a sound that made my blood run cold. It was a low, guttural whisper, dragging across the frequency in ways human speech shouldn't. I replayed it multiple times, trying to decipher anything intelligible. One phrase repeated over and over like a chant: "Leave or join us." Sleep became impossible. I barely ate. I stopped going into town, fearing someone would notice my exhaustion and ask questions. But the weirdness wasn't confined to the house anymore. One afternoon, I went for a walk through the forest that stretched behind the property. The trees were ancient, twisted, their roots like knotted fingers. As I walked, I noticed that the forest seemed alive. Not in a typical way, but the branches seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Shadows moved against the sun's path. And then I saw it. A figure, tall and thin, draped in black, face obscured. It didn't walk, didn't run. It drifted, gliding above the frozen ground. I froze. The figure turned its head slowly toward me, and in that instant I felt its gaze pierce through my chest. I bolted, running blindly, branches whipping against my face until I reached the edge of the forest. When I turned back, the figure was gone, but the forest itself seemed to hum with a low vibration, as if it was aware I had been there. That night, the whispers returned, louder, closer, and unmistakably inside the house. I could hear them coming from the walls, the floorboards, the attic, the corners of the ceilings. I tried to shout, to tell myself it wasn't real, but my voice faltered. The words were not human, not entirely, but I understood them all the same. You cannot leave. You belong. I called the landlord, demanding to move out immediately. His voice on the phone was calm, too calm. There's a history with the house, he admitted. People say the previous tenants disappeared. No trace. Just gone. Some say the house feeds on those who stay too long. I thought you'd last at least a month. You're sensitive, aren't you? I hung up, heart pounding, mind racing. The next night I tried to sleep in the living room. I set up every light in the house, left doors open, windows cracked. I thought if I could see everything, maybe I could control it. Around 3:17 a.m., it started. The footsteps, dragging, deliberate, circling the room. I grabbed my flashlight and swung it toward the ceiling. That's when I saw it, or them. Hundreds of shadowy figures pressed against the walls, windows, ceiling, their faces obscured, but their eyes glowing faintly red. They whispered in unison, the sound a sickly chorus. Stay, join, belong. I ran, barely making it out the front door. The cold hit me like a wall, but it felt like something followed me, brushing against my back, whispering in my ear, promising I couldn't escape. I drove to the nearest town, but even there, the whispering lingered. In the wind, in the rustle of leaves, faintly from the shadows at the edge of the street. I spent the night in a cheap motel, lights on, windows locked. When morning came, I drove to a relative's house in Boston, hoping to find some normalcy. Weeks later, I returned to Ashwood to retrieve my belongings. The farmhouse was gone. Not just empty, gone, as if it had never existed. The plot of land was empty, snow-covered, silent. Locals denied anything had been there. Even the landlord refused to acknowledge the house. I still hear the whispers sometimes. On quiet nights when the wind shifts through my apartment, I can hear them faintly. You belong, you cannot leave. I know I was marked that night, somehow. I don't know how, and I don't know why. But I understand one thing. Some places don't want you to leave. Some things don't want to be understood. And once you've seen them, once you've heard them, they never really let you go. Story the end. The snow had come early that year, coating the small Colorado town in a heavy, muffled silence. I wasn't used to that kind of quiet. I'd lived in Denver my whole life until I lost my job and needed a cheaper place fast. The cabin I found on a local rental site seemed perfect. 2 bedrooms, a small fireplace, nestled deep in the woods. The owner, a man named Harris, told me he'd rented it out for decades with no complaints. He said it was peaceful. He didn't mention anything else. I moved in November 3rd. The cold bit deeper than I expected. Even inside, the walls felt like they held winter in their bones. I unpacked slowly, letting my mind settle. I was grateful for the solitude. No traffic, no noise, no neighbors close enough to see, just trees and snow. On the second night, I heard footsteps on the porch. It was around 2 a.m. At first, I thought maybe a deer wandered too close, but the steps were deliberate, slow, heavy. Not the skittering of animals or the crunch of snow. Wood creaking, one board after another. I slid out of bed and grabbed the flashlight I kept near the nightstand. The air felt tense, like the moment before lightning strikes. I moved carefully to the front window and peeked out through the blinds. No one was there. I kept listening, breath held. Nothing but wind through the pines like a distant whisper. I tried going back to bed, but the feeling lingered, like someone had been there, watching. By morning, I had convinced myself it was an old house noise or an animal. I pushed it out of my head and drove into town for groceries. The cashier, a woman in her 60s with a harsh kind of friendliness, asked where I was staying. The Harris cabin, I said. Her face changed. Not fear, something more like discomfort or recognition. You're up there alone? She asked quietly. I nodded. She hesitated, tapping her fingers on the counter. Just don't wander the woods after dark. I laughed awkwardly. I'll keep that in mind. She didn't smile. Things got strange the following week. Every night, around the same time, I heard the footsteps. Always on the porch, always slow. They never reached the door. They just paced back and forth until about 3:30 a.m., then silence. I stopped sleeping properly. I started drinking coffee late into the night, telling myself none of it mattered. But fear has a way of growing roots, burrowing deep. One night, fed up and exhausted, I flung the door open at 2 a.m. the moment I heard the first creak. The porch was empty, snow unbroken by any footprints. But the wood was swaying, gently, like someone had moved quickly off it. The forest felt alive, too awake for night. I slammed the door shut and locked it twice. I checked the windows, the back door, even the small attic entrance. Then I sat on the couch until sunrise. The footsteps continued. On the 9th night, something changed. Instead of footsteps, I heard a single soft knock. 3 seconds passed, another knock, a little louder. Every hair on my body stood up. I didn't move, I didn't even breathe. Whoever, or whatever, was outside seemed to sense that, because the doorknob turned, slowly, softly, all the way to the right. I had locked it. I knew I had. But the knob kept turning, metal clicking lightly. Then it stopped. The silence was worse. I called the police the next morning. The deputy, a tall man named Rhodes, came out to check the property. He walked the perimeter, tapped the porch, examined the doors. No tracks, he said. If someone was creeping around, we'd see prints. That snow isn't fresh. What about the doorknob? I asked. Someone tried to come in. He shrugged. Old knob's stick could have shifted on its own. He didn't believe me. I didn't blame him, but I knew what I'd heard. Before he left, he asked one more question. Did Harris tell you about the last tenant? No, I said slowly. Why? Rhodes paused. He should have, and then he left. I called Harris next, frustrated. After a few rings, he answered, voice weary. You're hearing things, aren't you? He asked without greeting. I froze. What do you mean? The porch, the footsteps. He sighed heavily. Listen, that place has history. Nothing dangerous, just old trauma. I didn't want to scare you. What trauma? My chest tightened. There was a man living there before you, he said. 3 years ago. Vietnam vet, quiet guy. One night he walked into the woods and didn't come back. Search teams found nothing. Some say he froze, some say he wanted to disappear. He hesitated, and some say he still walks the property. My grip on the phone tightened. Why didn't you tell me? Because no one else ever complained, he insisted. Most didn't stay long, but they didn't complain. They just left. I hung up, furious and shaking. That night, everything escalated. I went to bed early, exhausted. Around midnight, the house woke me, creaking beams, shifting walls, the familiar dread settling over my chest. Then, the footsteps. But this time, they didn't stay on the porch. They stepped off it onto the snow. I shot out of bed. My heart hammered so loudly I was sure it echoed. I moved to the front window and pulled the curtain back just enough to see. There were footprints now, deep ones. And they were moving, one at a time, leading from the porch into the dark forest. I felt like vomiting. My breath fogged the window. Whoever left those prints wasn't visible, but the snow depressed with each step, as though an invisible figure was walking away. Then the steps stopped. In mid-snow, in the middle of the yard, just stopped, like something was standing there, staring at the house. I shut the curtain, locked myself in the bedroom, pulled the dresser in front of the door. I barely slept. The next morning, the prints remained, but they stopped exactly where I'd seen them stop, and there were no prints leading away. Nothing normal explained any of it. Not wildlife, not people, not wind. I decided to set up a camera that night, my old DSLR from my photography days. I mounted it in the living room window, pointing straight at the porch. I checked the viewfinder 3 times. At 2:07 a.m., the footsteps began. My pulse jumped. I sat by the camera, watching the porch through the lens. For the first few minutes, nothing happened. Then the camera went out of focus, like something passed right in front of it. The autofocus hunted, clicking rapidly, and a faint shape flickered across the porch. Not a person, more like a distortion, a ripple in the air, like heat waves. My eyes stung with fear. The camera clicked, capturing a photo without me touching the shutter. Then again, and again. I crawled backward, heart slamming against my ribs as the static shape drifted closer to the window. The glass frosted over, whitening in seconds, as though a cold breath pressed against it from outside. And then, clear as a whisper in my ear, I heard, "Let me in." I bolted for the bedroom, slammed the door, held my breath under the blankets like a child hiding from a nightmare. The voice came again, calm, coaxing, begging. Let me in. Sometimes closer, sometimes behind me. When morning finally came, I checked the camera. My throat tightened as I flipped through the photos. Most were blurred, foggy, full of white streaks. But one showed the porch clearly, the wood planks, the railing, the trees behind, and standing directly in front of the window was a figure. A man, gray, translucent, face hollowed as if carved from fog. His eyes were the worst, sunken black pits staring through the camera as though looking directly at me. I dropped the camera. That was the last night I stayed. I packed up everything before noon, stuffing my clothes into garbage bags, tossing dishes into boxes without labels. I didn't care. I needed out. Before I left, I looked once more at the porch. The snow was undisturbed, no prints, no marks, as if the night had been erased. As I stepped into the car, I heard the cabin creak softly, a shifting sound, as though something inside had moved closer to the door when it realized I was leaving. I didn't look back. I moved into a city apartment the next week. I sleep better, mostly, but sometimes around 2 a.m., I swear I hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow, heavy. And sometimes when I walk past a window, frost blooms across it for a moment, white and delicate, as if a cold breath had pressed against the glass, as if someone followed me, as if he's still whispering, softly, patiently, "Let me in." Story the end. It was a rainy afternoon in late October when Marcus Reynolds drove up the winding road that led to the small town of Hollow Creek, Pennsylvania. He had inherited a property there from an uncle he barely remembered, a modest two-story house on the outskirts of town, surrounded by dense woods and abandoned farmland. Marcus, a photographer who thrived on solitude, welcomed the isolation. Hollow Creek was quiet, too quiet for most people, but it appealed to him. The townspeople were polite but distant, offering little information about the house, only vague warnings about the old place at the edge of the woods. Marcus smiled politely and chalked it up to small-town superstition. The first night in the house was uneventful, aside from the occasional creak of the old wooden floors and the groan of the walls settling. He unpacked his camera equipment, set up his workspace near the large bay window in the living room, and tried to convince himself that the house was merely old and drafty. He explored every room, including the attic, which smelled strongly of mildew and decay. In the corner of the attic, a trunk sat covered in dust. Marcus opened it and found it filled with old photographs, letters, and a small journal belonging to his uncle. The journal entries started normal enough, chronicling daily life, but gradually became erratic, filled with mentions of someone watching and the feeling of eyes in the dark. The final entry read simply, "It knows my name. It waits." The following night, Marcus noticed something strange. He was editing photos when he heard faint tapping above him in the attic. At first, he thought it was the wind or a loose shutter, but the tapping was rhythmic, deliberate. He climbed the stairs to the attic, heart pounding, but found nothing out of place. The floorboards were empty, the trunk untouched. Yet the sound returned, louder and closer, even as he descended back to the living room. Over the next week, the disturbances escalated. Doors that he remembered locking were found unlocked. A chair in the kitchen would be in a different position than he had left it. He started to hear whispers, low and fragmented at first, calling his name softly. Marcus tried to rationalize everything, blaming fatigue and isolation, but the feeling of being watched grew constant, oppressive. One evening, while exploring the basement for a utility panel, Marcus discovered a hidden doorway behind a stack of old boxes. The doorway led to a narrow stone staircase descending into darkness. At the bottom, he found a small chamber carved from the earth, its walls covered in etched names. Hundreds of names, some faded with age, some freshly carved, and at the very bottom, in deep, deliberate letters, was his own name. Marcus felt his stomach churn and stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the uneven floor. The air in the room was heavy, cold, and carried a faint metallic scent. The house seemed to react to his discovery. That night he awoke to heavy breathing in his bedroom and shadows moving along the walls. The whispers grew louder, forming partial sentences. "Stay forever, cannot leave." Marcus tried to leave, packed a bag, and drove to a motel in the nearest town. But the next morning, he felt an irresistible pull back to the house. He couldn't explain it, but he returned, compelled by something beyond reason. The incidents intensified. Objects moved violently without explanation. Temperatures fluctuated drastically, and the whispers became coherent, forming commands and warnings. Marcus began sleeping with his camera recording continuously. Reviewing the footage revealed something horrifying. Shadowy figures standing in the corners of his rooms, moving subtly, watching him. In one clip, a faceless figure stood at the foot of his bed, perfectly still, its presence radiating menace. Desperate for answers, Marcus contacted a local historian, Eleanor Shaw, who had spent years documenting Hollow Creek's oddities. She listened to his account, watching the recordings with growing concern. "This house," she said, "has a history. Several previous owners vanished or died under mysterious circumstances. There's a legend of a shadow entity that binds people to the house using their fear and their names. Once it knows you, it controls the space around you, manipulating reality so you cannot leave. Many who encounter it, they become part of the house itself." Determined not to succumb, Marcus tried to confront the entity. He lit candles, drew protective symbols, and spoke aloud, claiming his own name and asserting his control. That night, the house came alive in a way he had never experienced. The walls seemed to pulse, shadows twisted unnaturally, and the whispers escalated into screams. Objects flew across rooms, slamming into walls. He shouted his name repeatedly, refusing to let the entity claim him. By dawn, the house fell silent, but Marcus knew it had not released him. It was patient and persistent. He packed what he could and left the house, driving until the sun was high, putting as much distance between himself and Hollow Creek as possible. He settled in a small apartment in Vermont, far from the woods. Yet the terror did not end. At night, he would hear faint tapping on windows, whispers in the hallways, shadows at the edges of his vision. Every foggy morning, he imagined the old house in the distance, waiting, patient, and knowing that he had been marked. Years later, news surfaced that the house had been sold again. The new owners reported strange occurrences immediately: cold spots, objects moving, and whispers that seemed to call their names. Marcus read the article with a shiver. The entity had begun its cycle anew, waiting for the next person to cross the threshold. He knew it was patient, relentless, and unending. Even now, Marcus avoids small towns, avoids empty houses, and never speaks of Hollow Creek. Yet he knows, with a certainty that chills him, that some entities are beyond understanding, beyond reason, and that once they mark you, the connection never fully breaks. Story the end. A cold wind drifted across the cracked parking lot as Jordan Reeves stepped out of his car and pulled his jacket tighter across his chest. The air smelled of wet leaves, rust, and the vague mustiness that always hung around the old Greywater Library. It was late October, and the last streaks of twilight had already begun to fade behind the tree line. He hadn't wanted to come here, not tonight, not after what had happened last week. But he needed answers, and the library's archives were the only place left that might hold them. Greywater, a small New Hampshire town tucked between miles of forest and a river that had long since lost its once important purpose, wasn't known for much. It had a diner, a hardware store that doubled as a place for gossip, and the library, built in 1899, expanded twice, and barely maintained since the 1970s. Dust collected in its corners the way secrets did in the town. Jordan had grown up here, but never paid attention to any of that until his younger cousin, Riley, vanished. He walked up the concrete steps toward the library's large oak doors. They were heavy and swollen from decades of humidity. He pulled one open with effort. A bell chimed softly somewhere above him. "Evening," came a voice from the front desk. Clara Whittle, the librarian, adjusted her glasses and glanced at him with polite curiosity. She was in her 60s, small, wiry, and sharp-eyed, like someone who had spent her entire life memorizing the fine print. "You're here late," she said. "I needed to look into something," Jordan replied. "Archives, if that's okay." Clara hesitated, her lips tightening for a moment before she nodded. "They're open, but we close in about an hour." "I won't take long." He moved past the front desk and down a narrow corridor lined with oil portraits of the library's founders. Stern men and women in dark clothing, staring from their frames like judges from another century. The corridor opened into the back room where cabinets and shelves filled with old books, journals, maps, and every type of document imaginable sat stacked in careful chaos. Jordan set his backpack down on a table and took out a manila folder. Inside were printouts from police reports, missing person logs, and the last photo Riley had texted him. She was standing in front of the old Crawford house, a decaying mansion on the outskirts of Greywater, the place she had been obsessed with for months. In the photo, Riley's eyes were bright with excitement. Behind her, in the darkened window of the house, Jordan had noticed something strange. What appeared to be the faint outline of a face. At first, he thought it was just a shadow, but after zooming in, enhancing, adjusting contrast, maybe doing more than was reasonable, he was convinced it wasn't a trick of the light. He wanted to know if the Crawford house had a history connected to past disappearances. Greywater had always whispered about odd occurrences, but people brushed them off as folklore. Kids daring each other to go inside. Rumors about screams heard at night. Stories that no one bothered to verify because it was a town where nothing supposedly happened. Jordan approached the first row of cabinets labeled Historical Records 1800 to 1950 and began flipping through files. Dust floated in the air with each movement. He skimmed old newspapers, yellowed and fragile. Fires, floods, local fairs, obituaries, nothing out of the ordinary. But then he found a clipping from 1923. Young woman missing after entering Crawford Estate. He froze. He read the article more closely. The young woman, Abigail Harder, had been last seen near the property. Search parties found nothing. Locals suspected she had run away or fallen into the river. But a handwritten note in the margin caught his eye, scrawled in what looked like fountain pen ink, "Not the river." Inside. Jordan felt a chill crawl across his arms. He kept searching. More clippings. 1941, 1956, 1978, each describing a disappearance near the Crawford house. 5 people, all missing. He pulled out his phone and opened Riley's photo again. He stared at the shadow behind her, the shape that looked like a face. He didn't believe in ghosts, but he believed in patterns. He believed in the truth buried under generations of silence. The overhead lights flickered. Jordan looked up. One of the bulbs buzzed, dimmed, then brightened again. He shook it off and went back to his search, digging deeper into documents. Some were typed, others handwritten. Strangely, many referenced a record of occupancy for the Crawford house, but the pages were either torn out or smudged beyond recognition. Someone had deliberately removed information. Someone didn't want the house's history preserved. Jordan reached into another cabinet and pulled out a leather-bound ledger. Its cover was cracked and stiff, its pages thick with age. He flipped to the first entry. 1899, construction completed. Owner, Benjamin Vance Crawford. The Crawford family had been one of the wealthiest in Greywater during the early 1900s. Their money had come from timber, land deals, and later from a mill that operated until the 1960s. The ledger listed family events, births, marriages, business dealings. But around 1908, the entries changed tone. Passages became erratic, describing strange occurrences. Lights in the woods, unfamiliar footsteps, voices behind walls. One entry read, "If the house listens, do not speak your name." Jordan felt his heartbeat quicken. He kept reading. 1909, Emma refuses to go upstairs. She says the man in the mirror knows her. 1910, 3 servants quit on the same night. 1911, they say something came with the foundations, something that stayed. Jordan swallowed hard. He turned to the last written entry, dated 1912. "We should not have opened the lower rooms." Then the writing stopped completely. He leaned back, gripping the table's edge. The library was quiet, except for the faint hum of the HVAC system. He checked the time, 8:12 p.m. The library closed in 18 minutes. Clara's footsteps echoed faintly from the other room, but Jordan barely heard them. He was lost in thought. He gathered everything, articles, ledger notes, his own scribbled observations, and stuffed them into his folder. He needed to check one more thing, the microfilm archives. Greywater kept every newspaper ever printed, and some editions weren't preserved in physical copies. He turned on the microfilm reader. The machine hummed loudly as the screen glowed with washed-out blue light. Jordan loaded a film reel labeled 1912 to 1915 and began scrolling. Most articles were mundane. Town meetings, weather reports, grain prices. But then, an article from January 1913, Crawford family leaves town, property abandoned. The article explained that the Crawfords left without public notice. They loaded their belongings and left before dawn. Neighbors reported strange noises the night before, but authorities found no one in the home when they checked later. In the bottom corner of the article was a grainy black and white photograph of the house. Jordan leaned in. There, in an upstairs window, he saw something. A figure. Human shape but blurred, as if the moment the camera clicked, it had begun to fade. He zoomed in as far as he could. The shape was unmistakable. Tall, slender, featureless, almost like a silhouette cut from darkness. His phone buzzed, startling him. He looked down. A text from an unknown number. "Are you at the library?" Jordan's skin prickled. He typed, "Who is this?" No reply. The building felt suddenly colder, the temperature dropping as if someone had opened a door to winter. He stood gathering his papers. He wanted to get home and think this through. Maybe he would go to the police again. Maybe he would go to the house himself. He stepped into the main corridor. The lights flickered again. He froze. The portraits lining the walls, the faces, something was wrong with them. The expressions looked different than before, subtly altered. Eyes a little wider, mouths a little tenser. He blinked. They were normal again. "Clara?" he called. No response. Jordan walked toward the front desk. The building was too quiet. He rounded the corner and saw that Clara was gone. Her chair pushed back, her desk lamp still on. "Hello?" he said, louder this time. "Clara?" He heard something. A soft tapping. From the back of the library. He turned slowly, dread rising in his throat. The tapping happened again. He moved cautiously toward the sound, past shelves of children's books, past the magazine rack, down the hallway that led back to the archives. The tapping stopped. He reached the door and looked inside. The archival room was dim now, lights flickering weakly overhead. His table, the one he had been using earlier, was undisturbed. The cabinet stood silent. He was about to turn away when a soft creak from the far corner. Jordan squinted. Someone stood there. A woman. He felt an instinctual surge of relief, thinking it might be Clara. "Ma'am, I didn't realize anyone else was here." She lifted her head. Her face was pale, eyes wide and unfocused, like someone staring into a nightmare they couldn't escape. Her clothes looked like they belonged to another time, decades old, maybe a century. "Are you okay?" Jordan asked. She opened her mouth, but instead of words, a distorted whisper escaped, barely audible. "Don't open the lower rooms." Jordan stepped back. "What?" She raised a shaking hand and pointed behind him. Jordan turned. The room had grown darker. Shadows pooled unnaturally along the floor, stretching toward him like reaching hands. He spun back around. The woman was gone. The lights died. Jordan burst into motion, running through the corridor, shoving past tables and shelves as darkness chased him like a tide. His breath came in sharp gasps. He reached the front entrance and yanked the door open. Cold air hit him. He stumbled outside and sprinted toward his car. Halfway there, he stopped. Someone was standing beside his car. A tall figure. Motionless. Silent. The same silhouette from Riley's photo. Jordan backed away, heart pounding. The figure tilted its head slowly, unnaturally, like an animal studying prey. Then it began to move toward him. Jordan ran. He didn't think. He just ran. Into the street, down the sidewalk, across the old bridge that led toward his mother's house. His lungs burned, his legs ached, but he didn't stop until he reached the front porch. He fumbled with his keys, threw the door open, and slammed it behind him. He leaned against it, gasping. His mother, startled, came out of the living room. "Jordan? What on earth?" "Did anyone call here?" he asked, unable to catch his breath. "No. Why?" He pulled his phone out. The unknown number had texted again. "You shouldn't have looked." Jordan felt his stomach twist. He went straight to his old bedroom and locked the door. He spread out everything he collected from the archives, articles, photos, the ledger notes. He reread the entries about the lower rooms. A memory surfaced, Riley telling him a month ago about a hidden part of the Crawford house, a basement level not listed on any official record. "They sealed it up in the early 1900s, she'd said, "but some people think there's still a way in." She had sounded excited, maybe too excited. Jordan realized then what he had to do. He had to go to the house. He had to find Riley. The wind rattled his bedroom window. Outside, the trees swayed violently, though the air seemed still. A soft knock came from the hallway. "Mom?" he called. The knocking continued. Slow. Deliberate. Jordan stood. The knocking wasn't coming from the hallway. It was coming from inside his closet. He backed away slowly. The knocking stopped. Silence. Then a whisper came from behind the closet door, the same voice he'd heard in the library, trembling and frightened. "If the house listens, do not speak your name." Jordan bolted from the room, slamming the door behind him. He didn't sleep that night. Instead, he waited for daylight, every light in the house turned on, clutching the ledger as if it were a shield. By morning, he had made his decision. He drove toward the Crawford house. The mansion sat on a hill, surrounded by dead trees and overgrown weeds. The windows were either boarded or broken. The porch sagged like a spine giving way under years of neglect. Jordan parked on the gravel shoulder and approached slowly. The air felt heavy, thick with something he couldn't name. He reached the front door. It was slightly ajar. He pushed it open. The house groaned around him. Inside, dust motes glittered in the beams of his flashlight. The floorboards creaked beneath his weight. The wallpaper peeled away like dead skin. He moved deeper, past collapsed furniture and a fireplace filled with decaying logs. He reached the back of the house, where he found a door half hidden behind a fallen bookshelf. Unlike the others, this door was made of metal, reinforced, out of place, the lower rooms. Jordan grabbed the handle. It was cold as ice. He pulled it open. A staircase descended into darkness. He took a deep breath and stepped down. The air grew colder with each step. The smell changed from dust to damp earth. He reached the bottom and shined his flashlight around. The basement was larger than he expected. Stone walls, dirt floor, old wooden beams. But something was wrong. Deep gouges marked the walls like they had been scratched by something desperate to escape. Jordan's breath hitched. In the corner, he saw a pile of torn fabric. A jacket. Riley's jacket. He ran to it and picked it up. "Riley?" he called out. Silence. He moved deeper into the room and then saw it. A figure standing in the far corner. Tall, thin, shadow black. Jordan froze. The figure stepped forward, and behind it, he saw her, Riley. Her eyes wide, terrified, hands bound by something that looked like old rope. "Jordan," she gasped, barely audible. "Don't say your name." The shadow turned its head toward him. Jordan stepped backward, pulse exploding in his ears. "What do you want?" he whispered. The figure twitched, its limbs bending at wrong angles. It whispered something. Not with a voice, but directly into his mind. A single word: stay. Jordan grabbed a broken piece of wood from the ground and swung it wildly. The figure recoiled, its shape rippling like smoke struck by wind. He lunged toward Riley, pulling at the ropes, shouting for her to move, to run, to breathe. The shadow lunged. Jordan shoved Riley aside as the figure slammed into him. Its coldness crushed him, smothered him, filled his lungs. He felt his strength failing, felt the basement spinning. Riley screamed his name, breaking the rule. The shadow twisted violently, turning toward her. Jordan pushed himself up, grabbed her hand, and dragged her toward the stairs. They ran. The figure shrieked, a sound that wasn't sound at all, more like something ripping through reality. They reached the staircase, stumbling upward, bursting through the metal door. Jordan slammed it shut behind them. The house roared as if alive, walls vibrating, floor trembling. They ran out the front door, down the hill, across the dead grass, toward the road. Jordan turned back once. The shadow stood in the doorway of the house, watching, waiting. He didn't slow down until they reached his car. They got in, slammed the doors, and peeled out, gravel spraying behind them. Only when they reached town did Jordan finally pull over. Riley was shaking, eyes red. "He listens," she whispered. "He always listens." Jordan stared down the road toward the hill, the silhouette of the mansion barely visible through the morning haze. He knew it wasn't over. The figure had followed generations. It had waited, it had watched, and now it knew his name. Story the end. The rain had already been coming down for 3 days by the time I crossed into Redwood County. The kind of rain that clung to the mountains and turned the air into a wet sheet that never lifted. My wipers could barely keep up. Every few seconds they squeaked across the windshield, smearing the water instead of clearing it. The sky was a swollen bruise, dark purple along the ridge lines, swollen black overhead. I'd been driving since dawn. The road, a 2-lane strip of cracked asphalt, wound itself through thick forest, the trees pressing so close that even in daylight they created a tunnel of shadows. The radio crackled between static and faint country music. My cell phone hadn't shown a single bar since I'd left the interstate. I'd taken this route because it was the only path left open after a landslide had closed Route 46. The storm had brought everything to a crawl. Fallen branches forced me to maneuver around them. Potholes hid under pools of muddy water. I kept reminding myself this was better than spending the night stranded on the shoulder. I had to get to the small logging town of Mason Ridge. My aunt had passed away unexpectedly, and I was required to handle her affairs. I'd never met her. She'd been my mother's estranged sister, a woman with a reputation for disappearing during family events and calling once every few years with strange stories about the woods behind her home. The last voicemail she'd left before her death was only 16 seconds long, and the sheriff had emailed me a copy. Her voice was cracking, trembling, whispering fast. "It's watching again. I hear it every night now. Don't let him take the house. Don't come here. Please don't come here." But the sheriff insisted she'd died of a heart attack. Nothing sinister. No signs of a break-in. Nothing missing. Most of her message could easily be dismissed as the ramblings of an elderly woman living alone too long. But still, every time I remembered the sound of her breathless terror, something in my gut tightened. The storm worsened as I reached Mason Ridge. The town was small enough to pass through in 3 minutes. A grocery store with faded red awnings, a diner with a flickering neon sign, a gas station, a few clustered houses with metal roofs and stacked firewood. The trees behind the town rose like walls, pine, sycamore, oak, so thick they stole the horizon. The sheriff's office was a one-story brick building with a tiny parking lot. I pulled in, grabbed my jacket, and ran through the downpour. Inside, the place smelled of stale coffee and damp linoleum. A man in his 50s, tall and broad-shouldered with thinning gray hair, stepped out from the back office. "You must be Michael," he said. His badge read Sheriff Harlan. "Road wasn't too bad, I hope?" "It was pretty bad," I answered. "But I made it." He nodded. "Wish you'd waited a day or two. Storm like this isn't normal this time of year." I wasn't sure what he meant by normal in a place buried in mountains and pines, but I let the comment pass. He led me to his office, where my aunt's belongings were boxed up. A few photo frames, a ring of keys, paperwork, nothing unusual, nothing that hinted at paranoia or fear. Her death certificate lay on top of the stack. Cardiac arrest. "Did she have any neighbors?" I asked. "Closest one lives about 2 miles down the road," he said. "Most folks out there prefer space." "And her last message?" I said. "Do you think she was just confused? Maybe sick?" He hesitated. "I think she was lonely. People can hear things in the woods, especially in a storm. Trees shift, animals move, wind echoes." "You listened to it, though," I said. "You heard how scared she was." "I did," he said slowly, "but fear doesn't always mean danger. Sometimes it means someone's been alone too long to tell the difference." I didn't agree, but I didn't argue. After signing release forms, I thanked him and returned to my truck. The house was about 10 miles outside town, deeper into the woods. The rain thickened into sheets. I drove with my hazards on. My aunt's house sat at the end of a narrow gravel road lined with trees so tall they bent over the driveway, forming a canopy that blocked what little daylight remained. The house itself was a weather-beaten 2-story cabin with peeling paint, sagging gutters, and a wraparound porch. The smell of wet timber hit me as soon as I stepped out. The wind pushed the trees into a slow, rhythmic sway that made the whole landscape groan. I unlocked the front door. It creaked open into a dark living room. Everything inside was old. The furniture, the wallpaper, the rugs. Dust clung to surfaces, though she'd apparently been living here until a week ago. The lights flickered when I turned them on, buzzing weakly. I set my bags down and explored. The kitchen smelled faintly of herbs and something metallic. The pantry door stuck before opening. Inside were jars labeled with handwritten tags. Dried lavender, wild chamomile, sage. My aunt had apparently been into herbal remedies. Upstairs, her bedroom was small and neat, but the window's wooden frame was gouged, as if clawed by something large. Deep grooves cut into the paint. I ran my fingers over them. They weren't the marks of a small animal. They were too long, too deliberate. A shiver ran down my spine. I found her journal in the top drawer of her dresser. Its pages were filled with entries describing strange noises at night. Footsteps on the porch, scratching against the walls, whispers coming from the woods. The entries grew more frantic in the last month. "It watches. It waits. I hear it breathing under the window at night. It knows I'm alone." Reading it made the hairs on my arms stand up. I tried to shake off the tension. Rural areas had wildlife. Bears, coyotes, even big cats. She could have easily mistaken something mundane for something threatening. I spent the next few hours unpacking and cleaning. As evening approached, the rain softened into a steady drizzle. I heated canned soup and sat in the dim kitchen. The house creaked constantly, reacting to the temperature drop. At some point, I realized I'd been listening intently, not to the rain, but to something beneath it. A low sound. Rhythmic. Steps. Not on the porch, under the house. The spoon froze in my hand. I held my breath. The sound stopped. I waited another minute before cautiously walking to the back door. I flicked on the porch light. It buzzed to life, illuminating sheets of water pouring off the roof. I stepped outside. The ground squelched beneath my boots. The darkness beyond the porch felt alive. "Hello?" I called out. Wind whipped through the trees. A branch snapped somewhere in the distance. I exhaled, tense but trying to steady myself. Maybe it had been water dripping into the crawl space. Nothing more. I returned inside, locked the door, and tried to distract myself. But the feeling of being watched hung heavy. At 10:17 p.m., the power went out. The house plunged into darkness, so complete it felt physical. The storm outside intensified again, thunder rolling low and long, vibrating through the walls. I used my phone as a flashlight and found a box of candles in the pantry. Moments later, orange flickers danced across the living room walls. I sat near the fireplace, listening to the storm. Lightning flashed intermittently through the curtains, then 3 slow knocks on the front door. Deep. Hollow. I froze. The knocks came again. I moved toward the door, the boards creaking under my weight. My heart was pounding so hard I felt it in my throat. "Who is it?" I called. No answer. Only rain and wind. I approached the peephole with caution. The porch was empty. I waited several long seconds before backing away. Suddenly, a loud thwack struck the side of the house. Then another. Something was moving fast along the walls, circling. I grabbed the fireplace poker, clutching it with trembling hands. A shadow passed across the window, tall, hunched, moving in an unnatural gait. My chest tightened. I steadied my breath, but panic scratched at the edges of my mind. I backed into the center of the room. The candles flickered violently as if something had passed close by. Then something whispered, right behind me, a breathless, rasping sound too close to be imagined. I spun around, poker raised. Nothing. But the whisper came again, this time from the far corner of the room. A voice I couldn't understand, yet it felt somehow familiar. Like the cadence matched human speech, but none of the sounds were words. Every instinct in my body screamed to leave. But the house was surrounded by forest. Pitch black, storm-drowned forest. Whatever was outside or inside would be even harder to avoid out there. I braced myself near the fireplace until the whispers stopped. Then came silence. Heavy. Crushing. At some point, exhaustion won. I must have dozed off despite the fear. A loud thump woke me. I jolted upright. This sound came from upstairs. Something was in the house. I tightened my grip on the poker and crept up the staircase. Each step felt like walking into ice water. At the top, I paused, listening. A dragging sound came from the end of the hallway, my aunt's bedroom. The door was slightly open, moving gently as if nudged from within. I pushed it open. The room was dark except for faint moonlight leaking through the storm clouds, outlining the furniture in pale blue. My breath fogged in the cold air. Something moved near the bed. I froze. In the shadows, a figure rose, slow, deliberate, tall, thin. Its limbs unnaturally long. I stepped back, nearly tripping. The figure tilted its head in a slow arc, as if studying me. Its outline was shifting, that almost trembling. Its face, if it had one, was indistinguishable from the darkness itself. My throat tightened so much I could barely breathe. Then it moved. Fast. I stumbled backward and bolted down the stairs, nearly falling. The pounding steps behind me echoed like thunder. I grabbed my keys off the table and ran for the door. As I yanked it open and rushed outside, icy rain slammed into my face. I sprinted to my truck, slipping in the mud. I fumbled with the lock, hands shaking violently. Behind me, something screeched, a high, unnatural shriek that cut through the storm like a blade. I threw myself into the truck, slammed the door, and locked it. The windows fogged instantly with my panicked breath. Something hit the back of the truck. Hard. The truck jolted forward. I gasped and turned the ignition. The engine sputtered, then caught. Headlights blasted through sheets of rain. Another impact shook the truck. I floored the accelerator and tore down the driveway. Mud sprayed, the tires slipping, but I managed to keep control. The trees blurred past as I reached the main road. In the rearview mirror, through the rain, I saw it. A tall shape standing in the driveway. Watching. And I understood with sickening clarity why my aunt's journals had grown frantic, why her voicemail had broken with fear. She hadn't been imagining things. Something had been watching her. Just like it had watched me. I drove all the way back to town, not caring that my hands were shaking so violently I could barely hold the wheel. I parked in front of the sheriff's office and ran to the door. It was locked. I banged until a deputy opened it, startled by my appearance. I tried to explain, but the words tangled, fear distorting everything. They assumed I'd fallen asleep, had a nightmare, panicked in the dark. When they drove out to check the house, the storm had washed away prints, mud tracks, anything that could have served as proof. Inside, the house was silent, still. but the claw marks on the upstairs window frame remained. The sheriff stared at them longer than he would admit. I stayed in a motel that night, with every light on. I barely slept. The next morning, the sheriff informed me the county wanted to condemn the house. The foundation was unstable, waterlogged, unsafe. I didn't argue. I left Redwood County that same day. I avoided looking into the woods as I drove past them. Something in the shadows seemed to sway separate from the trees. In the weeks that followed, I tried to convince myself it had been the storm, the darkness, stress, exhaustion. I almost succeeded until the voicemail came. A new one, from my aunt's old number, 6 seconds long, soft breathing, then a whisper, "It's watching again." Story the end. The first thing I noticed was the quiet. Not the kind of quiet you get deep in the woods or late at night in a small town, but that strange, unnatural silence that makes you feel like the world is holding its breath. I had grown up in upstate New York, surrounded by forests and long stretches of farmland. So silence wasn't new to me, but this felt different. This felt like sound was avoiding the place on purpose. I didn't want to move back home after my divorce, but financially I didn't have another option. My mom had passed away while I was still living in California, and the house had sat empty for 3 years, waiting for me to figure my life out. I procrastinated dealing with it because it felt wrong, like stepping back into a life I no longer fit into. But when the settlement wiped out most of my savings, the decision was made for me. The house was paid off, it needed work, and selling it could eventually buy me some time to breathe. Driving down the long gravel road to the property felt like slipping into an old, uncomfortable memory. Trees leaned over the path in ways I didn't remember from childhood. The woods felt heavier, almost pushing inward. The house came into view only when I was nearly upon it. It looked the same. That was the unsettling part. Most houses left empty for years show signs of decay, especially older homes like ours. The white paint should have peeled. The shutters should have sagged. But the place looked exactly as I remembered, sturdy, clean, almost like someone had been maintaining it in my absence. I pushed that thought away. The realtor had probably hired someone to mow the lawn occasionally and check on the place, I told myself. That had to be it. Inside, the air smelled stale, but not rotten or damp. Dust covered most surfaces, but not in the thickness I expected. I walked through each room slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The kitchen, the living room, my mom's old sewing room, all of it felt frozen in time. The upstairs bedrooms were just as I remembered. Mine still had faint impressions of posters removed long ago. I should have felt nostalgic, but mostly I felt uneasy, like I was walking through a preserved museum of a life that didn't want to be disturbed. I slept in the master bedroom that night because it felt less like stepping into my childhood. I laid on the old mattress, wrapped in a blanket I dug from the linen closet, listening to the house. And then it started, a tapping sound at 2:17 a.m., 3 taps. A pause. 3 taps again. I sat up, heart racing. It wasn't a dripping faucet. This was deliberate, rhythmic, too intentional. I held my breath and listened. The sound moved across the ceiling, slow and dragging, like footsteps. But that was impossible. The attic didn't have enough space for anyone to walk upright. I stayed awake until the sun came up, staring at the ceiling with the covers pulled to my chin, telling myself it had to be animals, raccoons, squirrels, anything normal. That morning, I climbed into the attic to check. There was nothing, not even droppings, no nests, no disturbed insulation, just old boxes and empty wooden floors that shouldn't have been able to hold the weight of anything large enough to make those sounds. That was the first night. By the 5th night, the tapping had turned into dragging, pacing, scraping against the floorboards. It always happened around 2 a.m., exactly. I started sleeping on the couch downstairs, but I could still hear it. And then things in the house began to move. A chair pushed in when I had left it pulled out. A cabinet opened that I knew I had closed. At first, I thought I was misremembering. Stress could do that. But the changes became more blatant. The silverware drawer would be open in the morning, its contents rearranged, my car keys on the kitchen counter one night, sitting neatly on my pillow the next. I should have left then, but something strange kept me there. Each time I thought about leaving, something in my chest tightened, like a cold fist closing around my ribs. I told myself I couldn't afford a hotel. I needed to stay until I fixed the place up. Those were excuses. I knew that. But it felt like the house didn't want me to leave. And the more nights I slept there, the harder it became to even imagine walking away. One evening, after a particularly rough day dealing with paperwork at the town hall, I came home and found a photo on the kitchen table. It was an old Polaroid. The edges were yellowed. In the picture, a little girl stood in front of the house. She couldn't have been older than 7 or 8. Long, dark hair, a pale dress. Her arms hung stiffly at her sides, and her expression was blank. But the thing that made my stomach drop was the date scrawled at the bottom, July 1989. I wasn't born until 1991, and I had never seen this girl before. I searched the house for more photos, digging through closets and drawers, but found nothing. That night, at 2:70 a.m. on the dot, the noise changed. Instead of the usual taps or footsteps, I heard a soft thud, then another, and another, footsteps. Coming down the attic stairs, I froze on the couch as the creaking grew louder, slow, deliberate. Each step seemed placed with unnatural care, as if someone was trying to avoid being heard, but failing. The footsteps reached the bottom of the attic stairs, then they moved into the hallway, then toward the living room. I held my breath so long my vision blurred. Sweat dripped down my neck. I kept my eyes closed and prayed that if I didn't look, if I didn't acknowledge whatever was there, it would go away. But it didn't. The footsteps stopped right behind the couch. I felt the air shift, like someone large was standing over me. I waited for a touch, a whisper, anything. Nothing came, but I knew I wasn't alone. When the sun finally came up, the footsteps were gone. But behind the couch, I found a single muddy footprint, child-sized. After that, I stopped sleeping. I stayed awake through the nights, drinking coffee until my hands shook. I sat in the living room listening to the house breathe. Sometimes I heard laughter echo faintly through the vents, high and soft, like a child trying to stifle a giggle. Other nights, I heard crying, a low, heartbreaking sobbing that made something inside me twist painfully. It felt wrong to listen, but I did. And some nights, I swear I heard my name whispered from upstairs. I finally broke when I found the second picture. I discovered it tucked under my bedroom door one morning. This one was newer, printed on glossy paper. It showed me, standing outside the house, taken from the woods. I looked exactly as I had the day before. Same jacket, same posture. Except in the photo, I wasn't alone. Behind me, half hidden between the trees, was the same little girl from the Polaroid. Only now, she was smiling. I called the sheriff's office immediately. 2 deputies came out, searched the woods, checked the attic, asked questions I barely heard. They found no footprints, no signs of forced entry, no reason to believe anyone had been on the property. But before they left, one of the deputies, an older man with tired eyes, pulled me aside. "Has anything strange happened in this house before?" I asked. He hesitated before answering. "A family lived here before your parents bought it. Back in the 80s, they had a little girl, went to school in town. One day she just disappeared. No forced entry, no evidence of a break-in. They never found her." "What happened to the family?" I asked. "They left, moved across the country, house sat empty for years until your folks bought it." "Do you remember her name?" I asked. The deputy nodded slowly. "Her name was Anna." Anna. The name repeated in my mind like a chant. It felt familiar, though I didn't know why. After the deputies left, I sat alone in the kitchen staring at the photograph. The girl's face unsettled me more than the idea of someone stalking me. There was something wrong with her expression. Not happiness, not malice, more like anticipation. That night, I decided to leave. I packed my bags, loaded my car, grabbed the house documents, and sat behind the wheel. But the moment I turned the key, the engine stalled. I tried again and again. Nothing. My phone had no signal. The landline was dead. I felt trapped, and the worst part was the feeling blooming inside me, a strange, almost irrational certainty that I wasn't supposed to go, that she didn't want me to. Around midnight, the crying started again. But this time, it was coming from the basement. I had avoided the basement since moving in. Even as a kid, I hated it. It was unfinished, cold, with walls made of old stone that always seemed damp. My mom said it was just my imagination, but it always gave me a bad feeling. But now the crying was louder, clearer, a child's sobs echoing off the stone walls. I shoved my fear down and grabbed a flashlight. The basement door creaked open slowly. The crying stopped instantly. For a moment, there was only silence. I descended the stairs one by one, gripping the wooden railing. The flashlight beam jittered across the walls as my hand shook. The air grew colder the farther down I went. At the bottom, my beam landed on something in the far corner. A doll. Old. Dirty. One glass eye missing. I stepped closer, my breath fogging in the cold air. I knelt and picked it up. A voice whispered behind me, "Can you help me?" I spun around so fast I nearly slipped on the concrete. My flashlight flickered. No one was there, but the crying started again, right next to my ear. I bolted up the stairs, slamming the door behind me and locking it. I slid to the floor, shaking violently. I stayed like that until dawn. Over the next few days, the activity escalated. Doors slammed on their own, lights flickered constantly. I saw shadows dart across hallways. Objects moved right in front of me, small things at first, then heavier ones, thrown with enough force to dent the wall. But the worst was the girl. I started seeing her, first as a blur at the corner of my eye, then as a reflection in windows or mirrors, and finally one night, standing at the foot of my bed. Her pale dress was stained with dirt. Her hair hung in matted clumps. Her eyes were impossibly dark. She opened her mouth and whispered, "Don't leave me." I screamed and scrambled backward so fast I fell off the bed. When I looked up, she was gone. I didn't sleep again for 3 days. I had to find a way out. But the car still wouldn't start. My phone stayed dead. Every time I tried walking down the road, the woods seemed to shift, twisting into unfamiliar shapes until I felt like I was walking in circles. And the girl followed me everywhere. I finally snapped when I found muddy footprints leading from the basement door to the middle of the kitchen. Except this time, there were 2 sets, one small and one the size of an adult. I wasn't alone. Not just with her. Something else was here. I grabbed a crowbar from the garage and forced myself back into the basement. If something was down there, I had to confront it, or at least find some kind of evidence, something real I could use to get help. My flashlight barely pierced the darkness as I walked the perimeter. Then I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a faint line in the stone wall, shaped like a door frame. I pressed my hand against it. The stone shifted slightly. A hidden door. Using the crowbar, I wedged it into the crack and pried. The stone groaned open, revealing a narrow passageway leading deeper underground. The smell hit first. Rot, damp earth, something older. I swallowed hard and stepped inside. The passage was barely wide enough for me to move through. The walls were rough, as though carved by hand. The air felt suffocating. Eventually, the passage opened into a small chamber, and in the middle of the dirt floor was a shallow grave, a child-sized grave. The moment I stepped toward it, the temperature dropped. Breath crystallized in front of me. A whisper filled the chamber. "Help me." The flashlight flickered violently. I forced myself to kneel beside the grave. The dirt shifted on its own. And then a hand emerged. Small, gray, lifeless. I screamed and scrambled backward. The entire chamber trembled. Dirt fell from the ceiling. The grave continued to open slowly, revealing more of the child's remains. Her skull, her dress. Her tiny fingers curled as though reaching. Behind me, footsteps echoed, slow, heavy, dragging. The adult footsteps. I didn't look back. I ran. I scrambled through the passage, dirt scraping my arms. I burst into the basement and slammed the hidden door shut behind me. Something slammed against it from the other side. Then again. And again. The entire wall shook. I fled upstairs, ran into the woods, didn't stop until my legs finally gave out at the edge of the property. I don't know how long I lay there. Hours, maybe. When I finally opened my eyes, the sun was rising, the first warm light I'd seen in days. My phone buzzed in my pocket, full signal. I called the sheriff's office. Again, they searched. Again, they found nothing. No chamber, no grave, not even the hidden door. The wall was solid. They looked at me like I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. I left that day. I didn't pack. I didn't try the car again. I walked until I reached the main road and hitchhiked into town. A friend picked me up and drove me to the airport. I never returned. The house was put on the market 2 months later. It sold in 3 days to a family with a young daughter. I haven't been able to sleep since hearing that. My dreams are filled with a little girl in the white dress, and every night at exactly 2:17 a.m., I wake up to the sound of tapping on the walls. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps again. I moved across the country, changed my number, tried to start over, but the tapping followed. No matter where I go, no matter how many walls separate me from that house, she finds me. Last week, a package arrived at my apartment. No return address. Inside was a Polaroid photo. The girl in the dress, standing outside my new building, smiling. I think she's getting closer. Story. The end. The first sign that something was wrong came on a warm September afternoon in 2018 when I drove into the little town of Larkspur Bend for what I thought would be a short work trip. I remember seeing the faded green sign with its population count, 1,482, but what caught my eye was the handwritten part beneath it. No visitors after dark. It looked like someone had nailed a plank of plywood to the post and spray painted the words in shaky black letters. I figured it was a prank, maybe some bored teenagers with nothing better to do. I didn't know then how seriously the locals took it, or how close I'd come to understanding the warning far too late. I was a freelance journalist, mostly writing human interest pieces for smaller magazines and regional publications. My editor had called me 2 nights earlier with a simple request: go to Larkspur Bend, interview a retired park ranger who claimed to have seen something impossible deep in the Shawnee Forest years ago, and turn it into a short feature. Nothing flashy, nothing complicated. It wasn't the kind of assignment I normally jumped at, but rent was due and my other projects were stalled. So I packed my recorder, a camera, a few notebooks, and drove 7 hours south into Illinois. Larkspur Bend looked like every cliché of a small Midwestern town I'd ever seen. A single main street lined with brick storefronts, half of which were closed, a diner with a mismatched set of neon signs flickering over its door, a hardware store that doubled as a bait shop, a town hall barely wider than the pickup truck parked beside it. Past that, small houses scattered along winding roads that eventually disappeared into the thick woods. The ranger, a man named Everett Clemens, lived in one of those houses at the end of a gravel lane on the west side of town. His place was small but well kept, with a wraparound porch and a rocking chair facing the trees. He didn't greet me when I pulled up. Instead, he sat perfectly still, one hand resting on the arm of the chair and his eyes fixed on the tree line. I got the sense he'd been sitting like that for hours. I climbed the steps and said his name. He didn't answer at first. His head turned, but his eyes didn't shift. They stayed locked on the woods. "Whatever you do," he said, his voice rasping with age and something that sounded like exhaustion, "you don't look back if you hear it. They want you to look." I didn't know how to answer that. I'd expected eccentric. I'd expected a man with a weird story and maybe too much time on his hands. But the way he said it, it didn't sound like a warning from a paranoid old man. It sounded like a rule carved into him by experience. He finally blinked and looked at me. "You must be the writer." I nodded, and he motioned me inside. His house smelled like old books and coffee. The living room had maps pinned to the walls, topographical maps of the national forest, old park boundaries, survey diagrams. Some were marked with black circles or long, jagged lines. A few had red X's scattered across the terrain, always clustered near the ravines and deeper valleys. I asked him about the story he wanted to share. Everett didn't answer right away. He poured 2 cups of coffee, handed me one, sat across from me, and rubbed at the knuckles of his right hand as though they still hurt from something years ago. "You're not from here," he said. "That's good. People from here already know not to talk about it." "What is it?" I asked. He exhaled slowly before answering. "You ever hear something call your name when you were alone? Something that sounded almost right, but not quite?" He waited for me to respond, and when I shook my head, he nodded. "Well, I did. A lot of us did. Not all of us came back." I asked him to start from the beginning, and he did. He told me about an incident in 1994, back when he was still a ranger. 2 hikers had gone missing in the forest, not far from the Wolf Hollow Ravine. The search team had found their campsite intact, tent zipped, backpacks unopened, food still hanging in a neat bundle from a tree branch. But the hikers were gone, and there were no footprints, no drag marks, nothing to suggest they'd walked away or been taken. "We searched for the better part of 3 days," he said. On the 3rd night, right around dusk, we heard someone calling for help. It sounded like a young woman. She kept saying she was lost, asking us to come get her. He swallowed hard. Only problem was the voice wasn't coming from anywhere near where the hikers had been. It was coming from deep inside the ravine, the one place we weren't supposed to go after sunset. Why not? Because the sun's the only thing that keeps them quiet. Before I could ask what he meant, he continued. We followed the voice for a while, long enough that we should have found someone, but the voice never got closer. It always stayed just far enough that we had to keep going. Then it changed. He lifted his eyes to mine, and there was something haunted in them. It started saying my name. It started sounding like my wife. He paused to rub his hands together. That's when I remembered what the old rangers used to say. Don't follow anything that calls from the ravine. Don't answer it. Don't look toward it. And for God's sake, don't let it see you. He turned back toward the window, staring into the trees again. We got out, he said quietly, but one of the guys with us, he kept insisting he saw someone down in the hollow, a woman waving at him. He wouldn't leave. We tried pulling him. He fought us, broke free, and went running down the slope into the dark. He shook his head. We never saw him again. I felt a prickle crawl up my spine. Everett wasn't smiling. He wasn't exaggerating. He wasn't dramatic. He told the story like a man who wished he didn't remember it. Before I could ask more, he lifted a finger. That's enough for tonight. It's almost 6. You should get back to the motel. I started to protest. I needed more for the article, but he shook his head firmly. Town shuts down after dark, he said. You'll notice. People go inside, lights off, curtains closed. You should do the same. Because of the thing in the woods? His jaw tightened. Because you don't want it learning your voice. I left with more questions than answers. Driving back to the motel, I noticed he was right. Houses had porch lights off, windows covered. Even the diner was closed, its neon signs dead. The entire town felt like it was holding its breath. I should have listened to Everett and stayed inside. I should have locked the door, drawn the curtains, and treated the night like an enemy. But I'm a reporter. Curiosity isn't just part of the job, it's the job. At 9:13 p.m., I heard someone say my name. I wasn't asleep. I was lying in bed, scrolling through the notes I'd taken earlier. The voice wasn't muffled like someone outside the building. It was close. Too close. It sounded like it came from the far corner of the room, near the small table by the window. My first instinct was to assume I'd imagined it. But then it said my name again, longer this time, drawing it out like someone testing the shape of it. I sat up slowly. My heart was racing. I turned toward the table. No one was there. I told myself it was thin motel walls, maybe someone outside in the parking lot, maybe a guest with a similar name. Anything rational, anything normal. Then the voice spoke again, this time from the bathroom. I froze. The bathroom door was half open, pitch black inside. I stared at the gap in the doorway, waiting for something to move. The voice whispered my name a 4th time. Only now it sounded like my sister. I felt something cold run down my spine. My sister lived in Seattle. She hadn't called me in a week, and she wouldn't be whispering to me from a bathroom in a rural Illinois motel at 9 o'clock at night. I forced myself to stand. My legs were shaking. I backed toward the front door and grabbed my car keys. When I stepped outside, the parking lot was empty, completely still. Not a single insect chirped, not a single tree branch rustled. The silence felt alive. I drove straight back to Everett's house, ignoring the voice I thought I heard calling from the woods as I passed the dark tree line. Halfway there, it stopped sounding like my sister. It started sounding like my own voice. Everett answered the door before I even knocked. You heard it, he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded. He ushered me inside quickly, locked the door, Katie's keys, and pulled the curtains shut. You stayed awake, he said. Smart. They like people who sleep, easier to slip in. What is it? I asked. He hesitated before answering. Some call them mimics. Some call them the empty folk. I don't know what they are, but they've been here longer than we have. Why do they call people's names? They're trying to see who's listening. I swallowed. What happens if you answer? He looked older suddenly, smaller, like the weight of the years he'd carried finally settled on him. Then it learns you, he said. Once it learns you, it doesn't forget. The next morning, Everett agreed to take me partway into the forest. Not to Wolf Hollow, he refused to go anywhere near it, but far enough, he said, for me to understand why the town lived the way it did. We hiked for almost an hour, The trees growing denser, the light dimmer, the woods had a heavy, oppressive quiet to them, like sound didn't travel normally. Every step felt muted, every breath felt amplified inside my head. Finally, Everett stopped by an old fire road and pointed to the ground. At first, I didn't see it. Then I realized the leaves had been disturbed, not by animals, but by something dragging across the forest floor. Long grooves, about 6 feet apart, stretching deeper into the woods. "That wasn't here yesterday," Everett said. "They move at night." My skin prickled again. We followed the grooves for a short distance until Everett suddenly held out an arm to stop me. Ahead of us, on a fallen log, sat a figure. Its back was to us. It looked human, same shape, same size, but from the stillness of it, I knew something was wrong. It didn't breathe. It didn't shift. It just sat there, rigid. Everett leaned close to my ear. "Don't speak. Don't move. Don't let it know we're here." I stared at the figure. My brain kept trying to tell me it was a person, a normal person, maybe a hiker, maybe someone resting. But the longer I looked, the more wrong it seemed. Its head tilted slightly to one side, at an angle no neck could comfortably hold. Its hands hung limply at its sides, fingers too long, like they'd been pulled or stretched. Then it spoke. It said Everett's name, not loudly, softly, like someone talking to themselves. Everett's grip on my arm tightened. The figure on the log swayed forward a little, then backward, the movement smooth and unnatural. Its spine bent too far, its head lolled, and then without ever turning around, it said my name. Hearing it say Everett's name was eerie. Hearing it say mine felt like someone had reached into my chest and squeezed my lungs. "We leave," Everett whispered. Slowly. We backed away step by step, making as little noise as possible. The figure kept saying our names in alternating whispers, almost rhythmic, almost curious. When we were far enough, Everett grabbed my wrist and practically dragged me back to the trailhead. Neither of us spoke until we reached his truck. "That's what called you last night," he said. "Same one, I'd bet. Once it finds a voice that works, it keeps using it." "What does it want?" He shook his head. "No one's lived long enough to tell us." I didn't want to believe him. I wanted to chalk it up to fear or imagination or the tricks deep woods can play on your senses. But I had heard my name. I had heard my sister's voice, and I had heard my own voice coming from a pitch-dark bathroom. None of it could be explained by imagination. I didn't stay another night. I packed my bags, checked out of the motel, and started driving out of town. I planned to file the story as fiction. There was no way any editor would believe me otherwise. But as I reached the highway, I heard something, a quiet voice from the back seat of my car. It said my name. It sounded exactly like Everett. I jerked the wheel, swerved onto the shoulder, and turned around in my seat. The back was empty. Nothing there. Nothing visible. But the voice came again, soft and patient. "Don't look away," it said. I threw the car into drive and sped away from Larkspur Bend until the voice faded into the sound of my engine. That was 6 years ago. I moved to another state, changed my number. I don't take assignments near forested areas anymore. I keep my windows closed at night. I sleep with a white noise machine loud enough to drown out anything that might whisper from the hallway. I hoped it had forgotten me, that whatever I'd encountered needed proximity, that maybe distance was enough to break whatever thread it had stretched toward me. But 2 nights ago, around 2 in the morning, I woke up to a soft voice coming from my kitchen. At first, it said Everett's name. Then it said mine. Then, in a tone that almost sounded pleased, it said, "Found you." I haven't slept since. I don't know if I'll sleep again. I've thought about going back to Larkspur Bend, asking Everett what I should do, but I'm terrified I'll find his house abandoned. Or worse, occupied by something that knows my voice better than I do. I keep hearing footsteps near my door at night. Slow, dragging, patient, and every now and then, a whisper slips through the crack beneath the door, saying my name like a promise. I don't know how much longer I can stay awake. I don't know what happens when I give in and sleep. I don't know if the thing wants to kill me or replace me, or something far worse that I can't even imagine. But I know this. If you ever find yourself in Larkspur Bend, if you ever hear your name spoken by a voice that shouldn't know it, if you ever feel something waiting just beyond your sight, don't look back, don't answer, don't let it learn you, because once it does, it never stops calling. Story the end. The first sign that something was wrong came from the dog. Riley, my sister's German Shepherd mix, wasn't the type to bark at shadows or act skittish at night. He'd grown up in a busy suburban neighborhood outside Joliet, the kind where kids played in the street until the streetlights flickered on and the biggest danger was a stray basketball rolling downhill. But when I moved into my aunt's old farmhouse in southern Illinois for what was supposed to be a quiet 6-month stay, Riley began behaving like he sensed something that wasn't supposed to exist. He refused to go down the hallway at night. Even when I tugged his leash, even when I coaxed him with treats, his paws dug into the old hardwood floors with a fear I'd never seen in him. His fur bristled, his teeth chattered, not in aggression, but in something closer to terror. He'd stare at a point just past the end of the hall, where the light didn't quite reach, as if something stared back. In those early days, I brushed it off. Old houses made noises, settling beams, drafts through vents, the usual. My aunt had passed away nearly 15 years earlier, and the place had stood mostly empty since then, aside from occasional visits from my mom to fetch old family files. My uncle had died here too, years before even that, though I didn't grow up hearing ghost stories or family legends about the house. The adults never talked about his death beyond saying it wasn't something kids needed to hear. I didn't know what that meant until much later. The house sat on 8 acres of sloping land, bordered by an endless stretch of woods that grew darker the deeper they went. Trees so thick they looked black after sunset. A pond reflected the sky to the south, and at night the only sounds were coyotes, frogs, and the low murmur of wind passing through the tall grass. It should have been calming. Instead, everything felt wrong from the moment I arrived. The first night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to a soft, rhythmic tapping. Not a mouse. Not branches. The sound was too deliberate, too slow, like someone dragging their fingernails along the wall just above my head. When I turned on the lamp, the sound stopped immediately. Riley was already sitting up, staring at the corner of the ceiling. Nothing was there. The next morning, I found a small pile of dirt in the hallway outside my room, just beside the attic door. Fresh, loose, dark soil, like someone had scooped it from the forest floor. I swept it up, confused, but figured maybe it had fallen from someone's boots the last time the house had visitors. Except no one had visited for months. 2 days later, another pile. This time it was bigger. By the end of the first week, I started locking the attic door at night. My job let me work remotely, which was great in theory, but it also meant long stretches alone in that creaking, silent house. The internet out there was slow, the cell service worse, and the nearest neighbor was nearly half a mile away. I'd never realized how loud the absence of human noise could feel until I lived surrounded by nothing but trees. It was late September, the start of those Midwest autumns that smell like burning leaves and cold air. I liked fall, always had, but the woods around the farm didn't feel like any fall I knew. They were too quiet, not peaceful, suppressed, like every animal inside them was holding its breath. Maybe that's why when I found the first footprints behind the house, my skin prickled with unease rather than curiosity. They weren't animal prints. They were bare human footprints. Long, narrow, and pressed deep into the damp soil. Almost as if whoever left them was standing there watching the house for quite a while. They led toward the woods, but didn't return. When I pressed my own foot beside one, the print was several inches longer than mine. I told myself someone was trespassing. Maybe some barefoot weirdo, maybe some drifter passing through. It wasn't illegal. People trespassed on farmland all the time. But the prints were too deliberate, too solitary, too chillingly still. They weren't walking footprints. They looked like someone had simply stood in that spot facing my kitchen window, watching. I filled the rest of the day with work, trying to forget about it, but the feeling stuck. The sensation of being observed stayed with me, even inside the house. Shadows lingered too long in the corners. The hallway felt colder after sunset. At night, the tapping returned. Riley refused to sleep anywhere except pressed against my bedroom door. The dreams began the second week. In the first dream, I was lying in bed in the exact position I had fallen asleep. The house was dark, silent, but I felt something standing inches from me, leaning over me, watching me like a doctor studying a patient. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, not even when the blankets at my feet lifted slightly. not even when I felt fingers, thin, cold fingers, press lightly against my ankle. When I jerked awake, the blanket was pulled off the bed and lying on the floor. I tried to rationalize it. Night terrors, sleep paralysis, stress. But the second dream was worse. The second dream wasn't a dream. I woke up to the sound of humming, a low, tuneless hum coming from deep inside the walls. It sounded like a man's voice at first, then not a man's voice. Too hoarse, too slow, too deliberate. Riley was whining, pawing frantically at the window like he wanted to break through the glass. I grabbed the baseball bat I kept by the bed and headed into the hallway. The humming stopped the moment I opened the door. I walked slowly down the hall, heart pounding, the old floorboards creaking under my feet. When I reached the attic door, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The lock I had placed on the attic door was broken. Not busted from the outside, broken from the inside. I backed away slowly, unable to look away from the door. For the first time since arriving, I had the overwhelming urge to leave the house completely. Instead, I called my mom. She didn't pick up at first. She was a deep sleeper. When she finally answered, her voice was groggy. "What's wrong?" she mumbled. Mom, something's happening in this house. Something weird. Stuff's moving around, and there are footprints outside, and the dog." I heard her inhale sharply. "I should have told you earlier," she said quietly. "I didn't think you'd notice anything." My pulse jumped. "What are you talking about?" She sighed, long and shaky. "Your uncle didn't die of a heart attack," she said. "Not out there. He died inside the house." I waited. She didn't continue. "How?" I asked. "He kept saying there was something in the attic," she whispered. "He kept hearing things, seeing things. He told your aunt that something lived up there, something that watched him. She thought he was losing his mind." "And?" I asked. "He was found at the bottom of the attic stairs," she said. "Neck broken. The official explanation was that he fell. But your aunt, she always swore he didn't fall. She said she heard someone in the attic that night, and it wasn't your uncle." My skin went cold. "Why didn't you tell me that?" I whispered. "I didn't want to scare you. People live in that house all the time without issues. Maybe it was just his imagination. But if you want to leave, leave." I wanted to. God, I wanted to. But there was something else too, a strange pull, a need to understand. When I hung up and turned back toward the hall, the attic door was open 2 inches. It had been shut when I made the call. Riley growled low, ears flat, his body rigid. I stepped backward until I reached my room, shut the door, locked it, and didn't sleep again until morning. For the next couple days, I kept myself busy outside as much as possible. Yard work, cleaning the shed, organizing the old tools in the barn. Manual labor helped keep my mind off the house. Riley stuck close to me wherever I went, constantly glancing toward the woods. I started hearing noises in the trees. Not animals, not wind. Footsteps. They followed me from tree to tree, slow, heavy, sometimes circling, sometimes stopping whenever I turned to look. I convinced myself it was paranoia, but deep down I knew something was out there. Something tall enough to leave those prints. Something patient enough to stand in the same spot for hours. Near dusk on the third day, I found something hanging from the branch of a dead oak tree, something that made my stomach drop into my shoes. A small bundle of twine, wrapped around a cluster of dried leaves and hair. Human hair. Long. Dark. Tangled. I snatched Riley back by his collar before he could get too close. My heart pounded so hard I felt dizzy. I backed away from the tree, unable to tear my eyes from the strange little bundle swaying in the breeze. When I got back inside the house, I locked every door. Something scratched lightly against the kitchen window after sunset. I didn't go look. The next night, the humming returned. It was louder, coming from directly above my room. The attic. I sat frozen in bed, listening as the low, rattling hum changed into something that sounded like whispering. Not English. Not any language I recognized. More like breathing words through a mouth that didn't fully work. I held the bat with both hands, staring at the ceiling. It felt like hours before the sound faded. At dawn, barely able to keep my hands steady, I pulled the attic ladder down. The metal hinges screeched. Dust drifted down in thin clouds. Riley whimpered and backed away again, tail tucked. I climbed the ladder, every bone in my body screaming not to. But something deep inside my mind pushed me upward. Curiosity, dread, maybe a sense that the only way out was through. The attic was colder than the rest of the house. The air was stale, thick with the smell of dirt and something else, something faintly metallic. I clicked on my flashlight. There was nothing unusual at first. Cardboard boxes, old furniture, a chest my aunt and uncle had used for blankets. Then the beam passed over something on the far wall. Big, dark symbols drawn across the wood in long, chaotic strokes, like someone had scraped them in with fingernails. The marks were deep, violent. Beneath them was a dent in the floorboards. A large dent. A dent shaped exactly like a human heel. Something had been standing there, pressing down with enough force to bend the wood. I backed toward the ladder, unable to breathe. Halfway down, something whispered behind me. A single word. Not English. Not human. I didn't turn around. I hit the floor, grabbed Riley, and ran out the front door, not stopping until I was in the car with the doors locked. I slept in the parking lot of a gas station 15 miles away. By morning, exhaustion convinced me I had exaggerated the danger. I drove back with the idea of packing my things and leaving for good. The house looked peaceful enough in the daylight. Too peaceful. Like a stage set before the actors arrived. I moved quickly, grabbing clothes, my laptop, personal stuff, tossing everything into bags. Riley stayed glued to my side. When I reached the hall, I noticed something. All the doors were open. Bathroom, closet, guest rooms. Every single one, which I had definitely closed before leaving. Then, as I walked toward the living room, I saw something sitting on the kitchen table. A gift, wrapped in brown paper, tied with a strip of red fabric. My blood went cold. I didn't want to go near it. But I had to. My legs moved on their own. I slowly untied the fabric. Inside the paper was a small object, a tooth, human, old, roots still attached. Beside it, written in shaky handwriting on a torn scrap of my aunt's old stationery, was a single sentence. He wants you to stay. The room spun. Riley started barking wildly toward the hallway. Deep, frantic, terrified barks. Footsteps creaked overhead, slow, heavy, deliberate. I grabbed my bags, scooped up the dog, and bolted out the front door. I didn't even lock it behind me. I peeled out of the driveway so fast gravel sprayed behind the tires. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if anything was standing in the doorway. I stayed with my sister for a few weeks. Told her the house creeped me out, nothing more. I didn't want her thinking I was losing my mind. But I kept dreaming. Every night, I saw the hallway of that farmhouse. Every night I heard humming. And every night I saw a tall, thin shape standing at the far end of the hall, waiting patiently, head tilted, as if listening for my footsteps. It never moved closer. Not at first. The dreams got worse. In the 5th dream, the shape was standing at the foot of my bed. In the 10th, it whispered something in the same broken voice I'd heard in the attic. I woke up with dirt under my fingernails. Real dirt. I started sleeping with the lights on. My sister asked if I was okay. I lied every time. A month after I left the farmhouse, I got a call from the realtor who handled the property. She asked if I had left something behind. A box, she said, sitting in the middle of the upstairs hall. She described it, a small box, wrapped in brown paper. My stomach twisted. Don't open it, I said, but she already had. When she told me what was inside, I almost dropped the phone. A single dog toy. Riley's favorite one. The one he always carried around the house. The one he always left by my bed before we went to sleep. I hadn't even realized it was missing. It's odd, the realtor said. It's clean, almost like someone placed it there recently. I told her to throw it away. Burn it if she could. She laughed nervously, but agreed. I blocked her number after that, not out of anger, but because the house wasn't done with me yet, and I didn't want anyone else contacting me about it. 2 nights after her call, I woke up again at 2:13 a.m., humming. Inside my room. Slow. Low. Rhythmic. Riley whimpered at the door, scratching frantically. I snapped on the light. The floor on the far side of the room was covered in dirt. Fresh, dark soil. Exactly like what I used to sweep up from outside the attic door. Something had been standing there, watching me sleep. I never saw it directly, but I knew. It had followed me. A week later, I moved across the state into a small apartment, a busy place. Kids in the hallways, radios playing through thin walls, cars passing all night, noise, human noise, the kind that made it feel harder for something to slip between the cracks. I slept better for a while, but the dreams crept back. Not every night, but often enough. I'd wake up with that same cold feeling at the back of my neck, like someone was standing just behind me, waiting for me to turn around. I stopped walking Riley after sundown. He refused anyway. 3 nights ago, I found a new footprint outside my apartment door. Not a shoe print, a bare footprint. Long, narrow, pressed into the dirt from the potted plant by the welcome mat. It wasn't possible. I lived on the 3rd floor, and 2 hours ago, when I got up to get a glass of water, I saw something else outside the door. A small pile of loose, dark soil. I haven't slept tonight. I don't know if I ever will again. The humming started 15 minutes ago, and it's getting louder. Story the end. The night was unusually quiet for a small town in Vermont. The kind of quiet that presses against your ears and makes every sound sharper, more urgent. Daniel, a 32-year-old high school history teacher, had always been drawn to places with a story. Old buildings and abandoned houses. That fascination often made his weekends lonely. His friends didn't understand why he would spend hours exploring forgotten places. But that Friday, something had called to him, an old farmhouse on the outskirts of town that locals whispered about but rarely approached. The farmhouse had been abandoned for decades. Its paint was flaking, windows shattered, and the front porch sagged dangerously. Stories of the family who had lived there, disappearing one by one in the 1940s, were still told in hushed tones at the town diner. Some said the family had been cursed. Others claimed the house was haunted. Daniel didn't believe in curses or ghosts, but the eerie stillness of the house intrigued him. He parked his car on the gravel driveway and walked toward the front door, flashlight in hand. The boards covering the entrance were old and brittle. With a shove, they gave way. Dust and the smell of mold hit him immediately, making him cough. Inside, the house was frozen in time. A broken rocking chair swayed slightly in the corner, and newspapers yellowed with age lay scattered across the floor. His flashlight caught the outline of a staircase leading to the 2nd floor, and he decided to start there. As he climbed, the temperature dropped sharply. His breath became visible in the dim light, even though it was late summer. When he reached the hallway, he noticed something odd. Small handprints smeared along the walls as if someone, or something, had pressed against the paintless plaster. They were too small to be an adult's, too human to be any animal he could identify. A faint whisper came from the end of the hallway, a voice calling his name softly. Daniel froze, telling himself it was the wind through the broken windows. He continued to the master bedroom, the largest room in the house. The floorboards groaned beneath him, echoing through the empty house. Inside, the bed was unmade, sheets dusty and torn. On the floor was a journal, its cover cracked with age. Daniel opened it and found it belonged to the youngest child of the family, a boy named Thomas. The entries were strange. At first innocent, describing games and adventures, but they grew darker. Thomas wrote about a man who came in the night, shadowed and silent, who whispered to him about the waiting ones and the doorway. Suddenly, the room temperature plummeted even further. Daniel felt a presence behind him. He spun, shining his flashlight, but there was nothing, only shadows dancing across the cracked walls. A whisper, unmistakable now, came again. Daniel. He stepped back, his mind racing. Something about the voice was familiar, not just in tone but in rhythm, almost like a reflection of his own inner thoughts. The whispers grew louder, overlapping, and then a figure emerged in the corner, a tall, thin man, entirely dark, with no discernible face. Daniel froze, paralyzed. The figure tilted its head, and for a moment, Daniel thought he saw the man's mouth move, shaping his own name. Heart pounding, Daniel grabbed the journal and bolted downstairs. As he ran through the house, he noticed the symbols, the same strange, circular markings he had seen in the hallway, now glowing faintly on the walls. They pulsed like a heartbeat. He stumbled out of the front door and into the overgrown yard, but the house seemed to shift, stretching, growing larger, as though it were alive. He ran to his car, but when he reached it, he saw the reflection of the figure in the windows. It was standing just behind him, though he hadn't seen it move. Daniel screamed and slammed the door, starting the engine, but the driveway seemed endless now, the road twisting impossibly. The whispers followed him, muffled and distorted by the distance, but relentless. That night, he didn't sleep. He drove aimlessly through the countryside, hoping distance would break the connection. But in every reflective surface, the rearview mirror, the windows of closed shops, he saw the figure. And in the dark, he could hear whispers repeating the same words over and over. They are waiting. waiting for you. Weeks passed, and Daniel tried to convince himself it had been a hallucination, the result of curiosity and fear. But he found the journal with him, always beside his bed, the handwriting fresh and not his own. He began seeing shadows in the corners of his home, be at first small and subtle, then larger, almost human in form. They moved when he wasn't looking, and at night the whispers came, calling names of people he didn't know, growing louder, closer. He researched the farmhouse more thoroughly and discovered that every family who had lived there had either vanished or suffered mysterious deaths. None had ever left the property willingly, and neighbors spoke of fogs and strange noises that seemed to swallow the house whole for hours, only to disappear again. One evening, Daniel's phone rang. The screen showed unknown caller. Hesitant, he answered. A raspy, familiar voice whispered, "Daniel, it's time." The line went dead. The shadows in the room grew longer, darker. The air thickened, and the whispers surrounded him, incoherent but insistent. He felt compelled to move, as if being drawn toward something beyond his understanding. Against every instinct, he drove back to the farmhouse. The fog rolled in thick and fast, swallowing the road, hiding everything from view. He parked near the house, flashlight in hand, and walked toward it, unable to resist. The front door creaked open before he could touch it, as if expecting him. Inside, the darkness seemed alive, and the whispers formed words he could understand. The doorway, the waiting ones. He followed the sound to the basement. The steps were narrow, damp, and steep. At the bottom, the air was icy, and the walls were covered in the same glowing symbols. At the center of the floor, there was a black circular stain that pulsed softly, like a heartbeat. Daniel stepped closer, and the shadows coalesced into human forms. Dozens of them, their faces twisted, their mouths open in silent screams. They reached for him. In that moment, he understood. The farmhouse had been a trap, a doorway for something beyond human comprehension. The family had been taken, not killed, but claimed. And now the shadows were claiming him too. The journal slipped from his hands, landing open beside the black circle. The last words written on the page in handwriting not his own were, "They are patient. They wait for those who return." Daniel screamed, and the darkness swallowed him whole. The next morning, the farmhouse stood silent, the fog dissipating in the rising sun. Locals reported seeing lights flicker in the windows, and a few claimed they heard faint whispers carried by the wind. A man calling his own name, asking to be let out, forever trapped between the world of the living and the waiting ones. Weeks later, his car was found abandoned on the road near the farmhouse, empty. The keys were in the ignition, but Daniel was gone. All that remained was the journal, resting on the passenger seat, the final entry freshly written. "They are waiting. Don't return. Don't answer the call." Story the end. The first time I ever heard about the Schneider place was from a man who smelled like pine cleaner and stale beer. I was 28 then, working maintenance for the county, fixing busted windows and replacing warped floorboards in buildings that didn't have enough funding to keep themselves standing. He was the last resident I escorted out of a condemned duplex. Before leaving, he pointed a shaking hand toward the tree line beyond the broken fence. "You go past that ridge," he said, "you'll hit old Schneider land. People still hear things out there. Don't go messing around. Not unless you want trouble that follows you home." He said it like he was warning me about a dog that bites. I laughed, nodded, and forgot about it. At least for a while. Funny how those things come back to you years later when you're standing in the middle of a cold, abandoned property, realizing maybe you should have paid attention. I didn't step foot on the Schneider property until I was 35. The county had purchased the land, hoping to clear out the derelict structures and use the space for a water treatment extension. My job was simple: inspect, photograph, and document any structural hazards. No one else wanted the assignment. Remote work, miles outside town, lousy cell reception, and a history of vandalism made it one of those let the new guy handle it situations. Except I wasn't new, just unlucky, maybe. I drove out on a gray morning that looked like the sky was holding its breath. The road was mud and gravel, slick from October rain. The forest on either side was thick, tangled, and too quiet for fall. I kept thinking how leaves usually crackle this time of year. These didn't. They seemed to just lie there, soft as wet paper. The gate chain at the entrance was already broken. It hung loose like someone had twisted it apart instead of cutting it. My boots sank into the mud as I walked past. The first structure was the Schneider house. It wasn't large, maybe 3 rooms total, but the way it slouched toward the ground made it look exhausted. The roof dipped in the middle, the windows were blackened with grime, and the porch sagged like it might finally give up and drop into the earth. A faded metal wind chime dangled by the frame, motionless despite the breeze. I took photos, marked unstable areas, and kept moving. There was nothing unusual. At least, not yet. The barn was behind the house, half collapsed and gaping like a broken jaw. When I stepped inside, the temperature dropped sharply. I thought it was just shade at first, but it felt different, thick almost. Like the air itself was heavier. My flashlight beam crossed wooden slats, rusted tools, and scattered hay. Something rustled in the back corner, but it wasn't the skitter of a mouse or the flap of a bird. It was slower, a dragging sound, like fabric scraping the floor. I froze. "Hello?" I called out. "Anyone in here?" Silence. I wasn't jumpy. Years in maintenance work had put me in enough abandoned places to know that sounds could be misleading. Animals nest in strange places, wind catches debris, structures settle. I reminded myself of that as I approached the corner. When the beam of my flashlight landed on an overturned crate, I saw faint grooves in the dirt. Not claw marks, not footprints, more like something had been pulled across the floor. Thin, parallel lines running several feet. The crate was empty. I took a picture, made a note, and got the hell out of the barn. I hadn't been paid enough to investigate weird scratches in abandoned buildings. The third and final structure was the workshop. Smaller than the barn, sturdier than the house, built from thick timber and corrugated metal that had rusted in sheets. The door hung slightly open. Inside, the air smelled like oil and earth. This was where the county's old property record said the original owner, Henry Schneider, had spent most of his time. According to the notes, he'd been a repairman, good with his hands, quiet, lived alone. One night in 1978, he walked off his property and was never seen again. People assumed he got lost in the forest, or maybe wandered into the ravine past the ridge. No investigation turned up a body. What I didn't know yet was that the town had other theories. Inside the workshop, I found something strange, a workbench covered with tools that hadn't rusted much at all. Some dust, sure, but they looked like someone had used them recently and simply left in a hurry. The boards beneath the bench were scratched up, not random, but deliberate, deep, uneven grooves dug into the wood. It almost looked like someone had clawed at it. Not animal claws, bigger, human-sized. I swallowed hard. Then I heard footsteps, not outside, not behind me, above. Slow, measured steps crossed the loft overhead. The wood creaked under the weight. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Every hair on my body stood on end. The loft had no ladder, no stairs, nothing that a person could use to get up there. It was just a platform where the owner probably stored heavy equipment. The footsteps stopped directly above me. I backed out of the workshop without breaking eye contact with the ceiling and shut the door. My heart hammered in my throat. Maybe an intruder. Maybe a squatter. I could call for backup, but there was no cell signal, and the nearest road was too far to run without feeling stupid afterward. So I did what any underpaid county employee would do. I finished gathering the remaining photographs and notes as fast as possible. The last photo I took was of the property's well behind the house. The boards covering it had rotted through. Something had unsettled the soil around it, like it had been disturbed recently. I leaned over to take a better shot. That's when I heard it. A breath. Not mine. Deep, low, and rising from inside the well. I jerked back so fast I slipped on the wet grass. When I hit the ground, something moved in the darkness below. A shifting sound, like something brushing against the stone walls. My skin crawled. I didn't look again. I sprinted to my truck, slid behind the wheel, and locked the doors out of pure instinct. My hands shook on the steering wheel. For a moment, I didn't start the engine. I just stared through the windshield at the silent property. The wind chime by the door finally moved. Not from wind, from something passing behind it. That was enough. I drove off so fast the wheels sprayed mud like water. I didn't look back once. When I got home that night, I tried to convince myself I'd imagined everything. Stress, shadows, animals. That's all it was. The brain plays tricks when you spend hours alone in remote places. I didn't sleep well. Kept waking to the feeling that something was moving in the hallway. but nothing was there when I checked. The next morning, I submitted my documentation. Bare bones. Straightforward. No mention of sounds or scratches or footsteps in places no one could reach. I wasn't going to be the guy who reported ghosts on county time, but I did ask around about the previous owner, hoping someone would laugh and tell me he had a habit of carving weird shapes into his own floorboards or leaving tools out of place. Anything normal. Anything that would make the property feel like just another job. No one laughed. Not even close. The older clerks traded looks with each other. "You didn't stay long, did you?" one asked. I shook my head. "That's good," another muttered. "Longer you're out there, the more likely it follows you back." I opened my mouth to ask what it was, but their expressions told me they wouldn't say. Or maybe they didn't know. I thought that was the end of it, but it wasn't. The first real sign something had followed me home happened 3 days later. I was shaving in the bathroom when I saw a reflection behind me. Just a flicker. A shape standing in the hallway. Tall, still, like a person made of shadow. I spun around. The hallway was empty. I slept with the door locked that night. Didn't matter. At 2:13 a.m., the door handle turned. Slowly. Quietly. Someone tested it. Just once. Then again. Firmer. I held my breath the way I had in the workshop. Eventually the handle stilled. I didn't sleep after that. The next morning, I found thin, parallel grooves in the hardwood floor just outside my bedroom door. The same kind I'd seen in the barn. That day at work, I asked one of the clerks what exactly people thought happened on the Schneider property. The room fell quiet. Everyone acted suddenly busy. Finally, the oldest clerk, Mrs. Halper, set down her pen with a sigh. "Some say he didn't vanish," she said. "Some say he changed, that he woke something up out there. Something older than the property, something that could use a person like a coat." I stared at her. "What does that mean?" She shook her head. "Doesn't matter. Just stay away from that land. And if something strange starts happening around you, don't acknowledge it. Don't talk to it. Don't let it think you see it. It feeds on recognition. Hard to do when scratches keep showing up on your damn floor." Over the next week, things escalated. I'd hear footsteps in the hall at night. Slow. Heavy. A tool from my garage went missing and turned up inside my kitchen sink, rusted as if it had soaked for days. I found dirt under my bed. Fresh, damp earth that smelled exactly like the ground around the Schneider well. One night, I woke to the sound of breathing behind me. Deep. Close. I rolled over and the room was empty, but the air was cold enough that I could see my breath. Finally, after a week of barely sleeping, I snapped. I drove back out to the property after dark. Not smart, not safe, but I was desperate. The gate was open again. The house looked different, taller somehow, or maybe it was the shadows playing tricks. The wind chime didn't hang still, it swung gently, though the air was dead calm. As I walked toward the barn, I heard movement again. That same dragging sound. But louder this time. I forced myself to keep going. Inside the barn, the grooves in the dirt were fresher, deeper. Something had been dragged there recently. When I turned to leave, I saw a figure standing just inside the doorway. Tall. Dark. The shape was all wrong. Its shoulders too broad, its head tilted like it wasn't used to the weight. I froze. It stepped forward. One slow, uneven step. Then another. The light from my flashlight finally caught its face. It wasn't a face, not really. Just stretched skin pulled over something else underneath. Something moving, shifting, pressing against the surface like it wanted out. I stumbled backward and ran. Branches tore at me as I sprinted into the forest behind the property. I didn't think, didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out. When I finally stopped, I realized I had no idea where I was. The trees looked wrong, too tall, too close. The forest seemed to breathe around me. Leaves rustled without wind. Somewhere behind me, twigs snapped under heavy footsteps. I didn't stay. I ran again until I saw the faint outline of the road through the trees. Bursting out onto the gravel felt like salvation. My truck sat where I'd left it, but the driver's door was open. I know I locked it. Something must have noticed I'd returned. Inside, on the passenger seat, was a clump of dirt. Dark. Wet. Embedded with thin wooden splinters. The same splinters I'd seen near the well. I didn't go home for 2 days. Stayed in a motel across town, slept with the lights on and a chair wedged under the door handle. When I finally returned to my house, the scratches on the floor had stopped. The footsteps were gone. The breathing was gone. Everything felt normal again. People say that sometimes when something follows you, it eventually gets bored and leaves. I believed that, until last night. At exactly 2:13 a.m., the handle on my bedroom door turned. Just once. Slow. Careful. Like someone testing it. I stared at the door for a long time after it stopped. Eventually, I slid out of bed and approached. My hand shook when I touched the wood. There were new grooves. Fresh ones. Thin, parallel lines carved into the door's surface. Deeper than before. I think whatever was out there in the Schneider property didn't get bored after all. I think it's patient, and I think it followed me home for good. Story: the end. The old town of Ashwood had always carried an air of quiet unease, the kind that pressed against your chest when you walked its empty streets after dark. Most people said it was just the way the trees creaked in the wind or how the fog seemed to linger longer than it should. But anyone who had grown up there knew better. There was something in Ashwood that watched. Something that waited. It was late October when Claire Mitchell, a journalist from Boston, arrived in Ashwood. She had been assigned to cover the decline of small American towns, a human interest piece that would probably end up buried beneath political scandal or celebrity gossip. She arrived just as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a bruised purple. The town itself was almost abandoned. Streets were lined with shuttered storefronts, their windows dusty and cracked, and the occasional flickering streetlight cast jagged shadows that seemed to move when she wasn't looking directly at them. Claire checked into the only inn that seemed operational, a weathered Victorian structure called the Hawthorne Inn, its paint peeled like sunburned skin, and the sign swung so violently in the wind that it groaned against its chains. The innkeeper, a thin man with hollowed eyes named Walter, greeted her with a smile that didn't quite reach his face. He handed her a brass key that felt cold to the touch. "Not many visitors these days," Walter said. His voice was soft, almost hesitant. "Most folks pass through during the day and don't stay the night. You're braver than most." Claire laughed lightly. "I like quiet places." Walter's eyes lingered on her longer than seemed necessary. "Quiet can be deceiving," he said. She brushed it off as a quaint warning from an old man who had seen too many lonely nights. The room itself was small and smelled faintly of mildew and wood polish. The window faced the rear of the inn, where the fog hung low over the overgrown garden. That first night, she unpouched some notes and eventually drifted off to sleep with the sound of wind rattling the window pane. Her first day in Ashwood was uneventful, almost painfully so. She walked the streets, took photographs of boarded-up houses, and jotted down quotes from the sparse locals she encountered. Most were wary, answering questions with clipped sentences and quick glances over their shoulders. She noticed a pattern. Everyone spoke in the past tense about the town, as though it had already died. That evening, she returned to the inn to find Walter sitting in the lounge with a small fire crackling in the hearth. "You should visit the cemetery," he said without preamble. "Old Ashwood Cemetery. It's informative." "Cemeteries are informative?" she asked, arching an eyebrow. Walter shrugged. "Sometimes. Some things buried there aren't in the obituaries. Just be careful." She laughed nervously and poured herself a cup of tea, but curiosity gnawed at her. After dinner, she donned a coat and wandered toward the cemetery. Fog had thickened, rolling over the ground like slow smoke. The cemetery gates were iron and rusted, their spiked tops jagged and ominous. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of damp earth. Claire walked the narrow paths, reading names etched into gravestones that had long begun to crumble. Then she noticed something odd. One row of graves had fresh soil, the kind that hadn't had time to settle properly. Her pulse quickened when she saw that the dates were all from last year. She bent closer to examine a headstone. Margaret Lorne, died October 14th, 2024. The name felt familiar, though she couldn't place it. Then another caught her eye. Daniel Price, died October 15th, 2024. And another, Elena Voss, died October 16th, 2024. Each death occurred within a week, all in the same part of the cemetery. Her stomach turned. Something whispered through the fog, soft but unmistakable. It wasn't wind, it was words. Just one word, repeated, "leave." Her instincts screamed at her to turn back, but she didn't. She moved deeper, and the whispering grew louder, though no one was around. Her flashlight flickered, and in that brief darkness she saw them. Shadows moving between the gravestones, pale and elongated, almost human, but wrong. Claire stumbled backward, heart hammering. Then she heard laughter, high and brittle, like glass breaking. She turned and ran, not stopping until the gates of the cemetery were behind her. When she reached the inn, Walter was waiting. "You went there," he said softly. "I warned you." "What is happening in this town?" she demanded. "Why are there so many recent graves?" Walter's face darkened. "Ashwood isn't like other towns. The fog, it feeds, it takes. It doesn't kill in a way you understand. People disappear first, then it leaves. This." He gestured to the cemetery. "And those who vanish aren't always gone." "Gone? What do you mean?" Walter hesitated. "They come back, but not themselves. Something else wears them like a mask." Claire's hands shook. "I don't understand. What do you mean?" Walter leaned closer. "You need to leave before it notices you, before it decides you belong here too." That night she couldn't sleep. Every creak of the inn seemed amplified. Every shadow moved unnaturally. Around midnight, the fog rolled in thick, pressing against the windows. Claire thought she saw shapes, figures gliding just beyond the glass. She wanted to tell herself it was her imagination, but she couldn't. They were watching, waiting. The next morning, Claire found a note slipped under her door. "You shouldn't have come back." She tried to leave Ashwood, but the town seemed wrong. Roads curved impossibly, streets led nowhere, and every exit appeared blocked by fog so dense it felt solid. Days blended together. Her phone lost signal, her car battery died inexplicably, and at night, the whispers returned, growing louder, insistent. She started seeing faces in the fog, people she knew weren't in Ashwood. Neighbors from childhood, old friends who had moved away, even strangers she passed once on the street. They watched, silent, expressionless. Occasionally, they would step closer, their features flickering, not quite right. Claire realized she could not tell the living from the dead, or what the dead had become. One evening, desperate, she confronted Walter in the inn. "You have to tell me, what is this place?" Walter's eyes glimmered with fear and sorrow. "It's not the town itself. The town is a vessel, a host, something ancient, something that came before humans walked this land. It whispers to those who stay, who linger too long. It doesn't just want to scare, it wants to replace." "Replace?" she echoed. "Yes, people disappear and whatever this is wears them. It learns from them. It mimics them. Sometimes it's patient, sometimes it's quick." He swallowed hard. "And it has been patient with you, Claire, very patient." Her breath caught. "What do I do?" "You leave," he said flatly, "or it leaves you." Claire tried to leave again, heading to the road that led out of town. But the fog swallowed her. Shapes appeared, flickering between trees and gravestones in the distance. She heard voices, soft and familiar, calling her name. She ran blindly until her legs gave out near the edge of a creek. In the reflection of the water, she saw her own face, or rather, a face that was almost hers. The reflection smiled back, but she hadn't. She screamed, scrambled back, and ran without direction until she collapsed near the cemetery gates. When she woke, it was dawn, but the town looked different, older, decayed, yet somehow alive. Her notes were gone, her camera gone. Even the inn had vanished. There was nothing but fog and the cemetery, its fresh graves now hundreds of years old. Claire understood then. Ashwood didn't just trap people, it consumed them, rewrote them, and spat out versions that looked human but weren't. And the worst part, if it wanted, it could let you go. But you would never be the same. Days, or maybe weeks, passed. Claire wandered, lost, until she no longer knew if she was alive or part of the town now. Shadows moved alongside her, whispering secrets she could not comprehend. One night she awoke to find her reflection gone from a puddle. Only the fog remained. Somewhere far away, a headline ran in a Boston paper, "Journalist missing in rural Ashwood." The story was brief, uneventful, buried beneath politics and sports scores. Claire had disappeared, and yet, in the fog, she still walked, listening, watching, waiting for the next visitor foolish enough to enter Ashwood. Locals would whisper that the town itself never forgot a face, never forgave an intrusion. If you ever stumble upon a road veiled in dense fog, with the silence pressing against your chest, don't linger. Ashwood may be empty, but it is never alone, and it never truly lets go. Story the end. It was late October when the Henderson family moved into the old Victorian house on Maplewood Lane in upstate New York. The house had been empty for nearly a decade. abandoned after the previous owners had mysteriously vanished without a trace. The real estate agent had called it a fixer-upper with potential, but the smile didn't quite reach her eyes when she handed over the keys. The Hendersons, desperate for a fresh start, didn't think much of it. At first, everything seemed ordinary. The air smelled of mildew and old wood, but there was a warmth to the place that suggested life had once thrived there. The first strange incident happened the night they moved in. Sarah Henderson, the mother, was unpacking boxes in the living room when she heard faint scratching coming from the walls. She chalked it up to mice and continued. But as she carried a box into the hallway, the scratching followed her. It didn't sound like rodents. It was deliberate, rhythmic, almost like fingernails tracing the wallpaper. When she opened the hall closet, nothing was inside. By the third night, the Hendersons began noticing other oddities. Lights flickered, doors that were firmly shut would creak open on their own, and there was a constant cold draft that seemed to follow them through the house. The youngest, Tommy, swore he saw a man standing at the foot of his bed, always gone before anyone else woke. Sarah tried to rationalize it as stress from the move, and her husband, Mark, blamed the old wiring and poor insulation. One evening, while unpacking in the attic, Sarah discovered a trunk that hadn't been in the inventory list. It was heavy, bound in iron, with a keyhole that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. Against her better judgment, she pried it open. Inside were dozens of photographs, all of the house in various states of decay, dating back to the late 1800s. But the people in the photographs were disturbing, faceless, shadowed, their positions unnatural, almost contorted. She shivered, but the images drew her in. In the last photo, the house appeared untouched, pristine, but in the doorway stood a dark figure whose face seemed to shift, as if alive, watching her. Mark returned home later that night to find Sarah pale and shaking. She tried to explain the photographs, but he dismissed them. "It's old stuff, probably some previous occupant's idea of art," he said. But that same night, Mark had his own encounter. He awoke to the sound of whispers, soft and guttural, coming from the hallway. As he sat up, he saw the silhouette of a man, tall, thin, and impossibly still, just standing there, staring. When Mark blinked, the figure was gone. The next morning, the Hendersons called a local historian, hoping to find some explanation. The historian, an elderly man named Mr. Whitaker, listened intently to their story and grew visibly pale. "You're in the Ashcroft house," he said finally. "It's been abandoned for years because, well, everyone who stayed there for more than a week vanished. No trace. No records, just gone." Sarah felt her stomach turn. "Vanished? That's impossible. It's been empty for 10 years. "Empty," Whitaker said slowly, "but not alone. There's something in that house, something that waits. People have reported shadows moving without reason, Ash whispers at night, things, watching. It's why nobody lives here. If you stay, you might see it. And if it sees you..." He trailed off, eyes distant. They laughed it off nervously. But that night, the house seemed to come alive. Tommy screamed at 2 a.m., claiming someone had been hiding under his bed. When Mark went to check, there was nothing, but the floorboards were scuffed, as if someone or something had dragged itself across them. Over the following days, the disturbances escalated. Sarah began hearing footsteps behind her when she was alone. Doors slammed shut with a force that could have injured someone. The attic trunk kept reappearing, even after they locked it in the basement. Strange messages were scratched into the walls, words like leave and don't see appearing overnight. Mark tried installing cameras, hoping to capture evidence, but each morning the footage would be corrupted, only static and faint shadows. One camera in the hallway caught something different. A figure standing perfectly still, staring into the lens, its face a shifting blur of darkness. When Mark showed Sarah, she gasped, recognizing the shape, the figure from the photograph in the attic. Desperate, the family consulted a psychic, a woman named Lenora, who insisted on coming that evening. As soon as she stepped into the house, she refused to enter the living room. "It's thick here," she whispered, clutching her amulet. "The entity lingers. It feeds on fear and presence. It doesn't want to be seen, but it will let you glimpse it, if it chooses." That night, Lenora conducted a séance. Candles flickered violently, the air grew icy, and a deep, guttural voice seemed to echo from the walls. The psychic screamed as a shadow stretched across the ceiling, forming a human-like shape, twisting impossibly before vanishing. "It's tethered to this house," Lenora said, trembling. "Something happened here a long time ago, something it can't forget. It's bound, and so are you." The family tried to leave, but every exit seemed blocked. Their car wouldn't start, phones lost signal, and even the road leading out appeared distorted, like a mirage. Windows showed glimpses of the world outside, but when they tried to step through, they found only walls. Days passed, though it felt like hours. The Hendersons began to lose track of time entirely. Then, Sarah started seeing them. Other people. They were faint, shadowy figures, moving through walls, always staring, never speaking. She realized with growing horror that these were the previous occupants Mr. Whitaker had mentioned. They didn't interact, only existed as echoes of their last moments, trapped in the house, unable to leave. And they were aware of her presence. One night, Mark disappeared. Sarah woke to find the bed empty, the sheets cold. His last scream echoed from the walls, distorted and distant. Tommy, terrified, clung to Sarah as they both heard Mark's voice calling from the attic. When Sarah went to investigate, the attic trunk was open again. Inside, a black void seemed to pulse, and she heard Mark screaming from somewhere inside it. She tried to pull him out, but it was like reaching into a nightmare, hands swallowed by nothingness, clawing at her, refusing to let go. Lenora returned at dawn, shaking her head. "The tether is stronger than I thought. It's hungry. It doesn't just want to scare. It wants them, or us." That night, the family barricaded themselves in the basement, but the house didn't stop. Walls whispered, ceilings groaned, shadows moved with purpose. Tommy saw his father's face in the darkness, smiling grotesquely, and heard him say, "Don't leave. Stay with us." Days blurred. Hunger, thirst, and exhaustion began to take their toll. The house seemed to know their fears and exploited them relentlessly. Mirrors reflected distorted versions of themselves, showing pain, loss, and death. They tried to sleep, but even dreams became a trap. Visions of the house stretching endlessly, corridors that led nowhere, doors opening into infinite darkness. One night, Tommy vanished. Sarah screamed, running through the house, finding only faint handprints that disappeared before her eyes. She heard his laughter echoing, coming from everywhere and nowhere. Lenora returned again, sobbing, unable to help. "It grows stronger the more you fear. There's no leaving, only surrender." By the time neighbors began reporting strange noises and lights from the house, weeks had passed, or so it seemed from outside. Police investigated but found nothing. The Hendersons were gone. Their car was still in the driveway, untouched. The house looked as abandoned as ever. Yet those who entered reported an overwhelming sense of being watched, shadows moving just beyond the corner of their vision. Some claimed they heard faint whispers, a child crying, a man calling for help. But no one remained. Years later, the house was bought by another unsuspecting family. The cycle continued. Lights flickered, shadows moved, and the attic trunk always waited. Photographs would appear, new faces joining the faceless crowd, watching, waiting. Locals whispered about the Ashcroft house, but no one dared stay long. Some swore the house was alive, feeding on the living, collecting souls in its darkness. Those who ventured near reported hearing children laughing and adults screaming, echoes of the past blending with the present. And somewhere, deep within the house, the original occupants, along with the Hendersons, remain, trapped forever, glimpsing the world through broken walls, reaching for anyone who dares to enter, silently screaming, waiting to be freed, but never finding release. Story the end. I moved into the small town of Millbrook in late October, drawn by a strange mix of nostalgia and frustration. My childhood summers had been here, visiting my grandmother's old farmhouse tucked just outside town, though it had been sold years ago. I'd come back to finish a book I was writing, hoping that being somewhere familiar would help me concentrate. But I didn't expect what I found instead. The house I rented was on White Pine Road, not far from where Grandma's place had been. It was a century-old, two-story Victorian, paint peeling, windows dusty, the kind of house that creaks when the wind picks up. The landlord, a kindly older man named Everett, warned me that the power bill could get high because the insulation was poor. He shrugged when I asked about any history. "Well, houses this old sometimes have stories," he said. "But they're mostly just rumors." I didn't press him. The first night I slept there, I had a dream. A little girl with raven hair, pale skin, standing at the foot of my bed, staring. Her eyes were hollow, and she didn't speak, just tilted her head. I woke trembling, but when I flicked on the bedside lamp, there was no one there. No footprints on the floor, no shadow, just the faint glow of the moon through a curtained window. At first, I chalked it up to being tired. I was juggling writing deadlines, groceries, and getting my bearings in town. But then, small things started happening. Doors that I was sure I closed would be half open in the morning. My notebooks would disappear overnight and reappear somewhere else, sometimes downstairs, sometimes in the attic. I'd leave coffee on the counter and return to find the mug empty, though I knew I hadn't drunk it. I told myself I was imagining things. Maybe I was sleepwalking. But the notebook incidents made me uneasy because they weren't just one notebook. They were all of them. My drafts, my character sketches, even my grocery list. They seemed to migrate through the house while I was asleep. Late one night around midnight, I heard whispering. It came from the hallway outside my room, quiet but distinct. I froze, holding my breath, convinced it was the wind, or maybe a rat scurrying through the walls. But then I heard a faint giggle, and the whisper sharpened into a child's voice. "Mommy," it said. I slid out of bed, heart pounding. I pressed my ear to the door, but I couldn't make out more than one word. Home? Cold. It was broken, disjointed, like she was piecing phrases together. I flicked on the lights and opened the door. The hallway was empty. I crept down the stairs, shining my phone flashlight, checking every room. No one. Only the house settling, maybe pipes contracting from the night chill. I tried to laugh it off. I'm an adult, I told myself. There's a sensible explanation. Still, I couldn't sleep. I sat in my armchair by the window, gripping a blanket, listening. The wind rustled the pine trees outside, the branches tapped against the window pane. I watched the moonlight pull shadows on the walls, long and wavering. That was the first time I took video with my phone. I pointed the flashlight and recorded the hallway, hoping to catch something. Anything. Nothing moved, but I heard the whispers again, very soft. Cold. Come back. Don't leave. At daybreak, I watched the recording. My skin crawled. The room was empty, but I could hear the child's voice muffled behind a hiss of static. I replayed it over and over, but it felt wrong, unfamiliar, like a fragment carved from another world. I didn't tell my friends in town about it, not yet. Instead, I started to research the house. I went to the Town Historical Society and talked to Mrs. Carter, the local librarian and archivist, a sharp-eyed woman in her 60s who seemed to know every dusty secret. I believe this house was built in 1892, she told me. A Dr. Ambrose lived here. He was one of the town's first doctors. They say he had a daughter, Elizabeth, who drowned in the lake just down the hill. Tragic accident, folks said. I leaned forward. Did she live in this house? Mrs. Carter nodded. Yes, they lost her when she was maybe 6 or 7. She went missing during a family outing. They found her body 2 days later, floating in the lake. She was buried in Millbrook Cemetery. Poor Dr. Ambrose never quite recovered. Some said he carried her spirit in his mind until he died. A chill wound through me. What happened after he died? No idea. The house was sold a few times. People said strange noises sometimes came from the attic, but nothing overt enough to shut the place down. She paused. Just rumors. You're writing a book, you say? Maybe your creative mind will make of this what it will. I thanked her, though I felt like I was digging into something I might regret. That night, I went up into the attic with a flashlight. The stairs groaned under my weight. I hadn't been up there before. Everett hadn't unlocked it, but I found a key in a drawer. The attic was dusty, full of old trunks, a rocking chair, broken boards. I swept my flashlight across the walls. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling. As I stepped around a crate, I heard a soft creak, then the sound of something shifting in one of the trunks. My heart hammered, but I forced myself to look. I slowly raised the lid and gasped. Inside was an old rag doll, its dress stained with something dark and brittle. The face was cracked, one eye missing, the other glazed glass. Its curls were matted. I felt tears scratch at my throat. I picked it up gingerly. The stuffing felt hard, compressed, as though it had absorbed something heavy. I dropped it back in the trunk, fumbling with the lid until it closed. Then I left, stepping down the ladder quickly, as though the attic itself was pressing me out. Over the next few nights, the paranormal activity intensified. The whispers grew clearer. The girl's voice was no longer muffled. In the hall, I heard her calling, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing. I'd be in bed, eyes closed, and then I'd feel a cold breath on the back of my neck. One morning, I found muddy little footprints on my bedroom carpet. Tiny footprints. Barefoot. I lived alone. No one else had walked in the house. I knelt to examine them. They made no sense. They appeared freshly made, but the mud was old, dry. Panicked, I scrubbed them out, but they returned the next night, and the next. They always began in the hallway outside my door and ended by the edge of my bed. One night, I mustered the nerve to call Everett. "Everett," I said into the phone, my voice trembling, "something's happening in this house." He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was quiet. "This house has a history," he said slowly. "We don't talk about it much. Some of the previous tenants left. No reason given, just left." "Did someone die here?" I asked. "No, not directly, but things happen." He exhaled. "If you want, I can refund you and let you out of the lease." I hung up. I didn't know whether to leave or stay. The idea of abandoning the place gnawed at me, and yet I was frightened. But I didn't leave. I couldn't bring myself to run away. Instead, I got a voice recorder and left it running in the hallway one night. I set up my laptop to capture video from the window ledge. I played my flashlight around the walls, hoping to catch silhouettes. The recording was disturbingly unremarkable. The hallway looked empty. But then, about 2:03 a.m., I heard her. "Please, help me." The small voice was clear, pitiful, and trembling. I swallowed hard. I don't know how," I whispered into the darkness. "Who are you?" There was a pause, just a breath, and then the voice came again, barely audible. "Elizabeth?" My blood ran cold. That was the name Mrs. Carter had given me, the little girl who had died all those years ago. I froze, horrified. My throat went dry. The whispering ended. I shut off the recorder and the camera. I lay awake for hours, curled under the sheets, heart pounding, listening to the house settle. Windows flexed, old pipes creaked. The wind rocked the trees outside like long arms brushing against the roof. In the morning, I played back the voice recorder. My stomach knotted into a dozen tight little coils. There it was, her voice, so soft I could barely hear it, but there. I put the microphone closer to the speaker to amplify the whisper. She said, "Don't make me stay." When I looked up the cemetery records later, I found Elizabeth Ambrose's gravestone. It was a small, weather-worn stone near the back of Millbrook Cemetery, partially hidden by overgrown ivy and brambles. I drove out there with my camera, flashlight, and a small grave-cleaning brush set. The stone read simply, "Elizabeth Ambrose, aged 6. I sat beside it as daylight faded and spoke softly. "I hear you," I told her. "I don't know how or why you're here, but I hear you." I expected nothing, that maybe this was just a personal catharsis, closure. But as I turned to leave, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, a figure small and pale, backlit by the dying sun. I blinked. It was gone. Days passed in a blur of restless nights, tension, dread. I barely wrote anything on my book. My thoughts were consumed by the presence. I started having more dreams of the little girl, herself again, on the edge of the lake, hair plastered to her face, gasping, water rising. In one dream, Dr. Ambrose stood beside her, crying, reaching out with a shaking hand. One afternoon, I dragged my laptop to the town archives again. I pored through newspaper clippings from 1895, when Elizabeth had died. I read about how she fell from the small rowboat her family had used. They looked for her tirelessly, day and night, until her body was found floating. Her mother's grief was described in old papers. She refused to leave her daughter's grave, whereas Dr. Ambrose, her father, reportedly became a recluse, rarely leaving the house. The last mentions of him described him as a broken man, haunted and obsessed. Then I found something else, a late 1800s letter written by Dr. Ambrose. In it, he wrote about his conviction that Elizabeth's spirit lingered in the house. He described sleeping in the parlor because he felt her presence in the nursery. He claimed to hear her calling his name in the darkness, whispering that she didn't want to go. My stomach turned reading that. He believed she was there. The idea that I was experiencing what he had more than a century later was horrifying. That night I went into the attic again, carrying the voice recorder. I felt like I was walking into her domain. The air was thick, the darkness oppressive. I propped the recorder on a dusty trunk, then leaned in, trying to catch anything. My flashlight quivered in my grip. "Elizabeth," I said aloud, voice trembling, "if you're here, I want to help you." Silence. Then, softly, from somewhere in the shadows, a voice. Stay. I gasped and dropped the flashlight. It clattered across the floor, bouncing off beams. I scrambled back, nearly tripping over crates. The voice was closer, but impossible to locate. Please, it whispered. Stay with me. My chest pitched, tears in my eyes. Why? I whispered back. Why do you want me to stay? For a long moment, there was nothing. Then a rasping breath, like someone exhaling hard, freezing air. I felt a hand on my shoulder, light, insubstantial, but real. I yelped and turned, shining the flashlight wildly. Nothing. Just darkness. My knees felt weak. I turned off the recorder, almost dropping it, and raced down the attic ladder, every step echoing. When I reached the floor, I didn't stop until I was downstairs, chest heaving. I locked myself in the little study room at the front of the house and sat at the desk, hands trembling over the keyboard. I began to write, not for my book, but a letter addressed to Elizabeth. Like a seance, only words. I wrote, Elizabeth, I hear you. I know you are alone, but I cannot stay forever. My life, my work is here. You deserve peace. Let me help you find it. I left the letter on the windowsill, taped it so it wouldn't blow away. Then I left the house. Outside, in the chill night air, I felt better, calmer. The moon was a pale disk suspended above the pine trees. I closed my eyes and breathed deeply. But then I opened them just as a figure flitted at the corner of the house, in my peripheral vision. Small, pale, watching. I spun toward it, but there was nothing there. Over the next week, I felt subtle changes. The voice calling to me was fainter, as though hesitant. The footsteps in the corridor at night were slower, less insistent. The little footprints on the carpet happened less frequently. But I realized I was also more afraid than ever. I couldn't sleep without the lights on. My dreams now felt like a tether, as though I was tethered to her, not free to escape. Then I met Maria, a friend from high school who lived in Millbrook again. She came by for coffee one morning. I told her I felt unsettled. I told her about the whispers, the footprints, the doll. She frowned. You know some people, some of the older folks, they don't like that house. They think it's haunted. My grandmother wouldn't even drive past it on White Pine Road at night. She leaned in. I heard a story about a little girl who used to play in the woods nearby, who hit her head and died. Some say her spirit walks. Her voice made chills go down my spine. That might be Elizabeth, I said. Maria nodded slowly. Maybe, but some people say that spirits don't let go. It was her words that made me realize maybe she didn't want peace. Maybe she was terrified of being forgotten. That night I made a decision. I would hold a small ceremony for her. Not dramatic, not supernatural, just something symbolic. I gathered a small candle, a piece of ribbon, a photograph of her gravestone, I'd taken one, and I went up into the attic. I lit the candle. The flame flickered, casting long dancing shadows across dusty beams. I wrapped my ribbon into a loose figure eight and placed it next to the rag doll in the trunk. I set the photo beside them and closed my eyes. Elizabeth, I whispered, voice shaky, I brought this for you. I want you to know I remember you. I want to help you, but you don't have to stay here. For a long time, nothing happened. The attic air remained chill. Then, slowly, I felt a breeze, not through any window, but inside my skin, brushing my cheek. The candle trembled, flame trembling. And then I heard her voice, softer than ever. Thank you. I barely heard the word. It was like a sigh, a soft breath of relief. Tears stung my eyes. My chest ached. I closed the trunk, gently replaced the lid, and descended the ladder slowly, like a solemn farewell. In the days that followed, the house quieted. The footsteps stopped, the whispers faded almost entirely. I didn't hear her voice in the hallway at night anymore. No more moving notebooks, no more empty mugs. The rag doll stayed in the trunk in the attic. I left it there, with the ribbon, the photo taped inside its lid. It felt like offering and understanding. I still sleep with a nightlight on now and then. Sometimes I dream of Elizabeth, playing by the lake, hair wild, sunlight on water, but when I wake, there's no fear. Just a sad sweetness, like remembering someone you once loved and lost. I don't know if what I experienced was a ghost, a memory, or something even stranger. An echo, a wound in time. Perhaps Elizabeth never left the house. Perhaps she was tethered here by love or grief. Perhaps she stayed so someone would remember. A few weeks ago, I wrote about her in my book, a small passage, almost buried among my fiction. But I couldn't help myself. I described the voice, the doll, the footprints. I said her name out loud. And somehow I felt she was listening, nodding. I've decided not to move. I've renewed my lease. This house is mine for now. I told Everett I intended to stay through next year. He asked me again if I was sure. Yes, I said. I'm sure. At night, if I listen carefully, I sometimes hear a soft sigh, like a small child exhaling, slipping into sleep. I smile, close my eyes, and whisper, "Good night, Elizabeth." I don't know if she's ever going to leave, but I don't think I'd want her to. She's part of the home now, or maybe she always has been. And though she frightens me sometimes, I know she isn't angry anymore, just waiting. Story the end. It was late October when Emily Harper moved into the small, weathered house on the outskirts of Ashford, Maine. She had inherited it from her estranged great uncle, a man she had never met who had died under mysterious circumstances. The townspeople had whispered about the house for decades, about strange lights flickering in the windows at odd hours, doors opening by themselves, and a cold, oppressive feeling that seemed to seep into anyone who stayed too long. Emily, a rational and practical woman in her late 20s, dismissed the stories as local superstition. She was used to being alone, working remotely as a graphic designer, and the house's isolation appealed to her. The first few days passed without incident. Emily unpacked her belongings, explored the creaky, narrow hallways, and discovered old photographs tucked in dusty frames. Most depicted her great-uncle with unknown men and women, their faces blurred or scratched out, and a few featured children playing in the yard. One photograph, however, unsettled her. It was an old black-and-white image of the house itself, but there was a figure in the upstairs window, a figure that didn't resemble anyone she knew. Emily frowned and set the photo aside, chalking it up to a trick of the camera or a smudge on the glass. On the third night, the disturbances began. Emily woke to the sound of soft tapping, like fingernails against glass, coming from the attic. She convinced herself it was the wind. The house groaned and settled like old houses do. But the tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate, until she finally pulled herself out of bed and climbed the narrow staircase to the attic. The door was unlocked, though she remembered locking it when she first explored the house. The room was empty, except for old furniture covered in sheets and a few cardboard boxes. As she examined the boxes, one of them shifted slightly, as if something inside had moved. Emily froze, heart hammering, but when she looked inside, there was nothing, just old books and clothes. The following night, the tapping returned, louder this time, accompanied by whispers that Emily could almost understand. Words like leave and go seemed to echo around her, but whenever she called out, the sound vanished. Sleep-deprived and unnerved, she started keeping a notebook to record the occurrences. At first, it seemed like minor hauntings. Doors creaking, shadows flicking across the hallways, objects slightly out of place. But soon, things escalated. She began finding scratches on the walls, deep and deliberate, forming strange patterns that looked almost like letters, but none she could decipher. One evening, she found herself in the basement, searching for the furnace, when she noticed a small door hidden behind a stack of boxes. It was a narrow crawl space, no more than 3 feet high, leading deeper beneath the house than she had ever imagined. A thick, earthy smell rose from within, and a chill emanated from the darkness. Against her better judgment, Emily crawled inside. The tunnel opened into a small stone room. On the walls were hundreds of names etched into the rock, some recent, some faded and nearly illegible. A single candle burned in the center of the floor, though she had seen no matches or lighters. As she stepped closer, she realized the names weren't just carved, they were accompanied by dates, and next to some, there were crude symbols she recognized from a book on occult rituals she had once skimmed through. Her stomach churned. The most recent date was last week, and next to it was her own name. Emily bolted out of the crawl space, slamming the door behind her. She tried to tell herself it was a coincidence, a prank, or some elaborate hoax left by the previous owner, but the feeling of being watched was now constant. She began hearing footsteps behind her even when no one was there, and shadows moved independently of any light source. The temperature in the house fluctuated wildly, from stifling heat to icy cold in seconds. She installed cameras around the house, thinking that seeing evidence might reassure her. The first night she reviewed the footage, her stomach dropped. One of the cameras in the living room had captured a figure standing at the foot of her bed, entirely black, faceless, and staring directly at her. The camera's timestamp showed 3:17 a.m., though Emily had been awake at the time and hadn't seen it. Days blurred into nights, and Emily's mental state began to fray. She tried leaving the house, but something always made her return. Sometimes a subtle compulsion, sometimes a terrifying vision of the figure at the window, beckoning her back. She called the local police, who listened politely but dismissed her concerns. "Old houses make noises," one officer said, "and it's easy to imagine things when you're alone all the time." Emily knew what she saw wasn't imagination. She felt it in her bones. One evening, as a storm raged outside, Emily discovered a hidden journal in the attic, buried beneath a pile of yellowed newspapers. It belonged to her great-uncle. The entries were erratic at first, thus documenting mundane life, but gradually they became darker. He wrote of a presence that had come to him, a shadow that spoke in whispers and demanded he perform certain tasks. The last entry was a scrawl of barely readable words. "It knows your name now. You cannot leave. I failed. You will not survive the night." Emily's hands shook as she read the final line. The candle in the attic flickered, though there was no wind, and she heard the familiar tapping begin again. Only this time, it was accompanied by a slow, deliberate scratching like claws across the floorboards. Desperate, Emily sought help from a local historian, a man named Richard Keene, who had written about Ashford's oddities. When she explained the situation, his eyes widened. "The house," he said, "has a long history. People disappear here, sometimes for days, sometimes never returning. There's a legend of a shadow entity, older than the town itself, that inhabits certain houses. It feeds on fear and it binds the living to the house through their own names. Once it knows your name, it can manipulate reality around you. Many who encounter it, well, they vanish." Emily felt her blood run cold. "Can it be stopped?" she asked. Richard shook his head. "Some say only by acknowledging it and leaving the house completely, but it doesn't always let people go willingly. You have to outwit it." Armed with this knowledge, Emily prepared for a confrontation. She left the lights on, blocked the doors with heavy furniture, and recited protective prayers she barely understood. That night, the house seemed to come alive. The walls pulsed, shadows slithered across every surface, and the tapping and scratching intensified until it became a deafening cacophony. Emily stood in the center of the living room, shouting her own name over and over, trying to reclaim ownership of herself from whatever force had claimed it. The temperature dropped to an unbearable cold, her breath misting in the air. The faceless figure appeared in the doorway, reaching for her, but she stared it down, refusing to retreat. Hours passed. The storm outside abated, and the house settled into an uneasy silence. Emily, trembling and exhausted, realized she had survived the night. She didn't know if the entity had retreated or if it was merely biding its time, but she felt a temporary reprieve. Determined, she packed essentials and left the house before dawn, driving until the rising sun blinded her and Ashford disappeared in the rearview mirror. Emily never returned. She rented a small apartment hundreds of miles away, but she remained haunted. Sometimes in the middle of the night she would hear tapping at the windows or a faint whisper of her name carried on the wind, and on days when the fog rolled in thick, she could swear she saw the outline of the house in the distance, waiting, patient, and unyielding, ready to claim what it had once marked. She never spoke of the house again, not to friends, not to authorities, but every time she closed her eyes, she could feel it, an ancient, relentless presence, tied to her by a name she could not unhear. Years later, after Emily's disappearance became a minor news story in the town she now lived far from, a real estate agent in Ashford would find the old Harper house empty and dusty, yet perfectly intact. No trace of Emily remained, not in the rooms, not in the crawl space, and yet a fresh carving appeared on the stone walls beneath the house. A single, precise word: Harper. Story the end. It started on a damp October evening in the small town of Millfield, Ohio. I had just moved into a rental house on the outskirts of town, a weathered Victorian with peeling paint and a sagging porch. The landlord had warned me about the creaking floors and drafts, but he laughed off the locals' stories of strange occurrences. I was young, recently graduated, eager for independence, and more than a little skeptical. Ghost stories were for Halloween parties, not real life. The first few nights were quiet enough, aside from the usual groans of an old house settling. I unpacked boxes, hung my clothes, and set up my little home office by the window in the front room. That's when I first noticed it. Faint scratching at the back of the house. At first, I thought it was the wind, or maybe a raccoon, but the scratching was deliberate, rhythmic, almost like nails dragging across the wood. It stopped whenever I moved to investigate. One night, I woke to the smell of smoke. It wasn't from the fireplace or the street. It was a deep, acrid scent that seemed to cling to the walls. I searched the house, every room, every closet, but found nothing. By morning, the smell had vanished. I convinced myself it was a dream or a trick of my imagination. Days passed. The scratching returned, sometimes at night, sometimes during the day. It was always just behind me, though whenever I turned around, nothing was there. I started leaving small cameras around the house, thinking I might catch a trespasser or some explanation. But the footage revealed nothing, just empty rooms and the slow sway of curtains. Then came the whispers. I was sitting in my office late one night, reviewing paperwork, when I heard a voice say my name. Not loudly, not clearly, more like a hiss under my breath. I froze, straining to hear. The whisper came again, "Get out!" I laughed nervously, telling myself it was stress, the wind, or perhaps the house settling. I went to bed but couldn't sleep. Around 3:17 a.m., I woke to the sound of the front door creaking. It was locked, I was sure. Heart pounding, I crept to the living room. The door hadn't moved an inch. And then I saw it, a shadow on the wall, tall and distorted, like it was stretching from some other dimension. When I blinked, it was gone. The following morning, I found deep scratches on the floorboards near the living room, like something had tried to claw its way out of the floor. The marks were fresh, dark, and splintered. I called the landlord, hoping for some rational explanation. A rat, a rodent, something. But he hesitated before saying, "Millfield has a history. That house isn't new to visitors." I pressed him for details. He told me about a previous tenant, a man named Henry Kells, who had disappeared in the house in 1978. Police had found nothing. Neighbors claimed they heard screams, saw shadows, and smelled smoke for days afterward. I wanted to dismiss it, but the scratches and whispers were now undeniable. The nights grew worse. I would wake to cold spots, doors slamming, items moving on their own. My cat, a tabby named Milo, stopped sleeping in the house and would huddle in the carport. One night, I woke to the sound of a piano playing. There was no piano in the house. The melody was faint, broken, a sad dirge that seemed to bleed into the walls. I followed the sound to the basement. The door was locked, but the notes continued, coming from somewhere beneath it. I called the police that night, desperate. They came, searched, but found nothing unusual. No forced entry, no evidence of trespassing, no sound of a piano. The only odd thing was the temperature. It was significantly colder in the basement, even though the furnace was on. I began researching the house. Local archives mentioned Henry Kells, but barely. He had been an amateur historian obsessed with the occult. Rumors said he had been attempting to summon something that might still linger. I didn't believe in that sort of thing, but the more I read, the more parallels I saw between his notes and the disturbances in the house. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I packed a bag, intending to leave. But as I opened the front door, something stopped me. The door slammed shut on its own, the locks clicking into place. My phone died instantly. I tried to force the door open, but an invisible pressure pressed against it, like the house itself was alive. That's when I saw the shadow again, in the hallway. Not just a shadow, an entire figure, tall, thin, draped in darkness. It didn't move like a human. It shifted, melted, and then solidified. It raised a hand, pointing at me, and the whisper came again, louder this time, "Stay." I screamed, backed into the kitchen, and felt the air thicken. The smoke smell returned, heavy, choking. I tried to breathe, but my lungs burned. Then, just as suddenly, it cleared. The shadow was gone. The house returned to silence, eerily normal, as if nothing had happened. I spent the night in my car, unable to return inside. The next day, I stayed with a friend while I tried to figure out what to do. I even considered contacting a priest or a paranormal investigator, anything, to get some answers. Over the next week, I set up more cameras, audio recorders, and motion detectors. The footage captured subtle anomalies, objects moving slightly out of place, fleeting shadows at the edges of frames. and on one camera, a figure standing in the hallway at 3:17 a.m., exactly the time I had first seen the shadow. But the image was blurred, distorted, almost like the camera couldn't process it. The breaking point came when I returned one evening to gather more belongings. I found my cat Milo lying on the stairs, staring at the basement door. I followed his gaze. The door was open. I never leave it open. From the basement came a soft, gurgling laugh. It wasn't human, not entirely. The sound reverberated through my chest. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I called a friend, someone brave enough or foolish enough to accompany me. We went to the basement together, flashlights in hand. The stairs were cold, the walls slick with condensation. At the bottom, the basement opened into a cavernous space I had never seen before. It was old, older than the house, lined with stone and covered in strange symbols scratched into the walls. The air was thick, heavy, almost viscous. In the center of the room was a pool of dark liquid, rippling even though there was no wind. Shadows seemed to flicker in the corners, moving independently of the light, and standing there tall, impossibly thin, a face obscured by darkness, was the figure. It didn't speak this time. It just watched. We ran. Out of the basement, out of the house, into the cold night. We didn't stop until we reached the main road. I never returned to Millfield after that night. A month later, I received a letter in the mail. No return address, just my name scrawled in messy handwriting. Inside was a single sentence: "You left your door open." Even now, I can't explain it. I've moved far away, but sometimes when I lie in bed at night, I smell smoke, hear a faint scratching, or see shadows flicker in the corner of my room. I don't sleep well. I avoid houses with basements, and I never open doors without checking twice. The house still stands in Millfield, waiting. Neighbors whisper about the new tenants who hear scratching, smell smoke, and wake to shadows. I sometimes wonder if Henry Kells ever truly left, or if whatever he summoned remains patient, waiting for the next door to open. Story the end. The first time I noticed something was wrong, I was alone in my apartment in upstate New York. It was late October, the kind of cold that seeps through even thick walls. I had just gotten back from work, exhausted, and the building was silent, except for the hum of the heating system. I hung my coat, set down my bag, and heard a faint sound behind me, a soft tap, like a fingernail against the wall. I turned, but the hallway was empty. I shrugged it off, blaming the old plumbing or pipes settling. Over the next few days, the sounds increased. A knock at the door when no one was there, footsteps in the hallway when I was certain I was alone. Sometimes it was a whisper, indistinct but insistent, almost like it was calling my name. I started sleeping with the lights on, my apartment suddenly feeling unfamiliar and hostile. My friends thought I was stressed, overworked, imagining things. I wanted to believe them, but every night something new happened. One night, I woke at exactly 3:03 a.m., a time I would soon learn to dread. My bedroom door creaked open slowly. I froze, heart pounding, and watched as the edge of the door frame shadowed across the floor. There was no one there, but the air felt thick, almost heavy, like it had substance. I couldn't move. Then I heard it, a voice, soft but deliberate: "Don't look." The next morning, I found scratches on the floor near my bed. Small, precise, dark red against the pale wood. I had no pets, and I was alone. I called my landlord, but he said nothing could have happened. The apartment had been empty for months before I moved in, and no one else had reported anything unusual. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Weeks went by. The sounds became almost routine. Doors would slam shut on their own. Mirrors would fog up even when the temperature was cold and dry. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of a figure at the edge of my vision, tall, thin, with no discernible face. It would vanish if I tried to focus on it. My nights were plagued by dreams, vivid and terrifying, of running through dark hallways, chased by something I couldn't see but could feel pressing against me. I started documenting everything. I installed cameras, audio recorders, even motion detectors. The footage captured anomalies, shadows moving independently, doors closing without cause, and once, a dark figure standing at the foot of my bed at 3:03 a.m., motionless, before disappearing into the darkness. I couldn't explain any of it. I went to the local library, digging through old newspapers and records, trying to find some rational explanation. That's when I found it. A story from 1987 about a man named Thomas Riley who had lived in my apartment. He had vanished without a trace. Neighbors claimed to hear screaming, saw strange figures in the windows, and reported the smell of smoke that lingered for days. Police found nothing. His disappearance was unsolved. It made no sense, but a part of me felt connected to it. The apartment had a history, a past I had stumbled into blindly. One night, I decided to confront it. I stayed awake, lights off, waiting. At exactly 3 a.m., the door creaked open again. This time, I didn't move. I didn't scream. The room grew cold, my breath visible in the air. Then I saw it, a shadow, taller than any human, with movements that seemed almost liquid. It didn't walk. It flowed. It whispered my name, again and again, each syllable stretching unnaturally, vibrating through the room. My stomach turned, but I forced myself to stay calm. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking. Silence, then a deep, guttural laugh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I tried to leave. The door wouldn't budge. I was trapped, the air pressing in on me. The shadow moved closer, and I could see more details. Long, spindly fingers, a face that was almost human but twisted, like it had been stretched over something wrong. It leaned close, and I heard it clearly. "You belong here." I blacked out. I woke on the floor hours later, sunlight streaming through the window, my apartment calm as if nothing had happened. But the scratches on the floor were worse. Deep, almost clawed into the wood. I called the police again, but they laughed, saying I must have been sleepwalking or imagining it. I stopped calling them after that. I stayed in the apartment for another month, but I couldn't sleep. Every shadow, every whisper, every creak felt like it was watching me. I tried to leave, but I would find myself waking in the apartment after falling asleep in my car or on a friend's couch. It was as if the apartment refused to let me go. One evening, I went to a small spiritual shop in town, hoping for guidance. The woman who ran it listened carefully as I explained everything. She didn't laugh. She didn't dismiss me. She nodded solemnly. "You've disturbed something," she said. "Something that isn't meant to be disturbed. It's attached to you now." She gave me a small vial of salt and instructed me to circle the apartment with it, saying certain prayers. That night, I tried it. I moved slowly, circling the apartment, whispering the prayers. The air was thick, charged, almost electric. When I finished, everything stopped. For the first time in weeks, silence reigned. I slept deeply that night. But when I woke, I knew it hadn't ended. The signs were subtle at first. Mirrors slightly fogged when no one was in the room, shadows at the corners of my vision, the faint smell of smoke, acrid and choking, even when the apartment was cold and clean. The scratches on the floor never fully healed. They seemed to grow darker over time. Months later, I moved out. I left everything behind, paid the rent until the end of the lease, and never looked back. But even now, years later, I get letters in the mail. No return address, just my name. In a single line, "You can't leave." I've tried ignoring them. I've moved across the country. I've changed my phone number, my email, my name. But sometimes late at night, I still hear it. A whisper, a creak, a tap. I feel a cold presence standing just behind me, stretching through the shadows. It waits. Patient. Silent. Hungry. I've read about other disappearances, other unexplained events in apartments, houses, buildings across the country. I've learned that once something attaches itself, it rarely lets go. I try to live normally, to act as if nothing is happening. But I sleep lightly, I check doors twice, I never look into mirrors at night. I know one day it will come for me again. I don't know when or how or what it wants. All I know is that it waits, and when it comes, I won't be able to escape. I warn you, if you ever feel watched in your own home, if shadows move when you're not looking, if you hear whispers calling your name in the dead of night, don't ignore it. Don't laugh it off, because whatever it isn't bound by walls, by locks, or by reason. And if you let it in, it will never let you go. Story the end. It was early November when Rachel Simmons moved into the small, secluded house on the outskirts of Millfield, Ohio. The house had been on the market for nearly 2 years, and she had purchased it on a whim, drawn by the price and the promise of quiet solitude. She was a journalist, recently divorced, and seeking the kind of isolation that would let her focus on her writing without distraction. The townspeople had their opinions about the house. Strange rumors, mostly dismissed as small-town superstition, but Rachel, always practical, paid them no mind. The first night was quiet. Rachel unpacked, made herself a simple dinner, and sat by the fireplace with a book. The house was older, built in the 1920s, with creaking floorboards, drafty windows, and a musty scent that spoke of decades of neglect. She explored the room systematically, noting the peeling wallpaper, the water stains on the ceilings, and a small locked door in the hallway that seemed to lead to nowhere. She assumed it was a closet or a utility space and didn't give it much thought. It wasn't until the third night that she noticed something odd. As she drifted off to sleep, she heard soft tapping coming from upstairs. At first, she thought it was the wind rattling the windows or the house settling. But the tapping continued, slow and deliberate, as if someone or something was walking along the floorboards above her. She sat up, listening. The sounds stopped the moment she moved toward the staircase. Over the next few days, the disturbances increased. Doors she had locked would be unlocked, objects would shift slightly out of place, and she occasionally caught glimpses of shadows moving at the corner of her vision. Rachel rationalized everything, attributing it to fatigue and her overactive imagination. But the feeling of being watched grew, an oppressive presence that lingered even during the daylight hours. One evening, while searching the attic for old furniture she could restore, Rachel stumbled upon a trunk tucked in the far corner. Inside were letters, photographs, and a journal belonging to the previous owner, a man named Leonard Whitaker. The entries began innocuously, chronicling daily life, but soon became darker, documenting strange occurrences in the house, whispers in the night, fleeting shadows, and the inexplicable movement of objects. The final entry chilled Rachel to the bone. "It knows me now. There is no leaving. Only the house and its waiting shadows remain." That night, Rachel awoke to the unmistakable sound of someone breathing in the hallway outside her bedroom. Her heart pounded as she pulled the covers over her head, trying to convince herself it was a dream. But when she peeked out, the hallway was empty. The air felt heavy, almost viscous, pressing down on her chest. The whispers began, soft, indistinct at first, then clearer, repeating her name over and over. Rachel tried to leave the house, packing a bag and driving to a nearby motel. She spent the night there, but the following morning she felt a compulsion to return. The pull was subtle at first, a whisper in her mind, but it grew until she was back in the house before sunrise. She told herself it was the only rational choice. After all, she owned the place, and leaving it unattended felt wrong. But deep down, she knew it was something else, something she couldn't understand. She began keeping a detailed journal, noting every incident, every whisper, every shadow. She discovered patterns. The disturbances were strongest at night, and the presence seemed to be drawn to her. Objects would move more violently when she ignored them, and the whispers grew more insistent. The attic became particularly unsettling. She would hear soft scratching behind the walls like claws against plaster, and sometimes found new scratches on the floorboards forming symbols she didn't recognize. One rainy afternoon, Rachel explored the locked door in the hallway. Using a crowbar, she pried it open to reveal a narrow stairwell descending into darkness. The smell of damp earth and decay hit her immediately. The stairs led to a small, stone-walled basement that she had no idea existed. In the center of the room was a circle drawn in chalk, with hundreds of names etched into the walls surrounding it. Some were old, faded nearly beyond recognition, others looked recent. Her heart skipped when she saw her own name among them, written in careful, deliberate letters. Rachel began to research the house and its history. She discovered that several previous owners had disappeared or died under mysterious circumstances. Local legends spoke of a shadowy entity that inhabited the house, feeding on fear and binding anyone who stayed too long. The entity supposedly used names as anchors, linking victims to the house and manipulating reality to prevent them from leaving. Rachel dismissed it as folklore, yet every piece of evidence she found, every strange occurrence she documented, pointed to a terrifying reality she could no longer ignore. Nights became unbearable. The shadows moved independently of light sources, doors slammed with increasing force, and whispers escalated into full sentences. They demanded attention, called her name, and sometimes begged her to stay forever. Rachel's sleep was fragmented, her mind fraying with exhaustion and terror. She installed cameras and recording devices, hoping to capture proof of the phenomena. The first review revealed something she couldn't explain: a shadowy figure standing at the foot of her bed, faceless and completely still, despite the camera's light. In desperation, Rachel sought help from a local historian named Thomas Reed, who had written extensively about Millfield's haunted locations. When she showed him her footage and explained the incidents, his face grew pale. "The house," he said quietly, "has a reputation. People vanish, sometimes for days, sometimes never return. The entity is patient, cunning. It latches onto you through fear, through your name. It will not let you leave willingly. Many who encounter it, well, they become part of the house itself." Rachel's fear intensified, but she refused to succumb. She barricaded doors, burned protective symbols she found in the journals, and attempted to confront the entity directly. The house resisted. Temperature fluctuations became extreme. Icy blasts followed sudden heat waves. Walls pulsated and shadows pressed against her, almost solid in their weight. She shouted her name repeatedly, claiming ownership of herself, demanding the entity release her. The shadows swirled, almost writhing in pain or anger, but slowly receded by morning. She left the house at dawn, driving hundreds of miles away to escape its influence. She rented a small apartment in Vermont, hoping distance would sever the connection. But the terror did not end. At night, she would hear tapping on her windows, whispers in the hallways, shadows lingering at the edge of her vision. Every foggy morning, she imagined she saw the old house looming in the distance, patient, waiting, knowing she had been marked. Rachel never returned to Millfield. She changed her phone number, her address, and avoided discussing the house with anyone. Yet she could never escape the memories, the whispers, the sense of being watched. Time passed, but the entity remained, tethered to her by fear and name, patient and relentless. She sometimes wondered if she would ever be free, if there was ever truly a way to sever the bond. Years later, the house appeared in a news article, newly sold, freshly cleaned, and inhabited by new owners. Reports immediately emerged of strange occurrences: moving objects, cold spots, whispers at night. The town remembered the rumors, but few dared to enter. Rachel read the article with a shiver, realizing the house had begun its cycle anew. It had waited for her, had marked her, and now it waited for someone else, patient and endless, bound to the fear it cultivated. Story the end. It started the night we moved into the old farmhouse on the outskirts of Ashwood, a town so small it barely appeared on maps, except to mark the occasional for sale signs on properties that had long been abandoned. I was 27, freshly divorced, and desperate for a fresh start. My friends tried to talk me out of buying a place so isolated, but I brushed it off. "It's perfect," I told them. "Quiet, away from the city, just what I need." The house had been empty for over 10 years. The previous owner, a man named Walter Crane, had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Rumor had it he was obsessed with the occult, conducting rituals in the basement. Local kids whispered about strange lights in the windows at night and a faint, almost musical chanting that drifted down the road if you walked past after dark. I laughed it off at first. Urban legends always sounded stranger when you were standing outside them. The first few days were peaceful. I unpacked boxes, painted walls, and tried to make the place feel like home. The creaks of the floorboards and the groans of the old house were comforting in their own way, like the building itself was alive, breathing. It wasn't until the fourth night that things began to feel off. I had been asleep when I woke suddenly, as if someone was shaking me. The air was cold, unnaturally so, despite the heater running full blast. I sat up, disoriented, and noticed a shadow moving across the bedroom wall. I froze. At first, I thought it was my imagination, a trick of the moonlight through the window blinds. But the shadow moved with intention, pausing at the foot of my bed. "Hello?" My voice cracked, barely above a whisper. No response. Only the shadow, now slightly distorted, as if it wasn't quite human. My rational mind raced. Maybe a trick of the light, maybe the storm outside had something to do with it. I told myself it was nothing. I drifted back to sleep, but the unease lingered, gnawing at the edge of my consciousness. The next day, I found the first anomaly: a single footprint in the dust on the hardwood floor. It was muddy, large, and clearly not mine. I live alone. I checked all the windows and doors, locked. Nothing had been disturbed, nothing stolen. I felt a cold prickle at the back of my neck. Over the next week, things escalated. Objects shifted positions overnight. Keys would vanish and reappear in places I swore I hadn't left them. The basement door, which I rarely used, began to creak open on its own. I told myself it was the house settling, that I was being paranoid, but the feeling of being watched was impossible to ignore. Then I started hearing the sounds. At first, faint, almost melodic humming that seemed to drift from the basement. I would convince myself it was the wind or maybe a neighbor humming, though the nearest house was nearly half a mile away. But the humming grew louder, more insistent. Sometimes, when I paused in the middle of the living room, I could hear whispering, words I couldn't understand, but the tone was unmistakably threatening. One night, I decided to confront the source. I grabbed a flashlight and went down into the basement. The air grew colder with each step, and the hum became a low, rhythmic chant. The basement smelled of damp earth and something metallic. My flashlight flickered, then went out. And then I saw him. Walter Crane, or rather what I assumed was him. His body was gaunt, twisted, like it had been stretched unnaturally. His eyes reflected the dim light with an intensity that made my stomach churn. He wasn't moving, not at first, but when he spoke, it was as if the house itself vibrated with his words. "You shouldn't be here." I ran. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I reached my car outside. My hands shook so violently I could barely start the engine. I drove to the nearest town, planning to call the police, but when I returned the next morning with them, the basement was empty. Nothing out of the ordinary. No footprints, no signs of anyone ever being there. The officers looked at me like I was insane. I tried to convince myself it was stress, sleep deprivation, maybe even lingering grief from the divorce. But the house wasn't done with me. Objects began moving more aggressively. Doors slammed without wind. Mirrors reflected things that weren't there. Once I saw myself in the mirror, but my reflection didn't move when I did. It smiled at me. Then came the nights I couldn't sleep at all. I would lie awake, paralyzed by the sensation of someone or something sitting on my chest, breathing on me, whispering. One night, I swear I felt cold fingers brushing my face. I tried recording the sounds with my phone. The playback revealed whispers in a language I couldn't identify, and sometimes faint screams layered underneath. Neighbors noticed my odd behavior. A woman from down the road, Marlene, knocked one afternoon. She had lived in Ashwood her whole life and knew the Crane property well. "You shouldn't be there alone," she warned, her voice trembling. People disappear in that house, always at night. Walter Crane, he went mad. They never found him." I asked her what she meant, but she wouldn't elaborate. She only shook her head and left, clutching her coat tightly around her. The final escalation came unexpectedly. I had been trying to ignore the disturbances, but one night the whispers became words. Clear English this time, taunting, commanding. "Join me. Stay forever. You belong here." The basement door creaked open violently, and a blackness seeped out, thick and suffocating, curling around my legs like smoke. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, and then I heard it, a guttural laugh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The next morning, I woke outside, lying in the mud at the edge of my property. The house loomed silently, as if nothing had happened. My car was missing. My belongings inside the house were untouched, yet my phone was shattered, lying beside me. I never returned. I left everything behind. It sold the house to someone else without explanation and moved hundreds of miles away. But the memory haunts me. Sometimes, late at night, I hear the same humming in my dreams, the same whispers calling my name, and I know somehow that the house is still waiting, still watching, still hungry for the next person foolish enough to think it's just an old building. Years later, I learned from local news that the new owner of the Crane house vanished without a trace. No signs of struggle, no evidence left behind, except for a single muddy footprint on the hardwood floor of the basement. Story the end. I moved to a small town in Maine because I needed a fresh start. My life had been full of failures. A broken marriage, a job I hated, and a rent I couldn't afford in Boston. When I found a cheap house on the edge of town, far enough from people and noise, I thought I could rebuild. The house was old but sound. 2 stories, with peeling white paint and a sagging porch. It sat on half an acre of land, trees pressed in from all sides, shadows spilling even in broad daylight. On my first night there, I barely slept. The wind whispered through the pines outside. Every gust made the windows rattle. I kept hearing thumps as though something heavy was shifting in the walls. I told myself it was just settling, the house adjusting to a new tenant, but soon the sounds seemed more deliberate. 2 weeks later, I learned about my neighbor, Mrs. Dalton. She lived alone in a house just down the road, though down the road was a loose term. Freddie, her place was at least a quarter-mile away, tucked in the forest. At the local diner, I asked about her. The waitress, middle-aged, soft-spoken, looked at me curiously. "Oh, that's old Ruth. She's not been around lately," the waitress said, wiping a coffee mug. "No one's seen her in a while." "How long?" I asked. "3 nights now," she said, frowning. "She used to come in for breakfast every morning, left her house at dawn, supposed to come in for pie last week, but she never showed." My stomach clenched. I'd passed her house at dusk a few times. The lights had always been on, curtains drawn, but I never saw her. That night back at my place, I kept imagining rustling branches and shadows behind my curtains. I busied myself with unpacking and cleaning. Around midnight, I heard a soft knock on my front door. Startled, I froze. The knock came again, quiet but firm. I moved to the window by the front door and peered out, but I saw nothing. The porch light glowed weakly, casting long, exaggerated limbs of tree branches across the wood. My heart pounded. I cracked the door open, just a sliver, and called, "Hello?" No reply. I stepped out onto the porch and looked around. The road was empty. No car, no figure, nothing moving. I thought perhaps I'd imagined it, or the wind made a sound against something loose. I closed the door, locked it, and turned back in. I stood in the dark hallway for what felt like minutes, listening. My breathing felt loud in my ears. The next morning, I drove down to Mrs. Dalton's house. I pulled into her driveway, the gravel crunching under my tires. Smoke curled from her chimney, curtains still drawn. The front door was closed, but the screen door was hanging slightly ajar. I hesitated, then stepped out. A cold breeze rustled the pines. I rang the doorbell. Nothing. I knocked, but the door didn't move. "Mrs. Dalton?" I called softly. When there was no answer, I nudged the screen door open and slipped inside. The interior smelled faintly of mothballs and old varnish. There was dust on every surface. In the living room, her favorite armchair sat facing the window, a half-sketched cross-stitch lying on the seat. The TV was off, taped magazine clippings around it. I stepped carefully, calling again. Silence. I moved to the kitchen. The table was set for one, a cup of tea sitting cold, untouched. The candle on the table had been burned down but not fully used. Its melted wax hardened like hardened tears. As I turned toward the hallway, I saw a photograph on the wall. Mrs. Dalton, younger, smiling. Beside her was a man I assumed was her husband. But another photo caught my attention, a younger girl I didn't recognize, standing in front of the same house, forest behind her. She looked like a child, maybe 7 or 8. Something in her eyes unsettled me. They seemed too serious for a child. I crept upstairs. The stairs groaned beneath me. At the top, the hallway stretched in darkness. I held my hand out, feeling for a light switch, but I found none. Only one door was open slightly. I pushed it gently. It was a bedroom, sparsely furnished. A bed, a dresser, a small window, and a single shoe lying beside the bed. I picked it up. It was a little girl's shoe, size small, dusty but not worn out. My head swam. Who was the girl? What was she doing there? My pulse raced. I shut the door carefully, then moved on. The next room was the bathroom. The mirror was cracked, the tiles chipped. On the sink, a small journal lay open. I flipped it. The pages were yellowed, handwriting cramped. I read a few entries. August 3rd, I hear her every night. She whispers in the walls. August 10, I think she calls my name. Ruth, Ruth. August 15, the shadows move when I don't watch. She is with me. My breath caught. I closed the journal. I heard a sound, the screen door downstairs creaking. My heart jammed in my chest. I rushed down, startled, and pressed myself against the wall. I listened. The creaking stopped. Then a whisper, soft but distinct. Ruth. I froze. The name drifted through the hall, but no one spoke. My skin prickled, and I backed away, stepped over the threshold, and fled out the front door. Once outside, I took a deep breath. The air was still. No wind now. The smoke from the chimney had stopped. The house seemed frozen in space. I got into my car and drove home without looking back. My hands gripped the steering wheel so hard I felt the veins in my wrists. That night, I couldn't sleep. I replayed what I had seen. The shoes, the journal, the whispered name. It all felt too unreal, too terrible to be figments of imagination. I went to sleep only when exhaustion overtook me. But I made a decision. I would call the town sheriff in the morning and tell him what I discovered. I didn't expect him to act immediately. Small towns have bureaucracy, and family histories are messy, but at least someone would check. Morning came, and I drove into town, parked near the sheriff's office, and asked to speak with Deputy Larson. He was stern, late 40s, with salt and pepper hair, polite enough but clearly busy. I explained what I found in Mrs. Dalton's house: the girl's shoe, the journal, the whispers. He frowned deeply. "Has anyone else reported her missing?" he asked. I said I didn't know. He sighed. "We'll check," he promised, though his tone suggested otherwise. Back at home, I thought perhaps I should leave the matter alone. Maybe it was just mental exhaustion manifesting in hallucinations, but I couldn't shake the alarm in my chest. That night, around 11 p.m., I was awakened by a scratching sound, low, rhythmic, coming from inside my walls. It wasn't the wind. I felt the house vibrate under the pressure of something behind the plaster. I sat up in bed, listening. The scratching continued for minutes, as though someone was digging or scraping. Then muffled whispering, too low to understand, but definitely voices. I grabbed my flashlight and crept out of bed, my toes curled in socks as I padded down the hallway. I steadied my breath. The sounds were coming from the wall between my room and the living room. My heart hammered. With trembling hands, I pressed my ear to the wall. The voices came clearer, a soft, childlike voice and another older voice, almost pleading. "Please, Ruth, help me," said the child. Another voice, "I don't know how." I recoiled. That name again, Ruth. I stumbled backward, heart racing, and nearly fell. I fled to the living room, where I found nothing but shadows. The house was silent. The scratching, the voices, everything stopped. My mind reeled. What did I hear? Was I going crazy, or was there something in the walls? The next day, I visited the local historical society. The woman behind the desk, librarian, curator, I wasn't sure, listened patiently to my story. She pulled out a dusty binder labeled Local Histories, Ghosts, Legends, Disappearances. She flipped through, then pointed. "There was a Ruth Dalton," she said, voice low. "She died in 1967. Her husband died shortly afterward in a fire. They had a daughter, a little girl named Eliza. But Eliza vanished. There was a search, the woods, the house, but they never found her." My blood ran cold. She continued, "Some say she wandered into the forest. Others say she never left the house." Her gaze narrowed. "Some of us in town think her spirit stays here." My heart pounded. "And her mother?" I asked. "She went mad," the librarian said softly. "Kept writing in her journal, talking to someone. She died in the house alone. Decades later, they boarded it up afterward. Then it went on auction. Same house you're in now." I tried to stop my mouth from moving, but words tumbled out. "Then how is it not boarded up now? And who lived there recently?" The librarian frowned. "A family lived there once, but they abandoned it. People in town say they saw a child's face in the window late at night." My legs felt weak. I steadied myself on the desk. "I need to show it to the sheriff," I said. Later that night, Deputy Larson came with 2 officers. We went to Mrs. Dalton's house. They used a master key. I watched from the driveway. The deputies entered, went room to room, calling out her name. There was no response. They noted the state of the place, the half-finished cross-stitch, the dusty furniture, the open journal. I showed them the little shoe. Deputy Larson looked at me. "This is a child's shoe," he said, voice low. "No one living here now, but this is proof of a child's presence." He didn't say anything about ghosts, but his eyes conveyed that he believed me. They took photographs, journal pages, the shoe. Then they sealed the place temporarily, pending further investigation. I thought maybe that would end it. Maybe rationality would take over. But rationality did not comfort me. That night, I lay in bed, listening. The house settled. But hours later, I woke to the same scratching and whispering from within the walls. I nearly screamed when I realized the voice was louder this time, pleading, crying softly. "Ruth, Mommy, help me." I shot out of bed and ran to the wall. I pressed my hand against it, willing it to feel solid. But beneath my palm, the plaster felt warm, almost pulsing. I pulled my flashlight from the drawer and shone it on the wall. For a moment, the beam flickered, and I thought I saw movement beneath the surface, ripples like water under a membrane. But when I blinked, it was gone. Panic surged through me. I staggered back, knocking over a lamp. Its base cracked open, shards of glass glinting in the beam. Suddenly, I heard a soft giggle, childlike, innocent, right next to me. I whipped around, flashlight dancing across the room. Shadows darted in corners. I scrambled to the door, but it slammed shut before I touched the knob. The click echoed in my ears like a gunshot. "Let me out!" I yelled, hammering on the door. No answer, no movement. Then the whisper again. "Don't go. Stay." My chest tightened. I backed away, the flashlight slipping from my grip, clattering to the floor. I scrambled for it, shining the beam around wildly. The beam landed on a corner near the floorboard, and I saw, stark in the light, a little girl, naked, pale skin like porcelain, her dark hair plastered to her head. Her eyes were black voids. I froze. She smiled. It wasn't welcoming. It was something else. "Ruth," she said softly, "play with me." I screamed, rushing forward, smashing into the door. I turned the knob again. This time, the door opened. I ran through, heart pounding, arms flailing. I reached the hallway, the ceiling light flickering. I turned and ran down the stairs 2 at a time. As I hit the bottom step, I slipped, twisted my ankle. Pain exploded through me, but I got to my feet, limped to the front door, yanked it open, and tumbled out into the chilly night air. My legs trembled as I steadied myself on the porch rail, gasping for breath, sweat and tears mingling on my face. I looked back at the house, silent now, still as a tomb. The front windows stared out like dead eyes. I didn't stop running until I reached my car. I fumbled for the keys with shaking fingers. Every shadow in the trees looked like a face. My foot hit the pedal, and I roared away. I drove out of town that night. I didn't call the sheriff or the deputy. I just left. I left with my bags in the trunk and my heart ready to burst. At a red light, I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something behind me, but there was nothing, just empty road and trees. The next morning, I checked into a motel in a nearby city. I did not return to the house. I sold it without ever going back. I told the buyer it had minor foundation issues. They took it for cheap. I thought I would be safe now. But even now, months later, I wake in the middle of the night, convinced I hear scratching, whispers downstairs. Sometimes I call out and hear nothing. Other times I swear I hear a faint giggle, far off, almost like a memory. I tried to brush it off, rationalize it, stress, old houses, bad dreams. But I carry the little shoe now. I kept it in a box with the photos the sheriff's office gave me. I open the box sometimes, just to hold it, to remind myself that what I experienced was real. That child, that whispered name. Sometimes I dream of her. The girl in the corner, pale and still, staring at me. She smiles, soft but sad, and says, "Ruth." I wake up in a sweat, heart racing, and I can still see her. I don't know whether she was a ghost, imagined by a desperate mind, or something else entirely. What matters is, for a while, I lived in a house where the walls weren't just walls. They held something. Something sad, something angry, something longing. And maybe she's still there. Story the end. It was a humid evening in late August when Jenna and her friends decided to take a detour on their way back from a music festival in rural Pennsylvania. The sun had just dipped behind the dense tree line, leaving a sticky, copper-colored sky. They were 5 in total, packed into Mark's old Jeep, joking and laughing, blissfully unaware of how quickly the night would return. The main road they'd been on had a familiar charm. Old barns, winding stretches, and scattered homesteads. But Jenna had insisted on taking a shortcut she claimed she remembered from childhood visits to her grandparents. The shortcut was little more than a narrow, unpaved road flanked by towering trees. Branches reached across the path, forming a tunnel of shadows, and the last vestiges of sunlight barely penetrated the canopy. Mark slowed down, uneasy, while others teased him for being too cautious. Jenna's directions led them deeper into the woods, where the road seemed to narrow further, and the air became almost unnervingly still. After about 20 minutes, they realized they'd gone too far. The GPS signal vanished entirely, leaving them with nothing but the darkened road ahead. The Jeep's headlights barely pierced the thick underbrush, and a strange, musty smell, like damp soil mixed with decay, began to cling to the air. Jenna, though usually composed, now seemed nervous, her laughter forced. "It's just up ahead," she said, trying to reassure everyone, but her voice wavered. The first strange thing happened when they passed a seemingly abandoned farmhouse. The building was old, sagging under its own weight, windows dark and shattered. Yet, standing just outside, almost hidden in the shadows, was a figure, a man, pale and thin, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned suit, and he was just standing there, completely still, staring at the Jeep as it rolled by. No one spoke, and for a moment, it felt like the air itself had thickened. Then, as if he had vanished into thin air, he was gone. They all swore they'd seen him, but no footprints marked the ground. No car tracks showed anyone had been there before them. Mark suggested turning back, but the road seemed to have changed. Where there should have been a clear path, it narrowed into a muddy, barely passable trail. The trees pressed closer, their branches scraping the Jeep, and the darkness felt suffocating. The radio, which had been working fine, crackled violently, then went dead. At first it was static, but then faintly a voice whispered through the noise. It was low, almost unintelligible, but unmistakably human. "Get out. Leave. Now." The voice stopped abruptly when Mark tried to respond. By the time they reached a small clearing, the Jeep's headlights illuminated something they couldn't explain. The ground was littered with old, rotting furniture, chairs, tables, and even a rusted crib. What made it worse was the way it was arranged, almost ritualistically. The crib had a faded blanket, and on it, someone or something had scrawled words in what looked like blood. "You don't belong here." Panic set in. Everyone wanted to leave, but the road behind them seemed gone, replaced by thick forest. Jenna's phone briefly flickered to life with a single text message. "Run while you can." No sender, no number, only that one line. It started raining heavily, the sudden storm washing out the muddy path further. Visibility dropped, and the forest became a labyrinth of shapes that seemed alive. Something moved in the tree line, shadowy figures, too tall, too thin, vanishing whenever anyone tried to focus on them. One of the friends, Nate, swore he saw a pair of glowing eyes staring from the distance. When he pointed, the eyes disappeared, but the feeling of being watched intensified. Hours, or maybe it was only minutes, later they stumbled upon a dilapidated chapel. Its doors hung crookedly, and the stained glass windows were cracked, depicting twisted, almost grotesque religious scenes. A bell above the door jingled lightly, though there was no wind. Jenna felt compelled to enter, and despite Mark's protests, the group followed. Inside, the air was icy, thick with dust and a scent like burnt wood. Every step they took echoed unnaturally. On the altar, there was a single candle burning, though they hadn't seen anyone light it. Behind the altar was a mirror, framed in blackened wood, with carvings that looked like screaming faces. In the reflection, they didn't see themselves. They saw the forest behind the chapel, but distorted. Trees twisted unnaturally, and the shadowy figures were closer, surrounding the building, their faces featureless, yet terrifyingly human. Suddenly, the mirror cracked, long, jagged fissures splitting it. From it came a whispering chant, low and insistent, speaking in a language none of them recognized. Panic erupted. Mark tried to smash the mirror with a pew, but the moment he did, the figures outside vanished, and the candle extinguished, plunging them into darkness. The only sound was their own panicked breathing and the storm outside. They ran. Somehow they found a narrow path that led them back to the main road. When they emerged, the world looked normal again. Cars passing, streetlights humming, everything as if nothing had happened. But no one spoke for the rest of the drive. Even the GPS now worked perfectly, guiding them home as if the detour had never existed. Days passed, but the horror lingered. Jenna began seeing shadows in her room, always in mirrors, always at the edges of her vision. Nate reported hearing whispers calling his name when he was alone. Mark, once the most rational of them, refused to drive anywhere outside the city, claiming he could feel eyes on the road at all times. The strangest part, however, came when Jenna checked her voicemail. There were hundreds of messages, all from unknown numbers. Each was a recording of her own voice, crying for help. She hadn't called herself, she hadn't left messages, yet there they were, played in an endless loop. Then came the package. No return address, no label, just a plain cardboard box on her doorstep. Inside was a small, blackened shard of mirror, jagged, with a faint, wet smell. And scrawled on it, barely legible, were 3 words, "See you soon." Weeks later, Jenna vanished. Her friends searched frantically, but there was no trace, no sign of struggle, no footprints, nothing. Nate and Mark began to suspect the forest itself had taken her, that the events of that night weren't just a nightmare, but a gateway into something older, something alive, something that fed on fear. It wasn't just her. More people who had been near that road in recent years went missing. though authorities chalked it up to accidents or runaway cases. Those who tried to investigate found that the road seemed to shift, evade maps, even vanish entirely. Hikers reported strange figures in the trees, cold spots, whispers on the wind. Mark, the last of the group who remained relatively unscathed, now lives in constant vigilance. He avoids mirrors, rarely answers unknown calls, and never drives after dark. He has a small notebook filled with sketches of the shadowy figures and the ritualistic arrangements they had seen. And every night, when the wind is just right, he hears it, a faint whispering repeating one phrase over and over: "We are waiting, always waiting." Some nights he swears he sees a thin, pale man in a suit standing at the edge of his yard, watching. And in those moments, he knows deep in his bones that the forest never forgets, never forgives, and never stops claiming what it wants next. Story the end. It started in a small town in northern Pennsylvania, a place that most people had driven through without a second thought. I had moved there in late autumn, drawn by a cheap rental and the promise of solitude to finish my writing. The house I rented was an old farmhouse, built sometime in the early 1900s, sitting at the edge of a dense forest. My neighbors were sparse and polite, but distant, and I quickly learned that some questions were better left unasked. The first thing they warned me about was the woods. Always something in the woods. I laughed it off at first, thinking it was just local superstition. The first night I stayed in the house, I was woken by a scratching noise. It came from the basement, low and persistent, like someone or something was trying to claw its way up. I live alone, so naturally I was alarmed. I grabbed a flashlight and went down, heart pounding. The basement was empty. The scratching had stopped by the time I reached the bottom step. I told myself it was probably just the old house settling, or maybe a raccoon trapped in some old storage. But that night, sleep didn't come easy. I kept hearing whispers, faint and indistinct, almost like the house was murmuring to itself. Over the next few weeks, the noises grew more frequent and more specific. It wasn't just scratching anymore. Sometimes I could hear breathing, uneven and shallow, coming from the corners of rooms when I was alone. Objects would move slightly. Books sliding off shelves, doors left open when I was sure I'd closed them. I started keeping a notebook by my bed to record what I heard, mostly to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind. Then the dreams started. They weren't typical dreams. They felt like memories that weren't mine. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my heart racing after watching faceless figures moving through the house, whispering in a language I didn't understand. Sometimes I would wake up on the floor of the living room, the notebook open beside me with scribbles I didn't remember writing. One evening, I was going through the attic. I had found it by accident, a door hidden behind old sheets and boxes. Inside, the air was heavy and smelled of decay. The attic was filled with old furniture, trunks, and boxes of papers. In one corner, I found a series of journals, leather-bound and brittle with age. The handwriting was spidery and elegant, and the entries chronicled the lives of people who had lived in the house for generations. At first, the journals seemed mundane, full of family records, births, deaths, and local gossip. But then I found a journal dated 1913, written by a woman named Eliza Thompson. Eliza's entries were different. She wrote about the watcher in the woods and the man who walks without feet. She described hearing whispers at night and seeing shadows that weren't hers. Her final entry was scrawled in panic. "It waits for me, always watching. I cannot leave. If anyone reads this, do not stay here. It knows your name. It knows where you sleep." I dropped the journal and almost fell backward. I felt the hair on my arms stand up, as if someone was breathing on my neck. I turned around. Nothing was there. After that night, things escalated. I started hearing my name being called out in the middle of the night, always in that same faint, breathy whisper. The shadows in the corners of my rooms grew darker, more defined. I would catch glimpses of a tall figure, always standing at the edge of the light, just out of reach. I tried leaving the house, even considered staying with friends in nearby towns, but every time I drove away, a sense of dread would force me back, an invisible tether pulling me to the house. One night I was woken by the sound of footsteps on the roof. They weren't just light taps. They were deliberate, heavy, moving across the house in a pattern I couldn't make sense of. I grabbed my camera, hoping to catch something tangible, and stepped outside. The night was moonless, the woods pressing against the edges of the property like black velvet. I trained the camera on the roof. Nothing. Then I heard the whisper again, this time clearer. Why do you run? I didn't sleep for 3 days after that. My food started disappearing, my notebooks shredded or moved. I stopped going to the basement entirely. It felt alive, almost sentient, and I could sense it watching me through the floorboards. On the fourth night, I heard crying. It was soft, almost a lullaby, coming from the attic. I forced myself to go up, heart hammering. The journals were gone. In their place was a small box with a mirror inside. I looked into it, and for a moment, I didn't see my own reflection. I saw the faceless figure from my dreams, standing behind me, whispering. I turned around quickly. Empty room. Then the unthinkable happened. I woke up to find scratches all over my arms, deep and raw, words I didn't recognize carved into my skin. You belong. I panicked, tried to leave the house, but the doors wouldn't open. Windows were sealed tight. It felt like the house itself was holding me in, laughing silently. I screamed for hours, pounding on the walls, but nothing changed. In a desperate move, I drove my car to the edge of the property and smashed a window. I ran into the woods, branches tearing at my clothes, my lungs burning. I didn't stop until I reached the main road, where a passing car finally gave me a ride into town. I didn't sleep for days. I told friends, the police, even a local priest. Everyone dismissed it as stress, isolation, paranoia. But I know what I saw. I know what it did. Eventually, I moved far away to the Midwest, trying to put the house and its horrors behind me. But even here, in a small apartment in Ohio, the whispers have returned. At night, I wake up to faint scratches along the walls. Shadows linger where they shouldn't. I've tried covering the mirrors, throwing out the notebooks, but they always find a way back. I can still feel the pull of the house, a cold weight pressing on my chest, reminding me that it knows where I am. I found out later that the house I lived in had a dark history. Families would move in only to vanish or leave in terror. Locals whispered about rituals, about sacrifices made in the woods, about an entity older than the town itself. No one who lived there ever stayed for more than a year. They all spoke of whispers, shadows, and a feeling of being hunted. I thought I was different, that I could handle it. I was wrong. Sometimes I think about going back, confronting it, maybe even destroying the house. But I know better now. You don't confront something that has known you before you were even born. It waits, it watches, and someday it will come for me. I don't know how much longer I have before it does, but I can hear it now, just beneath the surface of sleep, whispering my name, counting the days until it returns. I can only warn others. Never stay in a house with a history you don't understand. Never ignore the whispers, the scratches, the shadows that move when you aren't looking. Because some things are patient. Some things remember. And some things, like the entity that haunts me, will never let go. Story the end. It started one rainy October evening in a small, almost forgotten town in upstate New York called Millfield. The streets were slick with water, reflecting the dim glow of the street lamps, and the wind carried a biting chill that made the few pedestrians hurried along, collars pulled high against the cold. The town itself was tiny, with a population that barely topped 1,200, and everyone knew everyone else, or at least they thought they did. That night, the peace of Millfield was about to shatter in a way no one could have anticipated. Rachel Bennett had lived in Millfield her entire life. She worked at the local diner, a small greasy spoon called Sally's, which was the hub of gossip, coffee, and late-night pie. She had just finished her shift and was walking home, her jacket zipped tight, the hood pulled over her hair to protect against the rain. Normally the walk was uneventful, but that evening something felt off. The street was emptier than usual, and the shadows cast by the streetlights seemed to stretch farther, darker than they should have. Halfway home, Rachel noticed a figure standing on the corner near an abandoned gas station. She squinted, but the rain made it difficult to see clearly. The person was tall, wearing a long dark coat, and their face was hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. She felt a twinge of unease and picked up her pace. "Hey!" The figure called out suddenly. The voice was deep, muffled, almost distorted by the rain. Rachel's heart jumped, and she nearly dropped her purse. She stopped, debating whether to confront whoever it was or keep walking. Do you need help? She called, she called back cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. The figure didn't answer. Instead, it tilted its head slightly as if examining her, then turned and began walking slowly down the street, pausing intermittently as if waiting for her to follow. Rachel felt a strange compulsion, like something invisible was tugging at her, forcing her to move toward the stranger. She shook her head violently, trying to dispel the sensation, but her feet kept moving. By the time she reached the edge of town, near the old Millfield woods, the figure had disappeared. Rachel stopped, panting, her hands shaking. The woods were notorious in town legends, a place where children were warned not to go, where teenagers dared each other to enter on Halloween, and where, according to the oldest residents, people had vanished without a trace over the decades. She had never believed the stories, but tonight they gnawed at her. Rachel turned to leave, but a sound froze her in place. It was soft at first, a faint rustling like leaves being stepped on. Then it became more deliberate, closer, circling her. Her flashlight app on her phone flickered weakly in the gloom. She lifted it, scanning the trees, and that's when she saw it. A figure, identical to the one from the gas station, standing just beyond the tree line. Its head tilted the same way, coat dripping wet, hat obscuring the face. Rachel stumbled back, her mind racing. She fumbled for her phone, intending to call 911, but the signal had disappeared. Not a bar in sight. Panic surged through her and instinct took over. She turned and ran, not daring to look back. The sounds of footsteps, soft, deliberate, echoed behind her, though the rain muffled them just enough to make her question her own sanity. She didn't stop until she reached the old highway that led back to the town center. Once there, she sprinted into her apartment building and slammed the door behind her, locking it. Her heart was hammering, and her hands were shaking so badly she could barely dial the number for her friend Mark. Mark arrived within 20 minutes. He was tall, broad-shouldered, a calm presence in situations that normally sent Rachel into a panic. She told him everything: the figure, the compulsion to follow, the disappearance of her phone signal. He listened silently, then frowned. You didn't see anyone else, right? No cars, no people? Just that thing? He asked. Rachel shook her head. No one. Just me. Mark thought for a moment, then said, You need to leave town, at least for a few days. Something's not right. Rachel wanted to protest, but a part of her knew he was right. That night, she stayed awake, staring at her window, listening to the rain drum against the glass. She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, though she saw nothing. When she finally slept, it was fitful, filled with dreams of endless woods, of shadowy figures standing silently in the rain, watching her, waiting. The next morning, Millfield seemed normal, too normal. The rain had stopped, the streets were bustling, and nothing appeared out of place. Rachel convinced herself it had been a hallucination, the stress of work and the rain playing tricks on her mind, but then she noticed something strange. In the mirror above her dresser, faint at first, like condensation on glass, were two small smudges that looked eerily like eyes staring at her. She wiped them, but they returned. She told Mark, who was skeptical but insisted on helping her investigate. They went to the gas station first. It had been abandoned for decades, but Rachel was certain that's where she had first seen the figure. As they approached, the smell hit them: damp earth, rot, and something metallic, like iron. The front door was ajar. Inside, the place was empty except for the usual debris of an abandoned business. But at the back, near the storage room, they found a strange arrangement: footprints in the dust that led in a perfect circle, as if someone had been pacing for hours. The footprints ended at a wall. There were no doors there, no windows, just the wall. Yet, pressed into the dust was a single line of writing, barely legible: I see you. Rachel felt her stomach drop. She ran her finger over the words. The dust was cold, as if the message had been left only moments ago. Mark wanted to leave, but Rachel was determined. Over the next week, the figure appeared repeatedly, always at night, always at a distance, always watching. No matter where she went in Millfield, it was there, standing at the edge of the woods, across the street, sometimes in her own backyard. She started seeing it reflected in mirrors, windows, even in her phone screen. Friends noticed her growing paranoia, but no one could see what she saw. Then, one night, she received a phone call from an unknown number. She answered, and a distorted voice whispered, You can't leave. The line went dead. Terrified, Rachel decided to leave town for good. She packed a bag, told Mark she'd be back in a few days, and drove toward the interstate. The highway was eerily empty, the rain returning in sheets that made visibility nearly zero. She glanced in the rearview mirror and froze. The figure was on the road behind her, walking calmly, undeterred by the speeding car. She swerved, honking, and it vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. Rachel made it to a hotel in Albany, but sleep offered no refuge. Every time she closed her eyes, she was back in Millfield, in the woods, with those cold, unreadable eyes staring at her. She started recording everything in a notebook, hoping to make sense of it. The more she wrote, the more she realized that the figure wasn't just following her. It was learning her, adapting. One evening, she received a package at the hotel. Inside was a single Polaroid photo of her apartment in Millfield, taken from the woods. She hadn't left any prints on her window. No one could have taken it. Written on the back in messy, uneven letters was, "Home is where I wait." Rachel called Mark. He listened in stunned silence, then said, "Rachel, this isn't normal. You need professional help. There's something in Millfield. Something wrong. People disappear there. You saw it. I saw the footprints. Don't go back. Ever." But Rachel couldn't stop thinking about the figure. It felt alive, intelligent, patient, and she knew, deep down, that it wouldn't let her go so easily. Every night, she checked the locks, the windows, the doors. Every night, she heard the faintest rustle outside, and every night, she felt those same cold, unblinking eyes on her, whether she was awake or asleep. Months passed. Rachel didn't return to Millfield. She moved across the country, changed her phone number, and started a new life. But the sightings didn't stop. Friends who visited her reported seeing a tall figure in a dark coat standing across the street from her apartment, disappearing when approached. She stopped leaving the house after dark. Mirrors became something she avoided. Even now, years later, she sleeps with the lights on, windows locked, doors bolted, and still, she can't escape the feeling that something is waiting. She has never tried to confront it again. Some part of her knows it is impossible to fight. The thing is patient, it is clever, and it is always watching. And every so often, in the silence of her new home, she hears the faintest sound, a footstep on wet leaves, the whisper of a coat brushing against the pavement, and she knows, with a certainty that chills her to the bone, that one day it will find a way to come back. Story the end. It started in the fall of 2018 in a small town in rural Vermont called Millfield. I had just moved there for a teaching job at the local high school. The town was picturesque, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone and the houses looked like they were taken straight out of a storybook. But something about the town felt off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on at first, just a lingering unease, like the shadows had weight and the wind carried whispers. The first real warning came about a month after I arrived. I was walking home late from the school one evening, the sun having already dipped below the hills, leaving the town draped in a dim orange twilight. I cut through a shortcut behind the cemetery to get to my apartment faster. The cemetery was old, abandoned in parts, with stones that leaned like they were whispering secrets to each other. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the shadows, maybe the wind brushing the branches against the gravestones, but then I realized it was something standing between the stones. A figure. Tall, thin, completely still. I froze. Its face was hidden in darkness, but I could feel it watching me. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded small, like it didn't belong in that place. The figure didn't move. Then, almost imperceptibly, it tilted its head. I swear it was like it was studying me. I backed away slowly, not taking my eyes off it, and when I finally reached the road, it was gone. No footsteps, no rustling, just gone. My heart was racing, and I told myself it was probably a homeless person, or maybe my imagination running wild in the creepy cemetery. But the unease didn't leave me that night, and it never fully did after that. The next morning at school, I asked around about the cemetery, trying to sound casual. That's when I learned about the disappearances. Millfield had a long history of people vanishing, mostly teenagers who liked to explore the woods at night. Nobody talked about it much, but there were stories passed down. Some said the cemetery was cursed, that it was built over the remains of a settlement that had died in a fire centuries ago. Others claimed something else lived there, something that watched and waited. I didn't believe any of it. Not really. I was a rational person. Teachers don't scare easily. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been watching me that night. A week later, my neighbor, an older man named Walter, invited me over for coffee. He had lived in Millfield all his life and had a reputation for knowing everyone's business. I mentioned the cemetery incident casually, and he went pale. "You saw it, didn't you?" he asked. "What?" I said, laughing nervously. "The Watcher," he said. "It's not a person, not really. It doesn't leave tracks. It just observes. People who see it don't always come back the same." I laughed it off, but Walter's expression was serious, almost desperate. "Some say it's a spirit. Others think it's something older. Every town has its ghosts, but this one feeds on fear. Don't go back there after dark." I nodded, trying to hide the shiver that ran down my spine. 2 nights later, I made the mistake of walking past the cemetery again. I didn't take the shortcut this time. I walked along the main road, but the feeling followed me. The shadows seemed thicker, heavier. Then I saw it. It wasn't the same figure exactly. This one was closer, standing near the edge of the cemetery, completely still. And it was smiling. Not a human smile. Wrong, too wide, teeth glinting unnaturally in the dim streetlight. My stomach turned. I ran. I didn't look back until I reached my apartment. The smile was gone, but the sense of being watched stayed. After that night, I started having dreams. Vivid, horrifying dreams. I was walking through the cemetery at night, and the ground beneath me shifted, opening like a mouth. From it came countless figures, pale and faceless, reaching out. And in every dream, one figure always stood apart, taller, smiling wider than the rest, watching me. I would wake up sweating, heart pounding, feeling the weight of its gaze, even in my room. I stopped going out at night. I avoided the cemetery entirely, but then things started happening inside my apartment. Small things at first. Objects moved. Doors I was certain I'd closed were open. I chalked it up to stress, to paranoia. But then I started hearing it. A faint whisper, almost too quiet to catch, like someone breathing just behind me. Always when I was alone. One night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. I live alone. My bedroom door was closed. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, stopping outside my door. Then, silence. I held my breath, listening. My phone was on the nightstand. I grabbed it and turned on the flashlight app, pointing it at the door. Nothing. I told myself it was nothing. But that night, I had a nightmare that felt more real than any dream I'd ever had. I was back in the cemetery. The tall figure was there, closer than ever. Its smile was impossibly wide, stretching from ear to ear. It reached out a hand, and I felt ice spread through my chest like it was reaching into me, into my very soul. I woke up screaming. The next day, I didn't go to work. I stayed in my apartment, doors locked, blinds closed. I tried to tell myself it was just stress, just adjustment to a new town. But then I started noticing things in the news. Another disappearance. A teenager last seen walking home from a party near the outskirts of town. The description fit Millfield's history. Gone without a trace, nothing left behind. That night I made a decision. I couldn't stay. I needed to leave. I packed a bag and was ready to drive out before dawn, but when I opened my front door, there it was, standing in the hallway, tall, thin, faceless, its smile gone now, replaced with emptiness. And it was whispering, not words, just sounds that crawled under my skin. I froze. My instincts screamed to run, but my body wouldn't move. Then it tilted its head, slowly, almost deliberately, as if studying me one last time. And then it vanished. I left that morning. I didn't look back. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just drove. For hours, past towns, past highways, until the feeling of being watched faded, just slightly. It's been years since Millfield, but I can still feel it sometimes. In shadows in the corner of my eye, in empty streets at night. I have learned not to speak of it. Not to anyone. I know some will call it stress, paranoia, imagination. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me. And I know that some part of it, whatever it is, still remembers me. I've tried to bury it, to live a normal life, but normal feels fragile, like a thin layer over a dark abyss. I've read stories online, heard rumors. Others have seen it too. Always the same, tallsless, watching, feeding on fear, and always just out of reach. I don't know why it chose me, or why it lets me live. Maybe it's patient. Maybe it enjoys the waiting, watching, knowing I'm never truly alone. Maybe it's still in Millfield, waiting for the next person foolish enough to wander too close. I don't go near cemeteries anymore. I don't go out at night. I've moved to a bigger city, surrounded by lights, people, noise. But even here, I catch glimpses of it in my peripheral vision. Shadows that shouldn't be there. I hear whispers in empty rooms. Sometimes I wake up with the feeling that someone is standing over me, smiling, waiting. I have to believe it's only memories, only imagination, but deep down I know better. It's out there, watching, waiting, and it hasn't forgotten me. Story the end. It started on a rainy night in early October when Emily, a freelance journalist living in a small New England town, received a call from an anonymous number. She rarely answered calls from strangers, but something in the voice on the other end made her pause. The voice was low, almost hoarse, whispering a name she hadn't heard in years. Harrison, you need to come back. The line went dead before she could respond, leaving her with an uneasy knot in her stomach. Harrison was her childhood friend, a boy who had disappeared nearly 20 years ago under circumstances that had never been fully explained. Emily hadn't thought about him in years, but suddenly his disappearance felt impossibly close. The next morning, she drove to the outskirts of town, to the old neighborhood where she and Harrison had grown up. The streets were empty, the autumn fog curling around streetlights like fingers. She parked near the old playground, now rusting and abandoned. Memories of Harrison filled her mind, his laughter echoing in the tunnels of the old sewer system they used to explore, his reckless daredevil streak that often got them both into trouble. She had always wondered what had really happened that night he vanished, but the town had long since closed the case. Emily walked down the street toward the woods at the edge of the neighborhood. Her journalistic instincts told her this might be the lead she had been waiting for, the story that could finally make her name. The woods were dense, the trees gnarled and close together as if they were pressing in on her. The fog made it hard to see more than a few feet ahead, and every snapped twig or rustle of leaves set her nerves on edge. She remembered a rumor that had circulated when she was a teenager. Some of the kids had claimed to see Harrison in the woods, wandering, looking lost, but wrong, like he wasn't entirely there. She shook her head, trying to dismiss it as childish imagination. Hours passed as Emily traced the perimeter of the woods. She carried a flashlight, her camera, and a notebook, hoping to find some clue. The forest floor was littered with leaves and broken branches, but every so often she noticed strange symbols scratched into the trees. Circles, triangles, and what looked like letters, though they didn't form any words she recognized. She photographed them, feeling a creeping sense of dread. Around dusk, she reached a clearing and froze. At the center was a small, dilapidated cabin, barely visible through the mist. Smoke curled from the chimney, though the building looked abandoned. Her curiosity outweighed her fear, and she approached cautiously. As she neared the door, she felt a chill run down her spine. The air seemed to thicken, almost like it resisted her presence. She knocked softly and then louder, but there was no answer. She tried the door. To her surprise, it creaked open. Inside, the cabin smelled of damp wood and decay. Cobwebs draped the corners, and the floorboards groaned under her weight. On a small table in the center of the room was a notebook. She picked it up and saw it was Harrison's handwriting, neat, deliberate, and terrifying. The entries were cryptic, detailing strange occurrences in the town, shadows moving independently of their owners, whispers in the night calling names that weren't theirs, and a figure Harrison described as watching from the fog, waiting. The last entry was incomplete, ending abruptly with the words, "I think they know I'm." A sudden noise made her spin around. The cabin door slammed shut behind her. She rushed to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Panic set in, and she pounded on the door, screaming. Then she heard it, a whisper, low and raspy, coming from the corner of the room. "Emily?" It sounded like Harrison, but distorted, like his voice had been twisted through some unearthly filter. The temperature dropped sharply, her breath misting in front of her. Shadows stretched along the walls, elongating unnaturally. She backed into the center of the room, her flashlight shaking in her hand. The whispers grew louder, multiple voices overlapping, some chanting, some pleading, some laughing. The notebook slipped from her hands as a dark figure began to coalesce in the corner. A humanoid shape, taller than any man, its features obscured by shadows. It moved toward her with a slow, deliberate gait. Emily's mind raced. She remembered something from Harrison's journal, a protective ritual, a warning. She frantically searched the cabin and found a small circle of chalk on the floor, with symbols matching those on the trees outside. Her hands shook as she traced the symbols, muttering the words Harrison had written. The figure hesitated, almost as if it were aware of the boundary, and let out a sound like a scream mixed with laughter. Then it vanished, leaving only an oppressive silence behind. She didn't wait to see if it would return. Emily pushed open the door with all her strength and ran through the forest, guided by the faint glow of her car's headlights in the distance. She didn't stop until she reached town, gasping and shivering, the notebook clutched to her chest. When she looked back, the woods were empty, quiet, almost peaceful. But she knew the cabin, and whatever had lived there had not been of this world. The following days were a blur. Emily tried to report her experience, but no one believed her. The police had long considered Harrison's disappearance a cold case, and they dismissed her story as an overactive imagination fueled by nostalgia. But Emily knew what she had seen, what she had heard. She began researching occult activity in the region, discovering old accounts of people vanishing near the woods, always accompanied by strange whispers and symbols. Some of the cases dated back over a century, always linked to a fog that rolled in inexplicably and a shadowy figure that disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Her obsession grew. She returned to the woods multiple times, documenting everything she could, though she never again found the cabin. Each trip left her more paranoid, feeling watched even in her own home. Objects moved when she wasn't looking, doors creaked open in the night, and she often heard faint whispers calling her name from empty corners. Friends and family began to notice her withdrawal, her frantic energy, and her obsession with Harrison. But she couldn't stop. Something had connected her to the cabin, to Harrison, and she couldn't ignore it. Months later, Emily received another call from the same anonymous number. This time, the voice was different, older, graver. Emily, you can't run. They are waiting. They never forgot. The line went dead again. She felt a deep, bone-chilling dread, knowing that whatever had taken Harrison had never truly left. She could sense it now, a presence at the edge of her vision, in the reflection of mirrors, in the static of the television late at night. One evening, driven by a mixture of fear and compulsion, she returned to the woods. The fog was heavier than ever, swallowing the path behind her as she walked. She heard whispers around her, low and constant, speaking in voices she recognized. Friends, strangers, children, and most haunting of all, Harrison. She followed the sound deeper into the fog until she came upon a faint light in the distance. The cabin had reappeared, exactly as she remembered. She approached, heart pounding, knowing she had no choice. The door opened before she could knock. Inside, the darkness seemed alive, pulsing with a presence that was both oppressive and familiar. Harrison stood in the center, or rather what looked like Harrison. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, and a thin, unnatural smile stretched across his lips. "Emily," he whispered, though his voice was no longer fully human. "They are waiting for you." She tried to speak, but no words came. The shadows began to swirl around them, taking form, stretching toward her. She understood then that Harrison had been trapped here all these years, caught between the world of the living and something else entirely, and now the thing that had taken him wanted her. Emily ran, stumbling through the fog, but the whispers followed, growing louder, more insistent. She burst out of the woods into the empty streets of her town, gasping for air. Her car was gone. Every house was dark, silent, and unfamiliar, as if the world she knew had shifted. The whispers continued, now not just from the fog, but from inside her head. Days later, neighbors reported strange lights in the woods, and some claimed to hear a woman screaming. Emily was never seen again. In the abandoned cabin, the notebook lay open on the table, new entries written in a frantic, shaky hand, Emily's handwriting. The last words were barely legible. "They are waiting. Don't answer the call." The woods remained dense and impenetrable, the fog curling like smoke from a fire that had never been extinguished. And in the fog, some claimed you could still hear whispers, faint but unmistakable, calling names of the lost, the curious, and the brave, promising to reveal secrets no living soul was meant to uncover. Story the end. It started one late October evening in a small town in Vermont. the kind of town where everyone knew each other and doors rarely had locks. Emma Collins had just moved into her late grandmother's old Victorian house at the edge of town. She had inherited it unexpectedly, and while some townsfolk had whispered about its strange history, Emma, a practical woman in her early 30s, dismissed the stories as old superstitions. The house was massive, with creaking floors and narrow hallways that smelled faintly of dust and cedar. The first night, she slept uneasily, hearing the occasional tap or groan from the old wooden structure. By the second night, the noises became more deliberate, as if something or someone was moving through the house intentionally. She chalked it up to the wind or settling foundations. One afternoon, while exploring the attic, Emma found a small, leather-bound journal hidden beneath a loose floorboard. The handwriting inside was uneven and spidery, dated back to 1923. It belonged to her grandmother, though Emma didn't remember her mentioning anything unusual about the house. The entries were mostly mundane, detailing daily life, but one passage made her stop cold. The shadows linger longer than they should. They whisper my name when I am alone. I see eyes at the windows, even when the house is empty. I fear the house itself remembers. Emma laughed nervously. Old people and their strange ways of writing. But that night, she couldn't shake the feeling that the corners of the rooms were darker than they should have been, that the shadows seemed to move just slightly when she wasn't looking directly at them. By the third week, the house had started to affect her more. She would wake up at 3:17 a.m., the time she noticed in her grandmother's journal repeatedly, as if some internal clock had synced with the house. On those mornings, she would hear faint knocking from the basement, slow, deliberate, almost like footsteps pacing in time. When she went downstairs, the basement would be empty. But the chill that seeped through the concrete floor felt unnatural, like the temperature dropped inside her bones. Emma started to notice other oddities. Mirrors in the house didn't reflect everything. Sometimes she would catch a movement behind her, but when she spun around, nothing was there. Doors she was certain she had closed would be slightly ajar. Items she remembered placing on counters would be moved, never in a way that made sense. One evening, determined to face the unease head-on, she decided to record the house with cameras. She placed them in the hallway, living room, and basement, thinking she might catch a trick of the light, rats, or an intruder. Reviewing the footage later that night made her stomach drop. At first, everything seemed normal, just the usual flicker of old lights. Then, in the hallway camera, a shadow appeared that didn't belong. It stretched along the walls, tall and thin, moving in ways no human could. It paused in front of the camera, and though the shape had no discernible face, she could swear she felt it watching her through the lens. Then, in the basement camera, a soft whispering filled the audio feed. Words she couldn't understand, rhythmic and deliberate, like someone chanting her name over and over. Emma tried rational explanations, faulty cameras, her imagination, stress, but the unease escalated. One night, she woke to see a figure standing at the foot of her bed. It was faint, almost translucent, but it had a presence, a heavy, oppressive feeling. She blinked, and it was gone. But the cold lingered, as though the figure had left a residue behind. She called the local historian, an elderly man named Mr. Wainwright, who had lived in the town his entire life. He listened quietly as Emma recounted the events. "You're in the Collins house," he said finally, his voice low. "It's been troubled for as long as anyone can remember. People say it remembers those who lived there, keeps a part of them. Your grandmother, she was sensitive. That house found her in ways most couldn't understand." Emma pressed for more details. Mr. Wainwright told her that several previous owners had left abruptly, citing nightmares, strange occurrences, or a sense of being watched. "Some say the house doesn't let go," he said. "It collects fragments, memories, fears, shadows. Sometimes it manifests them, sometimes it doesn't, but it's always hungry." A chill ran through Emma. She had to leave the house, but every attempt felt impossible. The next morning, she tried to pack her car, but the keys vanished. She found them inside the locked cabinet she swore she hadn't opened. Every exit seemed subtly blocked, the way dreams prevent you from escaping until you wake. One night, she was awoken by a loud crash. She grabbed a flashlight and headed downstairs. The living room had changed. The furniture was stacked against the walls in impossible arrangements, as though gravity had shifted or something had moved while she slept. On the floor was a single page torn from her grandmother's journal. The message was scrawled in a different hand. "You cannot leave. It will not let you." Emma realized then that the house wasn't just haunted. It was intelligent, aware, patient. It played with her perception, learning her routines, preying on her exhaustion and fear. She tried to contact friends, but no calls went through. The house seemed to intercept them. Even texts didn't send. Panic began to consume her. She decided she had to confront the basement. If the house had a center, that was it. The basement was darker than she remembered. The walls seemed closer, the air thicker. A soft whispering started as soon as she descended. She felt a cold breath on her neck and froze. The voice was clearer now, unmistakably calling her name. She shone the flashlight into the far corner, and her breath caught. A figure was there, small, hunched. Its face was hidden, but she could see hands pressed against the wall, fingers splayed unnaturally. As she stepped closer, it lurched, and she could see dozens of faintly glowing eyes embedded in the walls behind it. They blinked in unison, watching her every move. Emma screamed and ran up the stairs, banging against the walls, tripping over furniture that seemed to have shifted to block her path. She reached her bedroom, locked the door, and stayed there all night, too terrified to sleep. The following day, she tried to leave again. This time, she packed everything into her car, but as she turned the key in the ignition, the engine wouldn't start. Outside, the sky darkened unnaturally, though it was only mid-morning. Shadows stretched across the lawn, not cast by the sun, but from something else, something alive. In a moment of desperation, she grabbed the journal, thinking perhaps there was a clue, a ritual, anything to placate the entity in the house. She read aloud a passage she hadn't noticed before, almost as if the house itself compelled her to. "If you fear to leave, the house will consume your waking hours. But to leave, you must offer it a memory, a piece of your soul it can hold. Then it will open the door." Emma didn't understand at first, but the house had taught her obedience through fear. She had no choice. She thought of her happiest memory, the day her grandmother had brought her home from the hospital, the warmth and love of family. She whispered it into the air, felt it leave her chest, and suddenly the house shuddered. The front door, which had refused to budge for weeks, creaked open. She ran. She didn't look back until she reached the main road, and even then, the house was silent, dark, still. She never returned to it, sold it quickly to someone who seemed oblivious to the stories. But sometimes, years later, Emma would wake up at exactly 3:17 a.m., and in the corner of her bedroom, just beyond the shadows, she would see a flicker of movement. Not quite a shadow, not quite solid, and she would feel with a creeping certainty that the house still remembered her, still held a piece of her soul in its walls, whispering her name through the darkness. Story the end. It started with the house at the end of Dunlop Street. Nobody in the small town of Marlow paid much attention to it, at least not until the night the lights went on. For years, it had stood vacant, a relic of peeling paint and sagging shutters, the kind of place kids dared each other to approach during Halloween and then ran screaming back. But one evening in October, a pale yellow glow spilled from the windows, stark against the darkness, and that's when things began to change. I lived a few blocks away in a house with a modest lawn and a family that believed in the safety of routine. That night, I was up late, trying to finish homework, when I noticed the lights flicker on. At first, I thought someone had moved in. That was plausible. Houses like that didn't usually stay empty forever. But then I noticed the shadows. They didn't move the way shadows usually did. They shifted too fast, almost like they were alive. My first instinct was to ignore it, chalk it up to my imagination, but curiosity gnawed at me. I stepped onto the porch, gripping the railing, and squinted toward the house. There was movement in the window nearest the front door. I couldn't see who or what it was, only the vague outline of something standing there. The shape was oddly proportioned, taller than any person should be, but I hesitated to fully commit to that thought. That's when I heard it, a sound like dragging, slow and deliberate, coming from inside the house. My pulse quickened. I wanted to run, to tell my parents, but some irrational magnetism, pulled me closer. I crept along the street, staying in the shadows until I reached the yard. The front door was ajar. That was impossible. The house had been locked for years. A musty smell hit me immediately, like decay mixed with something metallic. The dragging noise grew louder, echoing through the empty rooms, and then it stopped. There was a pause, a stillness so thick I could hear my own breathing. Then a low voice, almost a whisper, echoed through the doorway. "You shouldn't be here." I froze. My legs refused to move. Whoever or whatever was inside knew I was watching. My mind raced. Rational thought told me to leave, but my feet moved forward on their own. The door creaked as I pushed it open further, revealing a hallway shrouded in darkness. There were pictures on the walls, though most were so faded I couldn't make out the faces. Each one seemed to watch me as I walked past. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath puff out in front of me. I turned a corner and entered what must have been the living room. Furniture lay in disarray, as if the house itself had been clawing at its contents. And then I saw them. Marks along the walls, deep gouges that formed patterns like letters, but the language was alien. I recognized none of it. The dragging sound started again, closer this time, accompanied by a scratching that made my teeth ache. My instincts screamed to leave, but I was frozen in place. From the far corner of the room, a figure emerged. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that bent wrong, elbows and knees in directions they should not go. Its face was hidden beneath a hood or shadow, I couldn't tell, but I felt its gaze pin me to the floor. The voice came again, louder this time, filled with a strange resonance that seemed to vibrate through my chest. "You see me now." I bolted. My feet pounded against the floor, heart hammering. I didn't stop running until I reached my own front door. I slammed it shut behind me, breathing ragged, and tried to convince myself it had all been a dream. But I knew better. The feeling lingered, like an invisible weight pressing on my shoulders. That night, sleep was impossible. I kept hearing the dragging, the scratching coming from the edges of my house, always just beyond the windows. The next morning, I tried to tell my friends. "You're imagining it," they said. "That house is abandoned. Nobody lives there." But I wasn't imagining it. And when I walked past the house that day, I noticed something new. The front door, which had always been slightly warped and stuck, was now wide open, the way I had left it the night before. There were footprints, large and misshapen, leading from the doorway into the yard. They disappeared into the grass as if swallowed by the earth itself. Over the following weeks, more people noticed strange occurrences. Lights flickered inside the house even during the day. Neighbors reported hearing whispers, scratching, and sometimes screams, though the source was never found. Some claimed they saw figures moving past the windows, though when they tried to approach, the figures vanished. The town police came, citing trespassing and vandalism, but they found nothing. No footprints, no evidence of entry, no signs of life. Only the gouges on the walls remained, deep and jagged, like the house itself had been clawing at the air. One night I couldn't resist. I went back. The air around the house was thick, almost solid. I entered through a side window, careful to avoid making noise. Inside, the house seemed different, warmer, almost welcoming, as if it had been expecting me. The hallway stretched unnaturally long, farther than it should have, walls bending slightly like they weren't meant to be straight. And then I heard it again, the dragging, the whispering. But this time it was closer, coming from above. I climbed the stairs. They groaned under my weight, each step echoing. At the top, the hallway was lined with doors. One stood slightly open, light spilling from within. I pushed it, and what I saw made me stagger back. The room was filled with dozens of mirrors, each reflecting my image, but not quite right. My reflection moved independently, twisting in ways I could not, and in each reflection the tall, hooded figure stood behind me, closer than before. I spun around, but the room was empty. The mirrors began to vibrate, faintly at first, then violently, shaking the floor beneath me. The voice, now a chorus, filled the room. "Stay. Stay forever." My reflection in the mirrors grinned at me, wide and impossible, while my own mouth felt frozen. Panic overtook me. I ran, tumbling down the stairs, through the living room, and out the front door. After that night, things escalated. Shadows moved on their own. I started seeing the figure everywhere. Glimpses in windows, reflections in car mirrors, sometimes even in crowds. Friends said I looked paranoid, that I was imagining things, but the feeling of being watched never left. Sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night and see it standing at the foot of my bed, hooded and silent, just watching. I tried to leave town once. I packed a bag, got in my car, and drove for hours. But no matter how far I went, I would catch a glimpse of that same house, Dunlop Street, in the rearview mirror, sitting there as if the distance meant nothing. And always, the figure stood in the window, waiting. Eventually, I stopped trying to rationalize it. I stopped trying to explain it. I keep my curtains drawn, lights on, doors locked, but I know it doesn't matter. Sometimes, late at night, when the house at the end of Dunlop Street is dark, I still hear the dragging, the scratching, the whispers. And I know, in the way you know things you can't prove, that it's coming for me, even now, even here, miles from that cursed street. The town whispers about the house, about the strange disappearances, about the people who see things no one else can. Some say it's haunted. Some say it's a gateway to something older, something that predates the town itself. But I know the truth. The house waits. The house watches. And it doesn't forgive curiosity. I don't go out at night anymore. I don't talk to anyone about it. But I can't escape it. The figure waits in the corners of my vision. And sometimes when the wind blows just right, I swear I hear the slow, deliberate dragging of feet across my floor and a whisper, "You shouldn't be here." I have tried everything, moving, therapy, even sleeping in friends' houses. But the feeling follows. It is patient. It is relentless. And the last time I saw the house in a dream, it was closer, larger than the block it sat on, stretching its walls into the night sky, windows glowing with a sickly yellow light. And in the tallest window, the hooded figure waiting for the moment I finally looked away. Story the end. The sheriff kept asking why I hadn't called sooner, but I couldn't give him an answer that made sense. Even now, when I think about it, the truth is something I can barely admit to myself. I didn't think anyone in town would believe me. And maybe deep down, I wasn't sure I believed myself either. The night everything started, I was driving west out of Newell, South Dakota, headed toward a ranch house I'd rented for the winter. Work had slowed down at the mill, and the place was cheap enough that I didn't ask questions about why it had sat empty for nearly a decade. It was early November, the kind of cold that bites through your jacket and settles into your ribs. Wind was kicking dust across the road, even though we hadn't seen rain in weeks. Dry season, locals said. Fire season. Strange things season. My phone had been flickering between one bar and no service since I passed the edge of town. The sky was moonless, but the stars were sharp and bright, like pinholes punched through fabric. It was the kind of night where everything felt too quiet. No coyotes howling, no wind rustling the grass, just the hum of my truck's engine and the crunch of gravel under the tires. The ranch house sat a mile off the highway down a narrow dirt road. I'd only seen pictures online, simple, square, and old, built sometime in the early 1900s, a stretch of flat, open land around it, a few cottonwoods leaning west like they were trying to run from something. The property line ended just before a strip of government-owned prairie that locals referred to as the preserve, though no one could tell me what it was preserved for. When I pulled up, the porch light flickered on automatically. Someone years ago must have wired it to a motion sensor. The boards creaked as I stepped onto the porch, but everything held. The key was under the brick by the door, just like the rental listing said. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. Dust coated everything. It wasn't just neglect. There was a smell, faint and earthy, like something had been shut up in there too long. The floors were wide, old pine boards worn smooth in the center. A single hallway led to 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The place wasn't furnished except for a warped dining table and a heavy cedar dresser in one of the bedrooms. I stood in the center of the room and listened. The kind of listening where you're not waiting for anything specific, just waiting in case something decides to make itself known. Nothing did. Not then. I unloaded my truck, made a sandwich, and tried to settle into the idea that this place was home for the next few months. Maybe it was the darkness outside or the way the wind seemed to stop on the property line, but the house had a heaviness to it, a density in the air that made my chest tight. Still, I was tired. I laid in bed, phone charging beside me, the screen stuck at no service. I drifted off around midnight. I don't remember waking up. I just remember being awake, It must have been around 3. The room was colder than it should have been, despite the heater running. I could see my breath faintly. My phone glowed from the nightstand. Somehow, without service, it had a notification. One new voicemail. No call. Just a voicemail. I frowned and picked it up, playing the message on speaker. At first, I couldn't make anything out. Just a low hum like wind pushing through a narrow gap. Then, something else. A voice, maybe. A whisper. But it was so faint I had to hold the phone against my ear. You shouldn't be here. It was a woman's voice, barely recognizable, frayed around the edges. Leave, before it comes back. Then the line dissolved into static so loud it made me flinch. I sat up in bed, fully awake now. The house was silent, but the silence felt wrong, like the house was trying too hard. I replayed the message twice. Same words, same voice, same static. The number it came from was just zeros. Blocked or impossible to trace. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like someone was standing at the edge of the bed watching me. By sunrise, I'd convinced myself it had to be some kind of glitch. Unknown numbers leave weird voicemails all the time, right? By noon, I'd mostly stopped thinking about it. Mostly. It wasn't until sunset that the second thing happened. I was outside stacking firewood next to the shed when I noticed something odd across the field, along the fence line that bordered the preserve. A shape. Too tall to be a deer, too still to be a person. At first I thought it was a tree stump, but the longer I stared, the more I realized it was closer than the fence line. Maybe 30 yards away, maybe less, and tall. 7 feet, maybe 8. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. The light was fading and colors were blurring, but whatever it wasn't something I recognized. Then it moved. Not like a person, not like an animal either. It unfolded. That's the only word that fits. Slow, deliberate, like joints bending backward before correcting themselves. It took 2 steps, each one too smooth, too silent, and shifted out of view behind a dip in the land. I dropped the firewood. I didn't go after it. I'm not stupid. Instead, I went inside, locked the doors, and turned on every light in the house. Night settled in fast. The wind picked up around 9, thudding against the siding. Shadows trembled across the floor. I tried reading, but my eyes kept darting toward the windows. At 10:30, a second voicemail came in. Again, no missed call. I let it play. Same hum, same static, same whispering voice. But this time the message was longer. It knows you're alone. It remembers this house. It remembers everyone. A pause, then don't look at it when it comes to the door. My stomach dropped. As if timed with the message, something tapped against the porch. Lightly. Once. Then again. I froze. My breath stalled in my chest. The tap came again. Not a knock, lighter than that, like someone testing the wood with a fingertip. I tiptoed to the window beside the door and pulled the curtain back a sliver. Nothing. Just the empty porch. The motion sensor light flickering faintly as if something had passed through its range and moved away. I didn't sleep that night either. By dawn, I was shaking so badly I spilled my coffee twice. Around noon, I drove back into Newell, partly for supplies, mostly because I needed people around me. The diner was half full. I sat at the counter, ordered a burger, and tried to look normal. The waitress, a woman in her 60s, kept glancing at me like she wanted to say something. Eventually, she did. "You renting the old Rierson place?" I nodded. Her face tightened. "Didn't they tell you about it?" "Tell me what?" She wiped her hands on her apron slowly, deliberately. "People don't stay there. Not for long." "Why?" She hesitated. "You know about the family?" I shook my head. She leaned in, voice low. "Family disappeared. Parents and 2 daughters. Late October. 12 years ago. House was empty when the neighbor came by to check on them. Dinner still on the table. No signs of struggle. No prints. No tracks. Nothing." "Did they ever find them?" "No." She hesitated again. "But a week after they vanished, a hunter swore he saw someone matching the mother's description wandering on the preserve. Said she was barefoot, moving strange, like she didn't know how her legs worked." Her words hit me harder than they should have. I asked carefully, "Did anyone ever say the house was haunted?" She snorted. "People say stupid things all the time. Haunted, cursed, whatever. Nobody agrees, but everyone agrees on one thing." "What's that?" She met my eyes. "No one should live there alone." The drive back felt longer than before. Even in daylight, the property felt wrong. Tilted somehow, like it existed slightly sideways from the rest of the world. Inside, the air felt colder. The lights flickered when I turned them on. Around 4, as the sun started sinking, I heard it again. A tap at the back door this time. I didn't look, not right away, but I stepped closer, slow as I could, and looked through the small window. Something was standing at the far end of the yard. Same height, same stillness. The wind bent the grass around it, but it didn't sway, didn't breathe, didn't blink, just watched me. I backed away from the window. My phone buzzed. A voicemail. I didn't listen to it. Not yet. Instead, I went into the bedroom and sat on the floor, breathing hard, trying to stay quiet. Night pressed in around the house. At 9, the tapping moved to the front door. 3 taps. Slow, even. I covered my ears. Then, for the first time, it spoke. Not through the phone, not from far away, through the door. Soft, feminine, and wrong. Let me in. I couldn't move. So cold. A pause. You said you would help. My throat tightened until I could barely breathe. I hadn't said anything like that. I hadn't said anything at all. Don't make me stay out here. I curled deeper into myself and whispered no, over and over, though I'm not sure if I said it out loud or only in my mind. The doorknob rattled, then twisted. Slowly, deliberately. Then silence. Total and complete. I waited until sunrise before standing up. When I finally listened to the voicemail, the voice wasn't the same whisper as before. It was my own. My voice, saying over and over, let it in. I packed the truck in 10 minutes. I didn't lock the door behind me. I didn't look back when I got to the highway, but I did glance in the rearview mirror once, just once. And standing at the property line, tall and still and patient, was the shape, watching me leave. I drove straight to the sheriff's office and tried to tell them everything. They took a report. They promised to check the property. They said they found nothing unusual. That was 2 weeks ago. I've been staying in a motel in Rapid City since, sleeping with the lights on, curtains pinned shut. Last night, for the first time since I left, my phone buzzed at 3:08 a.m. 1 new voicemail. No missed call. I haven't listened to it. I can't. Because the message preview shows the first 3 words and it already knows where I am. Found you now. Story the end. Rain hammered the cracked windshield of my old Ford as I drove along Highway 19, a narrow stretch of road that cut through the northern woods of Minnesota. It was late, well past midnight, and visibility had shrunk to almost nothing. I'd been driving for hours with no real destination, only a vague plan to clear my head after a brutal week at work. The storm grew worse, and my nerves were already stretched tight when I saw the shape on the side of the road. At first, I thought it was a deer, but as I got closer, the silhouette sharpened into the unmistakable figure of a person. They stood perfectly still, soaked by the downpour, head lowered, one arm hanging limply by their side. I slowed, instinctively wary. The nearest town, Alder Creek, was 15 miles behind me, and nothing but dense forest lay ahead. I pulled over. The figure didn't move. My pulse thudded against my ribs. Against my better judgment, I rolled down the window. "Hey!" I called out. "You need help?" The figure lifted its head. Even through the rain and darkness, I saw how pale the face was, so pale it almost glowed. The person took a step toward me. Something about the movement was wrong, too slow, too deliberate. I reached across the seat and unlocked the passenger door because leaving someone in weather like that felt inhuman. The door creaked open and the figure climbed in without a word. Water dripped onto the seat, pooling around bare, pale feet. The clothes, simple jeans and a dark jacket, looked normal enough, but the face, I tried not to stare. "Rough night," I said, trying to sound calm. "Where you headed?" A pause, a long one. Then, in a voice that sounded dry as if unused for years, "Home." I expected them to continue, maybe give an address, but they didn't. "Okay," I tried again. "Where's home?" The figure slowly turned to face me. The eyes were the worst part, dark, sunken, and disturbingly reflective, like animal eyes caught in headlights. My breath hitched. "You'll know," the figure said. "Soon." I swallowed hard and put the car back into gear. I told myself they were just disoriented, maybe in shock. But as we drove, the air inside the car grew colder. My breath fogged the glass. The rain outside intensified, hammering the roof like desperate fists. The figure stared straight ahead, unmoving. About 10 minutes in, the radio flickered on by itself. Static at first, then faint voices overlapping and distorted. I reached out to turn it off, but the knob wouldn't budge. My fingers slipped on it as if coated with grease. The figure's head tilted slightly. "They're talking about me." A chill crawled up my spine. "Who?" The figure didn't answer. The static rose, shifting into what sounded like frantic whispers. Male, female, layered over each other, dozens of them. I caught fragments. Don't stop, keep driving, turn around, don't look back. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. Every instinct told me to kick this person out of my car and speed away. But the storm was so violent now I could barely see the road. The wind howled, bending the treetops. The forest felt alive, enclosing us, pressing closer. Then the figure whispered, "Slow down, we're here." I blinked through the rain-streaked windshield. Ahead, barely visible, was a turnoff I had never seen before, a narrow dirt road cutting into the trees. "There's nothing down that road," I said. "There is," the figure replied. "My home." Lightning flashed. For a split second, the forest was illuminated. In that flash, lining both sides of the narrow road were dark shapes, figures, standing motionless among the trees. When the darkness returned, they vanished. I slammed the brakes. The car skidded, fishtailing on the wet pavement before stopping just short of the turnoff. My chest heaved. "I'm not going down there," I said. The figure slowly turned toward me again, and this time I could see something beneath the skin. Movement, like dozens of small shapes writhing just under the surface. "You brought me this far," the figure said. "You have to finish the drive." I shoved the gear into reverse, ready to floor it. But the car wouldn't move. The engine growled, sputtered, then died. Silence, except for the storm. The figure leaned closer. I smelled earth, old, damp earth, as if they'd been buried underground. "You shouldn't have stopped," it whispered. My heart thudded so loud I could barely hear the rain. I fumbled with the keys, trying to restart the engine. It clicked uselessly. Then I saw movement outside. Shapes stepped out of the trees. Not animals, people, dozens of them, barefoot, pale, clothes hanging like rags. Their faces were emotionless, eyes hollow and wet from the rain. They approached the car in slow, synchronized steps. "No," I whispered. "This isn't happening." The figure in the passenger seat opened the door and stepped out. The others stopped, forming two lines along the road, facing inward like a corridor. The figure turned back to me. "You can come with us," it said, "or you can wait here." Another flash of lightning revealed something horrifying. Every single figure standing outside had the same face. Identical. Copies, every expression blank. Every set of eyes staring at me. I locked the doors. Childish, maybe, but instinctive. The figure, my passenger, tilted its head, almost curious, then walked down the corridor of clones. As it did, they bowed their heads one by one. I frantically tried to start the engine again. The car coughed, groaned, then roared to life. Relief surged through me. Without looking at anything else, I shifted into drive and floored the gas pedal. The car lurched forward, only to slam into something invisible. I hit the steering wheel so hard pain shot through my ribs. Through the cracked windshield, I saw the figures standing in front of the car, unmoving, blocking the road. The passenger figure lifted a hand, the others did the same, perfectly in sync. And then the forest went silent. The storm stopped as if someone flipped a switch. No rain, no wind, no sound at all. Something pressed against my mind, heavy and cold. A voice, hundreds of them layered together, filled my head. "Come home." My vision blurred. My fingers went numb. The world faded into gray. When I came to, it was dawn. The car was parked safely on the shoulder of Highway 19, engine off, keys in my lap. No storm, no figures, no dirt road. I stumbled out, shaking. The forest looked normal again, birds chirping, sunlight filtering through the branches. Had it all been some twisted nightmare? I walked around the car, every nerve on edge. The ground was undisturbed. No footprints, no sign of anything. But then I saw the passenger seat. It was soaked through as if someone had sat there all night in drenched clothes. And on the dashboard, smeared in mud or something darker, was a single word: home. I drove straight to the nearest gas station. The attendant, a tired-looking older man, noticed my trembling hands. "You all right?" he asked. "No," I admitted. "I picked someone up last night, on the road." The man's expression changed instantly. "Highway 19?" he asked quietly. I nodded. He exhaled through his nose and wiped his hands on a rag. "You shouldn't pick up hitchhikers on that stretch. People vanish out there." I swallowed. "You mean missing person cases?" "No." He shook his head slowly. "I mean the ones who vanished decades ago. Some folks say they still walk that highway when storms get bad, looking for a way back home." A cold weight settled in my stomach. The man hesitated before adding, "If one gets in your car, You don't let them show you the road. You never follow where they point. What happens when you do? I whispered. He didn't answer. He just gave me a look filled with old fear. I left Alder Creek an hour later, speeding away from Highway 19 as fast as I safely could. But even now, months later, I still dream of that pale face and those hundreds of identical figures waiting in the forest. Sometimes I wake with mud on my floorboards or the faint smell of wet earth drifting through my window, and once, just once, I heard that layered voice whisper from the dark corner of my room, "We'll show you home soon." Now I avoid storms, I avoid woods, I avoid long drives at night, but a part of me knows it's only a matter of time before the passenger returns. The road they tried to lead me down, the one I refused, it's waiting, and so are they. Story the end. It started the day Kevin Matthews moved into the old Victorian house on the edge of Marlow, Massachusetts. He had bought it at an estate sale, drawn by the price and the sense of history it carried. The house had been empty for years, its previous owners gone without explanation. Kevin was a practical man, a software engineer, and not easily spooked by old buildings or local legends. He told himself the stories about ghosts and hauntings were for tourists and impressionable kids. The first few days were uneventful. Kevin unpacked, cleaned, and set up his workspace in what had once been the study. He noticed the house had odd quirks, doors that stuck, a draft that seemed to come from nowhere, and the occasional squeak of floorboards even when he was alone. He attributed it to age and neglect. It was on the third night that he first heard it, the faint sound of someone walking in the attic. At first, he dismissed it as the house settling, but the steps were deliberate, slow, and heavy, stopping whenever he paused to listen more carefully. That night, sleep came reluctantly, punctuated by the sense that he was being watched. A week passed, and Kevin began noticing small things moving out of place. A book on the shelf shifted. A chair he swore he left in the corner was now closer to the door. He blamed his own absent-mindedness. But then one morning he found the front door unlocked, despite remembering locking it before bed. The keys were on the hook inside, untouched. He tried to rationalize everything. He set up a few cameras around the house, hoping to catch whatever or whoever was responsible. That night, the recordings showed nothing unusual, until the last clip, recorded in the hallway outside his bedroom, where the camera clearly captured a shadowy figure standing in the dark. It had no distinct features, just a vague humanoid shape, and it seemed to be watching him. Kevin's heart raced, but he told himself it was a trick of the light, a glitch in the camera. As the days went by, the occurrences intensified. Kevin began hearing whispers, barely audible, often saying his name. They came from different rooms, sometimes multiple at once, and always stopped the moment he tried to pinpoint their source. He started losing time. Hours would vanish without him noticing. He would find himself in a different room, doing things he didn't remember deciding to do. Then came the dreams. At first, they were nightmares, running through dark, twisting hallways with a faceless presence pursuing him. But gradually, the dreams felt less like dreams and more like memories he couldn't place. He would wake up knowing things about the house he had never discovered in the waking world. Hidden staircases, locked doors in the attic, and a small crawl space beneath the kitchen. Compelled by curiosity and fear, Kevin found the crawl space, a narrow opening under the kitchen floor. Inside was a small, dimly lit chamber. On the walls were hundreds of names scratched into the plaster, dates beside each one. Some were decades old, others were recent. And at the very bottom, freshly etched, was his own name. His stomach churned, and he staggered backward, almost falling over. From that night on, the house seemed alive in ways he couldn't explain. Objects moved on their own. Cold spots appeared unpredictably, sometimes freezing him mid-step. The shadow appeared more frequently, lingering longer, always watching. It was patient, deliberate. Kevin stopped trying to leave. Every attempt to pack his things ended with him waking up in his bed, doors locked, as if nothing had happened. He reached out to the town's historian, a woman named Martha Green, hoping for some explanation. She listened intently as he recounted the events, her face growing pale. "The house," she said, "has a long history of disappearances. People vanish, sometimes for days, sometimes forever. The previous owners, they weren't all lost to normal causes. Some people believe there's a force here that attaches itself to anyone who comes in, like binds them to the house through fear, through their own name. You're not the first to experience it. Kevin didn't sleep that night. He barricaded his bedroom door, convinced he could outlast whatever was haunting him. The house, however, had other plans. Shadows pressed against the walls, doors slammed, whispers became screams. The temperature fluctuated wildly, from sweltering heat to freezing cold in seconds. Kevin could feel his sanity slipping. The shadow finally confronted him in the hallway outside his bedroom. It didn't move, but Kevin could feel its presence pressing against him, a suffocating force that made it hard to breathe. He screamed, and the sound echoed through the house as if it were laughing. Kevin fell to the floor, clutching his head, and in a final, desperate act, he shouted his own name over and over, demanding that the entity leave him alone. When he opened his eyes, the house was silent. The shadow was gone, but so was the sense of normalcy. Kevin knew he hadn't defeated it. He had merely been spared temporarily. He packed what he could, leaving behind most of his belongings, and drove away before dawn. The house receded into the distance, silent, waiting. He moved to a small apartment in Vermont, far from Marlowe, but the house never left him. Sometimes he would hear faint tapping at his window, or a whisper of his name in the middle of the night. Shadows lingered at the edge of his vision, vanishing when he tried to focus on them. Kevin never spoke of the house to anyone, fearing disbelief or worse, but he carried the terror with him, a constant reminder of what lurked in the old Victorian house at the edge of Marlowe. Years later, after Kevin had tried to live a quiet, normal life, news came that the house had been sold again. The new owners reported strange occurrences immediately. Doors opening by themselves, whispers in empty rooms, and a persistent shadow that seemed to watch them constantly. Kevin knew, with a sinking certainty, that the house had not been emptied of its hunger. It was patient. It waited for the next person to cross its threshold, and eventually it would claim them too. Story the end. It started in the dead of winter, a time when the days were short, the nights were long, and the cold seemed to creep into every corner of the small town of Millwood, Maine. I had just returned to my hometown after years of living in Boston, craving a quieter life. My parents had passed, and the old family house, a creaky two-story Victorian on the outskirts of town, had been left to me. I hadn't been back since I was a teenager, and the memories of summers spent exploring the dense woods behind the property came back in fragments. Sunlight filtering through branches, the smell of pine needles, the distant hum of insects in the heat. But now, in November, the forest looked different. Stark, gray, and cold. The trees were bare, their skeletal limbs scratching the overcast sky. The first week was uneventful. I unpacked, caught up with old friends, and tried to adjust to the slow rhythm of Millwood. But I began to notice strange things almost immediately. Small things at first. Doors that I swore I'd locked, found unlocked. Lights flickering when no storm was brewing. Shadows moving in the corners of my vision. I chalked it up to fatigue and the old house settling. Old houses do that. One night around 2 a.m., I woke to the sound of whispering. It was faint, like someone talking under their breath in the hallway outside my bedroom. I froze, straining to hear. It wasn't a coherent language, just low murmurs, almost rhythmic. My first instinct was to convince myself it was the wind, but there was no wind that night. The whispering stopped abruptly when I reached for the door, as if someone or something knew I was listening. I tried to dismiss it, but the unease grew. Then came the dreams. I would dream of the woods behind my house, but not the familiar sunny trails. In my dreams, the forest was shrouded in fog, twisted, and the trees seemed to lean toward me, whispering my name. Sometimes I saw glimpses of a figure, dark, tall, and motionless, always watching, always just at the edge of my vision. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding, convinced it had been real. A week later, I decided to go for a walk through the woods during the day, hoping that rational exposure would dispel the fear. The air was sharp and cold, the ground frozen and brittle underfoot. As I walked deeper, I noticed something odd. The forest floor seemed unnaturally clear in some areas, almost like paths had been trampled recently, though no human footprints were visible. The trees themselves seemed warped, gnarled in ways I didn't remember. The sun barely pierced the thick canopy, leaving patches of darkness that made my skin crawl. Then I saw it. The figure. At first, I thought it was a man standing between two trees, watching me. But the closer I got, the more it seemed wrong. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, almost glitching. I froze, unsure if I should run or stand my ground. The figure didn't move, didn't react, just remained there, perfectly still. My instinct to flee finally overpowered curiosity, and I sprinted back home without looking back. When I reached my porch, I caught a glimpse of it between the trees, vanishing like smoke into the morning fog. That night, the whispering returned, louder and more insistent. It wasn't just in the hallway this time, it was coming from the walls, from the floorboards, from the ceiling above. I could hear distinct words, though slurred and echoing, "Go, back, don't, stay." I couldn't tell if it was warning me or taunting me. Sleep became impossible. I barricaded my bedroom door, tried recording the sounds, but every playback revealed nothing but static. One morning, I noticed the first undeniable sign that something was very wrong. My cat, a usually fearless Maine Coon named Jasper, refused to leave the hallway outside my bedroom. He would crouch low, ears flat, and hiss at something invisible. I began seeing scratches on the walls, long, thin lines that hadn't been there before. They looked like talon marks, and no matter how often I cleaned or painted over them, they reappeared overnight. The locals began to notice my unusual behavior, too. Mrs. Dalloway, who ran the corner store and knew everyone in town, asked me one afternoon if I was feeling all right. "People talk about the old Millwood Woods," she said cautiously. "Some say it's haunted, sure, but some things you shouldn't dig into. Folks disappear out there sometimes, just be careful, son." I nodded politely, brushing it off, but her words stuck with me. I tried to tell myself she was exaggerating, that small towns thrive on folklore, yet the gnawing fear in my chest said otherwise. One evening, I couldn't resist the urge to investigate further. I grabbed a flashlight and went back into the woods, determined to find the figure, or at least understand what was happening. The fog had rolled in thick that night, curling around tree trunks like fingers. I walked carefully, heart hammering. I noticed strange symbols carved into trees, circles, lines, shapes that seemed vaguely human but distorted. The air grew colder the deeper I went, and I realized I couldn't hear anything except my own breathing. Not a bird, not the wind, nothing. The silence pressed in on me. Then I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. The figure. It was closer this time, almost at eye level, but still vague, shadowy. It didn't run. It didn't blink. It just existed. A sense of wrongness settled in my gut, a fear that went beyond human understanding. I tried to approach, to step forward, but my feet felt heavy, rooted to the ground. The figure tilted its head as if acknowledging me, and then it moved. Not by walking, but as if it dissolved and reformed a few feet away. Each movement was accompanied by a whisper, a sibilant hiss I could almost understand. "Leave, now, or stay forever." I ran. I didn't look back until I was back at my porch, gasping and shaking. I locked every door and window, piled furniture against them, but the whispering continued, now coming from inside the house. It wasn't random, it was deliberate. The voice seemed to circle me, coming from the corners of the room, behind my back, above my head. "You shouldn't be here. We are watching." The nights became unbearable. I couldn't sleep. I barely ate. I took to wandering the house in daylight, just to avoid the shadows that seemed to follow me at night. One morning, I found a note slipped under my door. It was written in jagged, almost childlike handwriting. "You see us. We see you. You belong to the woods now." I tore it up, but the words burned into my mind. I began noticing things that didn't belong. Footprints in the dust that weren't mine, reflections in mirrors that didn't match my movements, fleeting shapes darting just outside the corner of my vision. Desperate, I drove into town and spoke with Sheriff Malone, an old friend of my father's. He listened quietly, his face tight and serious. "You're not the first," he said finally. "Millwood Woods, there's a history. Disappearances, strange deaths, people who just vanish. They say the forest doesn't like outsiders. It keeps its own secrets." I pressed him for details, but he wouldn't say more. "Some things," he said, "aren't meant to be understood. Just leave it alone." I couldn't leave. This was my inheritance, my home. But I also couldn't ignore the warning signs. One night, in a fit of desperation, I grabbed my camera and tried to record the figure. I stayed in the living room, camera rolling, and waited. Hours passed. Then I felt it. The temperature dropped, frost forming on the edges of the windows. A shadow detached itself from the corner of the room and moved toward me. I turned on the camera light and saw nothing but a blur, a darkness thicker than any shadow I'd ever seen. The camera caught something my eyes couldn't. A pair of eyes, reflective and red, staring directly into the lens. I heard the whisper clearly this time. Forever. And then everything went silent. The next morning, the house was empty. Doors wide open, furniture overturned. Jasper was gone. I found claw marks etched into the wood, deep and fresh. I haven't been back since. The house stands abandoned, windows dark, doors creaking in the wind. Locals avoid it now, whispering about the new presence in Millwood Woods. I drive past slowly when I return to town, catching glimpses of movement in the fog, and I know the figure is still there, waiting for the next person to wander too deep to see too much. I can still hear the whispering sometimes, especially when the wind blows through the old streets of Millwood. Low, persistent, unintelligible, but unmistakably there. Sometimes it even calls my name, and I know no matter how far I drive, how much I try to forget, the woods are watching. They never forget. They never forgive. Story the end. It was late October when Emily decided to take the road trip she had been planning for months. She had recently moved back to the Midwest after college, and the long, empty roads of Iowa called to her like a siren. She wanted solitude, a chance to think, and maybe a little adventure. She drove her old blue sedan through the flat, endless farmland, stopping occasionally to snap pictures of silos and abandoned barns. By nightfall, she had gone farther than she expected, by the sun sinking behind rolling hills that suddenly seemed more foreboding than picturesque. She checked her GPS. It flickered, then lost signal. Emily shrugged it off. She had paper maps in her glove compartment, and she could navigate by memory. The problem was, the road she was on didn't seem to exist on the map. Fields stretched out in every direction, but no signs marked towns, intersections, or even mile markers. A chill crept up her spine. She was used to being alone, but something about this isolation felt different, heavy, as though the night itself was watching her. Emily kept driving, hoping to find a gas station or some sort of sign, when she noticed a faint glow in the distance. At first, she thought it might be another car, but as she got closer, she realized it was a house, a small two-story farmhouse that looked as though it hadn't been lived in for decades. Its windows glowed with a warm, flickering light, the kind of light you expect from candle flames. She hesitated, but the idea of being stranded in the cold night pushed her forward. She parked on the cracked gravel driveway and knocked on the door. The air was still, and the only sound was the distant rustle of leaves. After a long pause, the door creaked open. Inside, the house smelled of wood smoke and dampness. A woman appeared, older than Emily expected, with pale skin and thin, gray-streaked hair. She wore a faded floral dress and stared at Emily with an intensity that made her stomach tighten. "Hello," Emily said cautiously. I think I'm lost. Could I maybe use your phone?" The woman didn't answer immediately. Finally, she said, "You can stay for the night. You look tired." Her voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, a subtle sharpness that made Emily swallow hard. Something in Emily's gut screamed that she should leave, but the thought of sleeping in her car in the middle of nowhere made her relent. She followed the woman into a dimly lit living room. The furniture was old, covered with yellowed lace doilies, and the walls were lined with photographs. Emily froze. The pictures showed the same house, the same living room, but in each photo, people stood in the same positions, almost like a time-lapse of generations. Only as her eyes adjusted, she realized the faces weren't just aged, they were wrong. The people looked hollow, their eyes dark, empty pits that seemed to suck the light from the room. "Dinner's ready," the woman said abruptly, breaking Emily's gaze. She followed her to a small kitchen where a single candle burned on the table. A pot of stew bubbled quietly, sending up a savory aroma. Emily felt a pang of hunger, but also unease. She sat down, the chair legs scraping against the floor. "Eat," the woman said, placing a bowl in front of her. Emily picked up the spoon, but paused. Something about the stew felt off. There were chunks of meat, but she couldn't identify what kind. Her stomach churned. "Don't be shy," the woman said. "It's fresh." Emily forced herself to eat, telling herself it was just paranoia. After dinner, the woman offered her a room upstairs. The staircase groaned under her weight, each step a protest. The bedroom was small, furnished with an old iron bed and a quilt that smelled faintly of mothballs. As Emily lay down, she noticed something strange about the wallpaper. It was a muted floral pattern, but faint, almost invisible figures moved within it if she stared long enough. She shook her head, blaming exhaustion. Sleep didn't come easily. Around midnight, she heard footsteps in the hall. She assumed it was the woman checking on her, but then the sound of whispering reached her ears, soft, unintelligible, coming from somewhere inside the walls. Emily held her breath, heart pounding. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, almost forming words. She could have sworn she heard her own name. Panic overtook her. She grabbed her coat and quietly slipped out of the room, pressing herself against the wall as the whispers continued. She reached the staircase and froze. The living room was empty, but the photographs she hadn't noticed before now all showed people pointing directly at her, their eyes black voids. A sudden creak made her spin around. The woman stood at the top of the stairs, her face calm but unblinking. "You shouldn't wander," she said softly. "You might wake them." Emily bolted. She ran out the front door into the cold night, the whispers following her, growing louder, overlapping, until they became a deafening chorus of voices calling her name, screaming, crying. She didn't look back until she reached her car. The engine wouldn't start. Panic clawed at her chest. Then she saw them, figures emerging from the shadows around the house. People, or what had once been people, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Their eyes were empty, black pools, and their mouths opened in silent screams. Emily fumbled with her keys, heart hammering. One figure raised a hand toward her, slow and deliberate. She hit the ignition and the car roared to life. As she sped down the unmarked road, she dared to glance in the rearview mirror. The house was gone. The field stretched endlessly, empty and quiet, as though it had never existed. She drove for hours, finally finding a highway and eventually a gas station where she collapsed in relief. Weeks passed, but Emily couldn't forget the house, the figures, the whispers. Then one morning, she received a package with no return address. Inside was a photograph of her, taken while she was sleeping in that strange bedroom. On the back, in faint handwriting, it read, "You left, but they didn't." Emily never went near that area again. She told herself it was a dream, a hallucination from exhaustion and hunger. But sometimes, late at night, she swore she could hear whispers coming from her walls, and in the corner of every photograph she took, faint, hollow figures seemed to watch her. Months later, Emily found an online forum where people shared encounters with strange places that appeared and disappeared. One post caught her eye. A house in Iowa, deep in the farmland, that supposedly lured travelers inside. Everyone who entered either vanished or returned changed. Some said the house fed on fear. Others claimed it kept people trapped, adding their essence to its walls. Emily's hands shook as she scrolled. At the bottom, there was a new post she hadn't seen before. A photograph of a woman standing in front of a house, her eyes dark and hollow, pointing at the camera. Underneath a caption, "Found her." The room seemed to grow colder. The whispers started again, soft at first, then insistent. Emily's blood ran cold as she realized she wasn't alone. The next morning, her apartment was empty. No signs of struggle, no note, no clue, just the faint smell of wood smoke lingering in the air. Friends reported her missing, police found nothing. But Emily was still out there, somewhere, waiting, or perhaps already trapped, watching, whispering. Sometimes when the wind howls just right, people claim to see a figure in the fields, pale and thin, standing silently among the shadows. They hear a faint voice, calling their name, a voice that seems too familiar, too close. Story, the end. The cold rain had already soaked through my jacket by the time I reached the edge of the highway. My car had died miles back, smoke sputtering from under the hood, and with no signal on my phone, I'd had no choice but to walk. Vermont's backroads were peaceful during the day, but at night, with the storm rolling through, they felt deserted in a way that made my skin crawl. The only light came from the occasional flicker of lightning overhead. With each flash, I saw the silhouettes of trees, gnarled, twisted, leaning too close to the road like they were waiting for something or someone. After nearly 2 miles of trudging through the storm, I saw a glow ahead. A house, a large, old-fashioned farmhouse sitting yards away from the road, its windows emitting a soft amber light. Relief washed over me. I could knock, use the phone, maybe wait out the storm. As I got closer, the details came into view. The paint was peeling, and the porch looked slightly slanted, as if sagging under its own weight. But the lights were on and the curtains moved gently, as though someone had just passed behind them. I walked up the porch steps. They creaked loudly, the kind of creak that echoed too much for such a small space. I knocked on the door. No answer. I knocked again, louder. After a few seconds, the doorknob jiggled, and the door opened just a few inches. An older woman peered out, gray hair in a messy bun, deep wrinkles framing tired eyes. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. "Yes?" she asked, her voice thin and shaky. "Ma'am, I'm really sorry to bother you, but my car broke down a ways back. I don't have cell service. Could I use your phone? I won't take long." She hesitated. I could see her eyes flick behind me toward the darkness, like she was expecting someone else to be there. Then she opened the door wider. "Come in, quickly." I stepped inside. The warmth of the house hit me instantly, thick and almost suffocating compared to the cold storm outside. The interior looked old-fashioned, floral wallpaper, wooden floors, lace curtains, but everything seemed slightly off. The paintings hung crooked. The clock on the wall ticked irregularly. And though the lights were on, some flickered like they wanted to give out. "You can use the phone in the sitting room," she said, pointing down the hall. "Thank you," I said. But before I could move, she grabbed my arm suddenly. "Don't look at the windows," she whispered. "No matter what you hear, no matter what you think you see." I stared at her, confused. "Ma'am?" She let go of my arm quickly, as if she hadn't meant to grip it so hard. "Just, please, don't." I nodded slowly, unsure what else to do. I walked into the sitting room. A house phone sat on a small wooden table. I picked it up, dead. No dial tone, no static, nothing. I sighed and walked back toward the hallway. The old woman was gone. "Hello?" I called. Silence. The house groaned softly around me. I could hear the storm raging outside, the rain slamming against the roof. Then a sound from the window behind me. A tapping. Light at first, then harder. Her words echoed in my mind. "Don't look at the windows." The tapping grew more urgent, like fingernails on glass. My heart hammered in my chest. I backed away from the window without turning around, forcing myself to stare straight ahead. Then something whispered. Right outside the glass. It said my name. My throat tightened. I'd never told the woman my name. No one here should know it. "Don't look," I muttered to myself, walking backward toward the hall. "Don't look." Then the tapping stopped. The silence felt worse. I reached the hall, but then I heard footsteps above me. Slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth. The house was old, but these steps weren't the settling of wood. They were too heavy, too intentional. "Ma'am," I called again, "is someone else here with you?" No answer. The footsteps upstairs stopped. The floorboards creaked. Then, impossibly slowly, the sound of someone descending the stairs reached me. Thump, thump, pause, thump, pause. My breath quickened. Something was coming down, and I had no idea what it was. I pressed myself against the wall, listening. The footsteps reached the bottom step. I felt a shift in the air, like someone tall was standing just around the corner. I peeked ever so slightly. Nobody was there, but the floorboard directly in front of the stairs sank inward, as if something with a tremendous weight was standing on it. Then I heard breathing. Slow, raspy, inches from where the invisible weight settled. I turned and ran. I didn't think. I bolted down the hall, away from the stairs, toward the back of the house. I didn't know where I was going, just that I had to get away from that thing. As I ran past one of the windows, lightning flashed outside, and curiosity overpowered fear for half a second. I glanced sideways, just a tiny glance. Something was pressed against the glass. Not a face. Faces aren't that long. Not eyes. Eyes aren't that hollow. And no smile should ever stretch that wide. I stumbled, falling hard onto the floor. When I looked back, the window was empty. I scrambled to my feet and burst into what looked like a storage room. Boxes everywhere, old furniture draped with sheets. The storm sounded louder in here, the wind howling like it was trying to break through the walls. Then I saw her, the old woman. She sat in a rocking chair in the corner of the room. Her eyes were wide, unblinking, staring straight at the window. "Ma'am," I whispered, "we need to get out of here." She didn't move, didn't blink, didn't breathe. I stepped closer. "Ma'am?" As I reached her, her head turned toward me slowly, too slowly, like her neck wasn't meant to move anymore. and when she faced me, I stumbled back. Her mouth was open in a frozen scream, but no sound came from her. Her eyes were milky white. She wasn't alive. She hadn't been alive for hours, maybe longer. Then who opened the door? A cold gust of wind swept through the room, even though the windows were closed. The curtains fluttered wildly, and a deep creaking filled the house as if every beam and nail groaned under a massive unseen weight. The whispering began again, this time from everywhere, all around the room, behind the boxes, beneath the floorboards, inside the walls. My name repeated in dozens of voices. Men, women, children, all overlapping, all wrong. I bolted for the door. The hallway felt darker than before. The lights flickered violently. Shadows crawled along the walls, stretching, twisting, reaching. I ran toward the front entrance, but when I reached it, the door was gone. Not closed, gone, just a solid wall where it had been. My heart pounded against my ribs. I turned back, trying to find another exit. A back door, a window I could break. Anything. The whispering grew louder. The air grew colder. The shadows stretched across the floor like hands. Then, from the far end of the hall, it stepped into view. It was tall, far too tall for the house. Its head scraped the ceiling. Its limbs were impossibly thin, and its face, if you could call it a face, was blank, except for a mouth carved into a permanent smile. A smile too wide, too sharp, too eager. It moved without sound, gliding toward me. Every light in the house flickered as it approached. I forced myself to run, ducking into the kitchen. The back door was there. I lunged for it, twisted the knob. Locked. Behind me, the whispering stopped all at once. The silence was suffocating. I could feel it standing right behind me. I didn't turn. I couldn't turn. Something inside me screamed that if I looked, if I saw its face fully, something in me would break forever. I grabbed a chair, swung it at the window, and the glass shattered outward. I didn't hesitate. I climbed through, cutting my arms on the shards as I scrambled outside into the storm. Once I hit the ground, I ran. I didn't look back, not once. I ran until the house disappeared behind the trees, until my lungs burned, until the highway came into view again. By the time I finally made it to a gas station miles away, I was shaking uncontrollably. The clerk stared at my blood-stained sleeves and pale face, but all I could say was, I need to call someone. The police went to the farmhouse. They told me it was abandoned, had been for nearly 20 years, no signs of recent activity, and they said something else. There were no footprints in the mud. Not mine, not anyone else's, but in the broken window, they found fingerprints, long ones, too long to belong to any human. I try not to think about that night anymore, but sometimes, when storms roll through and lightning flashes, I see a silhouette in the glass reflection, too tall, too thin, smiling, and sometimes late at night I hear a faint tapping on my window and a whisper that knows my name. Story the end.